Even though he was talking like that, Xianxia still shivered when he saw Lin Feng. After all, on that day by the Ice Moon Lake, Lin Feng had amazed everyone when he learned to control 7 different types of cosmic energies. Then he killed many people, including Yang Yan. Lin Feng was merciless, and seeing how he was an imperial culpa, it made sense that he wanted to get his revenge while he still could. Lang Yi looked at Lin Feng and smiled indifferently. Lin Feng had changed, but he didn't know what had changed about him. He didn't look as sad as before. Had he become stronger? But could he even break through to the Huangqi layer? Could an imperial culpa have such strength? Thought Lang Yi when he saw that Lin Feng still hadn't broken through to the Huangqi layer. Irenlei was there too. She shivered as she saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked even more arrogant and determined as ever. The gods abandoned you, we'll see how long you will survive, said Xianxia. Then he went back to his pavilion. Lin Feng couldn't break through to the Huangqi layer, so sooner or later, everyone would surpass him and everybody would forget about him, if he didn't die. The outstanding young people from the holy clans looked amusingly at Lin Feng. That guy dared show up again, and he was with Qing Feng this time. Had the animal clan saved him last time? Lin Feng glanced at the crowd calmly. Then he walked to the edge of the lake and calmly glanced at Dugu, Lang Yi, and Irenlei. Irenlei sighed. She remembered what Lin Feng had told her, that if they met again, he would consider her a stranger. Qing Feng was behind Lin Feng, but she said nothing. Many people sighed. Why had they come to the lake? Even with Qing Feng, the Holy Sun clan and the Thunder clan wouldn't let him off. There were many boats on the lake, but nobody was in the mood to relax. They were all fixedly staring at Lin Feng, the one who was abandoned by the gods. Finally, some cold chi fell onto the lake. The strong cultivators from the Thunder clan were in the neighborhood when they heard that Lin Feng had shown up. As expected, they found Lin Feng sitting by the lake. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the strong cultivators from the Thunder clan, still looking calm and serene. Those people were only low-level emperors and medium-level emperors. Could they do anything to him? "You dared come back," said a medium-level emperor. Then he shouted, "Do you still have the Thunder Hammer?" "I do, I take it you want it back?" asked Lin Feng indifferently. The members of the Thunder clan looked even more upset. Even though that guy was abandoned by the gods and hasn't broken through to the Huangqi layer, he still controls 7 types of cosmic energies and has many treasures to protect himself with. "We must be careful," thought the medium-level emperor. He didn't want to take risks, so he said to the low-level emperors next to him, "That guy doesn't have the celestial evolution chessboard, and he can't break through to the Huangqi layer. Let's go and kill him." The 7 or so low-level emperors glanced at each other and nodded. Then the sound of thunder began rolling in waves. The terrifying thunderous energies turned into a giant lightning dragon. Lin Feng slowly walked towards the cosmic energies. Then he glanced at the crowd. Looking proud and arrogant, he said, "I may have been abandoned by the gods, but we'll see who can kill whom." "How arrogant," thought the crowd. He was alone facing emperors, and he still dared say that. The purple thunderous energies became more frightening, like they were going to swallow Lin Feng whole. "He's insane," thought the crowd when they saw Lin Feng, who was remaining motionless before the onslaught of cosmic energies. Did he want to commit suicide? Boom! Terrifying thunder energies suddenly surrounded Lin Feng. The ground cracked around him, but he was still standing there, motionless. "He's fine," thought the crowd, their muscles twitching. He wasn't even injured. "What kind of physical body is that?" thought the crowd. Lin Feng was resisting those cosmic energies with just his physical body? Abandoned by the gods? He can't break through to the Huangqi layer. Even without the Huangqi layer, Lin Feng could still fight against so many emperors. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the remnant thunder energies. He looked amused, thinking, "Those are cosmic energies?" That was the power of low-level emperors. How weak. Each time he had infuriated the gods, they had attacked him with at least 10 times their strength. With his physical body now, a low-level emperor couldn't pose a threat to him. Boom, boom. Lin Feng raised his head and opened his mouth. Then he started swallowing the cosmic energies. making his entire body turn purple. It seemed like he might explode at any time, however, he remained looking calm. Lin Feng looked at the emperors mockingly and said, "You're so weak. I was abandoned by the gods, but can you kill me?" The emperor's cheeks burnt, and they looked disheartened. Lin Feng was telling them that they were too weak, and because he didn't even dodge their attacks, they somewhat believed him. "Kill him," said the medium-level emperor in a cold way. His physical body was too strong, so those low-level emperors would have to use some special powers to kill him. The emperors looked hesitant. Many people had attacked Lin Feng at the same time with cosmic energies, and they hadn't managed to hurt Lin Feng at all. If they used special powers now, wouldn't it be the same? "If you don't attack, I'll attack." Lin Feng smiled coldly, taking out a silver spear. Then suddenly, Lin Feng released wind cosmic energy and used his wind chant. With both wind and empty space cosmic energies, he was much faster than before. A strong cultivator moved back at full speed, but the spear still reached him, and he died. That low-level emperor hadn't withstood a single attack. "How fast?" thought the crowd. Lin Feng turned around and looked at another cultivator who had already started running away. Lin Feng moved like the wind again while the cultivator attacked the air in Lin Feng's direction while retreating. However, Lin Feng's spear pierced through his energies and then through his head. Lin Feng just looked amused as he watched his body plummet from the sky. "Are those emperors?" asked Lin Feng mockingly. "Those emperors are members of the Thunder Clan, so they aren't very strong alone. But joining hands is another story. But even then they can't defeat Lin Feng." After that, Lin Feng continued moving like the wind and killed 2 more emperors. The other emperors left and went back to the medium-level emperor from the Thunder Clan. Qing Feng looked at Lin Feng and thought, "He's so strong. Will he never break through to the Huang Qi layer? The old man doesn't want to tell me the truth. In the future, when I break through to the Huang Qi layer, maybe I will control several types of cosmic energies too. I wonder if I'll be as strong as him then." Lin Feng glanced at the members of the Thunder Clan in a cold way. Blood was dripping from his spear as he said, "Masters, how come you're standing there? Masters?" The crowd was surprised. Lin Feng was probably making fun of them. After he killed a few of them already, he was calling them masters now. The medium-level emperors looked at Lin Feng, pondering. Lin Feng had so many trump cards. He had just used a spear to kill a few of them, but how scary would he be if he used the sun disk? "Lin Feng, who has been abandoned by the gods," said someone at that moment. The voice came from far away. The crowd shivered and gazed into the distance, seeing a bright sun. "Someone from the Holy Sun Clan," thought the crowd, closing their eyes lest losing their eyeballs from that bright light. The temperature was increasing quickly too. If they got too close, they could die just from spectating. "That's Xianxia, a terrifying young cultivator from the Holy Sun Clan. Even though he's only a low-level emperor, he fought against Chu Chunqiu not so long ago. Even though he lost, he shouldn't be underestimated." Xianxia arrived in front of Lin Feng. 5 suns were already floating around him. It seemed like he could easily kill medium-level emperors with those suns. Of course, medium-level emperors could probably dodge his attacks easily. "Die!" shouted Xianxia furiously. Lin Feng glanced at Xianxia in a calm way, not looking perturbed at all. Lin Feng raised his spear and condensed cursing, death, earth, and aggressive demon cosmic energies. Finally, the suns became more and more dazzling as approached Lin Feng, making him finally close his eyes. Xianxia felt some wind brush against him, and suddenly, it was as if 7 Lin Fengs were attacking him at the same time. A subtle sound could be heard as the spear pierced through Xiao's head. Xiao still had a thread of life left, but he looked dumbstruck. How? 1 spear attack and it was over? Why had the 5 suns done nothing? He looked desperate. Boom! As Lin Feng took his spear out of Xiao's head, his brain exploded into pieces, and his body slowly fell down to the ground. Lin Feng then kicked the corpse away, not even bothering to take his rings. Xiao couldn't withstand a single attack from Lin Feng? That means he's stronger than Chu Chunqiu. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Impossible. Nobody knows how strong Xianxia really is, so maybe he was just playing around when he fought against Xianxia. Xianxia absorbed imperial determination, so he doesn't even need to move to kill people, someone else said. Xianxia had absorbed imperial determination, so someone who couldn't break through to the Huangqi layer couldn't possibly defeat him. Even though Lin Feng was scary and controlled 7 sorts of cosmic energies, it was a pity that he couldn't break through to the Huangqi layer. If the gods finally let him break through to the Huangqi layer, then he would probably become as strong as or even stronger than Xianxia. Nobody dared underestimate Lin Feng. Xianxia was just too strong, as he could compete with all those young people who had king bodies types. He would become a great emperor. Die! As the crowd was thinking, they suddenly heard someone else. The medium-level emperors from the Thunder Clan were attacking. In a flash, an incredible number of terrifying lightning descended from the sky towards Lin Feng. Even if Lin Feng had a powerful physical body, he couldn't resist so many medium-level emperors' thunder cosmic energies. Oh no, Lin Feng is going to die, thought the crowd. Boom! The medium-level emperors arrived next to Lin Feng, but then a terrifying illusional strength surrounded everybody, preventing the crowd from seeing anyone inside. Slash! Slash! No! Someone gave a horrible shriek, making the crowd shiver. Had a medium-level emperor just died? Lin Feng controlled deployment spells, so he had used a talisman to imprison those emperors inside a deployment spell. After that, terrifying sounds continued to wail. The crowd wanted to see what was going on, but they couldn't see anything. They could only wait. At that moment, the sky shook as a black lightning descended from the sky, forcefully destroying the illusion spell. Once everything settled, they were astonished to see that all the medium-level emperors were dead. How reckless! A gigantic hand descended from the sky. The crowd was shocked to see a great emperor this time. In the distance, a gigantic sun was quickly approaching. The great emperor from the Thunder Clan and the great emperor from the Holy Sun Clan showed up. Kacha! A gigantic lightning hand descended from the sky, oppressing everyone around it. Masters, what's that supposed to mean? Shouted a voice furiously. The crowd raised their heads to see that the great emperor from the Thunder Clan was being oppressed between 2 gigantic hands. What's that? Thought the crowd, astonished. They couldn't see clearly because of the dazzling sun. But was that a Saint Emperor? Attacking my son-in-law is the same as attacking the animal clan, shouted a furious voice. Impossible! The crowd was astonished. Had a great emperor had just been killed? He vanished in a puff of smoke. The crowd was speechless. The strong wind was still blowing after he crushed the great emperor. Even great emperors can die tragically sometimes, they thought. The crowd realized that life as a cultivator was never easy. That terrifyingly strong cultivator had killed a great emperor to show anyone else who held ill intentions towards Lin Feng that he'd kill anyone, including great emperors. However, Lin Feng had been abandoned by the gods. Why would he want him to be his son-in-law? The animal clan wants a son-in-law who has been abandoned by the gods? Thought the crowd. They couldn't believe it. Even though Lin Feng was strong and talented and controlled 7 types of cosmic energies, he couldn't break through to the Huangqi layer. What was the point of protecting someone had plateaued like that? Maybe the animal clan just wanted someone they could use for their own purposes? In that case, Qing Feng could concentrate on cultivation. Or maybe Qing Feng had fallen in love with Lin Feng. Indeed, things must be that way, thought some people. Lin Feng was dumbstruck too, though his eyes were pitch black, making him look unperturbed. Qing Feng looked at Lin Feng and blushed. The old man hadn't warned her he'd use that as an excuse, let alone in front of everyone like he had. The old man cared less about social conventions than most. Master, said the great emperor from the Holy Sun Clan. A cold sweat was forming. Does the Holy Sun Clan want to attack him too? Of course, he was talking about Lin Feng. If he said yes, what would happen? He didn't dare imagine. But if he didn't reply, that wouldn't only be a humiliation for himself, but for the entire Holy Sun Clan. I'm talking to you, shouted the Holy Emperor. The great emperor from the Holy Sun clan shook even more. He was still thinking, the slightest mistake and I could die. Besides, offending the World Clan is not worth it. Xianxia and Yang Yan died. But if the Holy Sun clan offended the World Clan, even more would die. The Holy Sun clan should understand my position. I wouldn't dare, said the great emperor humbly. That's good. Now piss off and go back to your clan. If anyone from the Holy Sun clan dares touch him, I'll destroy it entirely, said the terrifying cultivator. Master, what about the sun disk of our clan? Said the great emperor in a weak voice. Piss off, said the old man. Even though the great emperor hadn't finished talking, the great emperor looked even more scared as he said, See you, master. Thunder Clan, said the old man aggressively. He smiled coldly. Piss off now, and if the Thunder Clan dares act recklessly again, I'll wipe it off the map as well. The cultivators from the Thunder Clan looked depressed. They knew that the old man wasn't joking. He could easily destroy a clan like the Thunder Clan. Then the Thunder Clan's people left too. That guy is quite lucky in the end. Even though he was abandoned by the gods, the Animal Clan accepted him. Thought the crowd. He's lucky, thought Song Xiao. He really wanted to kill Lin Feng, but what could he do now? Killing Lin Feng was impossible. But in any case, it didn't really matter. Lin Feng couldn't break through to the Huang Qi layer, so the difference between them would continue to widen until someday when they just forget about him entirely. Vast celestial ancient city has rules, so don't forget them. Battles between people of different generations are forbidden. The old man was warning the entire city. Of course, very powerful groups could do as they wished if they had enough power. After that, Lin Feng and Qing Feng left Ice Moon Lake. Everybody now understood that Lin Feng had just come to intimidate everyone. This news spread everywhere in vast celestial ancient city. Back in the animal world, at the top of a Cyan mountain, Lin Feng was seated cross-legged while breathing at a regular pace. He was in his spirit, in his small world. There were pavilions, leaves, trees, mountains, and rivers. It looked like a real world. The earth and the sky both have a respective strength. Because of my own world strength, when I practice cultivation in here, I cultivate slower. The earth and the sky energies aren't as strong. I need to make a perfect world which looks like the real one, thought Lin Feng, smiling indifferently. He didn't feel sad anymore. Instead, he felt that since the gods had abandoned him, he had to rely solely on himself to become his own god. Not far from him, Qing Feng was watching him, looking surprised. Lin Feng was breathing normally and slowly, and he didn't look like he was practicing cultivation. She had compassion and understood that Lin Feng couldn't practice cultivation all the time. Or maybe that he was practicing cultivation differently. Was he studying a special type of strength for which he didn't need to use the strength from the earth and sky? Qing Feng was more curious after thinking about that. The old man didn't tell her anything, and Lin Feng was acting mysterious. The thing that Qing Feng didn't understand at all was, why was Lin Feng still a Zun cultivator? At the top of another mountain in the Animal Clan, two people were seated. They looked terrifying, domineering, and imposing. One of them was one of the three strongest cultivators in the clan. A legendary beast, a swan and eye. The other one was the old man who had shown up at Ice Moon Lake. How did you come up with such an idea? Asked the legendary beast. Lin Feng was now the son-in-law of the Animal Clan's strongest cultivator. That couldn't be changed anymore. Don't you trust me? Asked the old man. The swan and eye shook his head and said, You must have done that for a reason, but I don't know what it is. I won't ask if you don't want to tell me, but you have to understand that our brother won't be happy. He hoped little Qing could marry. Well, I know about that obviously, but he's been courting her for so long. And have you ever seen Qing Feng react to him? She's getting angrier and angrier. You can't blame me if I give younger people the opportunity to do what they want. He can't make her fall in love, but he can't force her either. I noticed that Lin Feng was gifted, so I did that, but maybe Qing Feng is interested in him, said the old man, smiling. The swan and I rolled his eyes and said, What if little Qing doesn't like him? Well, that's their problem. But Wu won't be happy. He's a golden crow, he's naturally arrogant. But Lin Feng is smart and persistent. We shouldn't get involved, that's all, replied the old man. Swan and I looked troubled. Lin Feng was smart and persistent? Wu was soon going to break through to the Huang Qi layer, then he would be stronger than Lin Feng. All right, let's stop talking about young people. But should we talk to our brother? No need. He won't get angry over such unimportant things. While they were talking, a terrifying light appeared in the distance and rose to the skies. They both stopped and gazed into the distance. A golden crow whistled as the sky became red, like the setting sun. Then the sky shook as a three-legged golden crow dashed to the sky, making a mountain explode on his way. A strong wind started blowing as the golden crow flew higher and higher to sense the cosmic energies of the earth and sky. He was becoming an emperor. Not bad, Wu leveled up, said the swan and I, smiling indifferently. Wu had already told everyone he'd break through to the Huang Qi layer soon, so he had decided to isolate himself for a while to practice cultivation. Although they knew it wouldn't take long, they hadn't thought he would level up so quickly. Wu is talented. We'll see who wins as time passes, said the old man. Lin Feng was practicing cultivation when he suddenly sensed the energies, and he gazed into the distance. I'm going to see him. Lin Feng suddenly started running. He wanted to see how strong the new supernatural bird emperor's cosmic energies would be. Qing Feng followed him. The supernatural sun bird. Not only is his fire cosmic energy, but his sun cosmic energy leveled up, too. He's much stronger than an ordinary emperor who only knows fire cosmic energy, thought Lin Feng. The golden crow continued growing, his wingspan reaching 100 meters in length, and a sun pattern circulating on his back. He was easily stronger than the low-level emperors Lin Feng had killed. I wonder who would be the stronger between a golden crow and a great oriental greenfinch rock, thought Lin Feng. The cosmic energies filled and cleansed his body. The process of becoming an emperor was quite slow for him. Once he finished, Wu didn't seem happy at all. He glanced at Lin Feng and Qing Feng in a cold way. Qing Feng, I have broken through to the Huang Qi layer, so I want to ask your father for his permission to marry you. He's angry, thought Qing Feng. It's too late, she replied to him. Too late, Wu frowned. My father made me marry Lin Feng. You can't marry me anymore, replied Qing Feng calmly. Impossible, spluttered Wu. How was that possible? He had practiced cultivation to become an emperor, and in the meantime Qing Feng had married Lin Feng? He couldn't accept that. Nothing is impossible. You can go and ask, said Qing Feng. Wu frowned and said, all right, but even if it's true, I won't accept it. I'll kill him and then you'll be mine. Wu flapped his wings, rising into the sky. A red light streaked across the sky, turning into a human shape as he landed. It was Wu and he looked furious. He entered the main palace and asked, Grandpa, I want to go and ask for Qing Feng's hand. The old golden crow looked at his grandson and said, You've just broke through to the Huang Qi layer. You should wait for your cultivation to stabilize first. What about after it stabilizes? Asked Wu. The old golden crow remained silent for a few seconds and said, Qing Feng married someone else already. The human being? The one who was abandoned by the gods. Apparently, Qing Feng hadn't lied to him. At that moment, Lin Feng and Qing Feng arrived in the palace. Lin Feng bowed. Hello, masters. The swan and I nodded at Lin Feng, but the old golden crow looked sharp, as if he wanted to attack Lin Feng. He does have 7 types of cosmic energies, but he has been abandoned by the gods. As such, he's only a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer. What were you thinking? Asked the old golden crow, obviously unhappy. Don't come and talk to me about Qing Feng again, said the old golden crow to Wu. Wu grew more upset. Grandpa, how can a human being who can't break through to the Huang Qi layer be a better husband for Qing Feng than me? Then he turned to Lin Feng. You should just abandon yourself and the animal world will continue on without you. Otherwise, even if Grandpa gets offended, I will kill you anyway. Do you think you're strong enough to defeat me? Asked Lin Feng calmly. The golden crow was sly. If Lin Feng fought against him, he might have the advantage. You're ridiculous. You think that you're so strong because you killed a few low-level emperors using your celestial evolution chessboard? If I wanted to kill you, even your celestial evolution chessboard would be useless to you, retorted coldly. He had a sun helmet, which was a precious treasure from the animal clan. It was probably as good as Lin Feng's celestial evolution chessboard. I don't need the celestial evolution chessboard, either. You and me, one battle without any weapons, do you accept? Asked Lin Feng. He was a supernatural bird and Lin Feng wanted to fight against him without weapons? Ridiculous. Since you want to die, I can only help you, said Wu coldly. If you defeat me, we all know what you want, but what if I win? Asked Lin Feng. Cultivators who were in the palace were confused. How come Lin Feng was so confident? You can't defeat me, replied Wu, full of confidence. If I win, don't intervene in my life ever again, and stop disturbing Qing Feng. Shot back Lin Feng, ignoring Wu. Unfortunately, Lin Feng couldn't kill him because he was an important person in the animal clan. If Lin Feng did kill him, it could cause problems. Come and fight me, shouted Wu furiously. Fire energy dashed to the sky as the sun shone brightly upon him. Lin Feng slowly rose up in the air, wearing the same black robe as always. His sun cosmic energy is more terrifying than ordinary fire cosmic energy, so my fire alone can't resist him, thought Lin Feng. The golden crow didn't move, he stayed bathing in the sun energies. Even before breaking through to the Huang Qi layer, he could already oppress Yang Yan, which spoke volumes about his current strength. After a moment, the golden crow suddenly started flying towards Lin Feng. His speed was noteworthy as he was a peak bird existence. The terrifying sun grew scorching as the golden crow shouted furiously. A sun appeared in Wu's hand and grew quickly. Explosions sounded as Wu was suddenly propelled backwards after hitting Lin Feng's body. What a strong physical body! Everybody gasped. In his human form, his physical strength wasn't better than Lin Feng's. His physical body broke through to the Huang Qi layer. Some of the people in the crowd had a strange expression. Breaking through to the Huang Qi layer using only physical strength wasn't easy. Amongst human beings, only high-level emperors and higher should have enough physical strength to break through to the Huang Qi layer. To accomplish that, it meant that their muscles could already endure cosmic energy attacks. For animals, it was easier to break through to the Huang Qi layer using that method because they naturally had powerful physical bodies. Actually, when Wu had broken through to the Huang Qi layer, his physical body had also improved. His cultivation hadn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer, but his physical body had, and on top of that, he had also learned how to use 7 types of cosmic energies. This young human was strange, to say the least. After Wu recovered from being slammed backwards, he remained silent for a few seconds, thinking. Then he sniffed. I hadn't guessed you'd have such a powerful physical body, but it still doesn't mean you can defeat me. Then he shouted furiously, and 3 gigantic flames appeared around him. The sun was going to fuse together with him and transform him. I'll show you that a strong physical body alone isn't enough. Wu swore. He threw himself at Lin Feng. His claws pointed at him. Lin Feng raised his head. The wind was brushing against him. He frowned. That bird had a gigantic body and his strength was oppressive. He wasn't comparable to the emperors Lin Feng had already killed in the past. A gigantic demon hand appeared, and he rose up in the air, moving towards the claws. Kacha! The claws and the hand collided, and a terrifying strength instantly invaded Wu's claw. Even though it was extremely painful, his facial expression didn't change. He continued releasing fire and sun cosmic energies at the same time. Die! 3 sharp claws continued pushing towards Lin Feng. Piss off! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He didn't flinch. He rose to the sky and released a seemingly infinite amount of sword energies. He didn't unsheath a real sword, he just used pure energies. The sun was almost going to burn Lin Feng like marshmallow, but he sealed off the space around him. People's facial expressions suddenly changed, captivated by what they saw. Earthen armor. Lin Feng was using an earthen armor made of cosmic energies. and had condensed a sword using wind and empty space strength. They aren't using any incredible cosmic energy attacks. They're just using their physical strength and their cosmic energies to fight, thought many experienced cultivators in the crowd. Finally, a loud sound resonated as the sun broke apart, pushing Lin Feng and Wu away from each other. The bird was soaked with blood, while Lin Feng's fists were bleeding, and his clothes were torn apart. Wu was fixedly staring at Lin Feng as he said, "No wonder you're so arrogant, you're quite strong. But so what? Now I will show you how strong a supernatural bird really is." "Arrogant? You're a supernatural bird, you should have a better physical strength than mine, but you don't. And now you still want to battle," retorted Lin Feng arrogantly. Wu didn't say anything in reply. Instead, a gigantic sun descended from the sky and fell onto his body. At the same time, colossal pillars of flames appeared around him. He disappeared in those energies, and when he reappeared, countless supernatural birds made of embers were moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes were pitch black, and he was using his godly awareness to sense every part of his surroundings. He smiled coldly as he raised his hands. The space around him distorted as he did so. All of Wu's fire clones entered an empty space, never to return. Curse! A terrifying cursing strength emerged, and death-abstruse energies fell from the sky. Wu sensed the death strength surround his body. But that wasn't all. Lin Feng's fist was approaching too. Boom! A loud impact shook the air. Wu felt an enormous migraine hit him. His head felt like it was going to explode. He still didn't run away though. He released more energies towards Lin Feng. "Why not?" thought Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He moved like the wind and appeared behind Wu. Snap! Crack! Lin Feng attacked Wu from behind, and many of his bones broke. Wu screamed in pain. His hair looked messy, but even through this pain, he continued releasing fire and sun energies. He still doesn't want to give up, thought Lin Feng angrily. Wu was bleeding severely and kept shouting, but it wasn't enough. "That's enough," said the golden crow on the ground. Lin Feng moved back and calmly looked at Wu. At that moment, Wu looked like trash. Lin Feng had crushed him. "Wu, you lost, but it doesn't matter. You should practice cultivation as much as you can from now on. Who cares if you lost? Just don't take it to heart," said the old golden crow. Wu nodded, but he continued glaring at Lin Feng. He didn't want to accept his loss. Surprisingly, a human had defeated him and was going to walk away with Qing Feng. "Go and heal your injuries, then stabilize your cultivation," said the old golden crow. Chu looked back at him and obediently said, "Yes, sir," before leaving quietly. "Master, I'm sorry," said Lin Feng to the old golden crow. After all, he was in their world, and he had humiliated Wu a lot. "You're very strong and you defeated Wu. There's no need to apologize. My brother chose you as a son-in-law. I must admit I think it was the right choice, at least in terms of strength. Of course, if you stay stuck at this cultivation level your entire life, never breaking through to the Huang Qi layer, then you'd just be a piece of trash," replied the old golden crow indifferently. "I know," answered Lin Feng with a nod. The old golden crow didn't mean him harm, and he didn't sound very nice, but he wasn't wrong. As he left, Qing Feng went to Lin Feng. "Thank you," Qing Feng said to him. "That wasn't difficult, and I'm the one who's supposed to thank you," replied Lin Feng, smiling back. Without Qing Feng's grandfather, Lin Feng would have been dead by now. "Even though you defeated Wu, I don't think he will let you off, especially considering his arrogance. I think he'll stabilize his cultivation and then attack you again," Qing Feng told him. "It's fine. I'll just crush him a few more times until he gives up," shrugged Lin Feng, sounding calm. "Let's go back," said Qing Feng. Lin Feng and Qing Feng left, heading back to the Cyan Mountain. The old man was there waiting for them. He went up to Lin Feng and said, "I observed the battle carefully and I was impressed. You're good. I'll transmit an animal spell to you. It's a very aggressive one, so you must be very determined to study it. It's good for animals, but I'm still convinced that you will like it." "Thank you very much, Master," Lin Feng said gratefully. If he had a powerful spell to use cosmic energies with, he'd become even stronger. The technique is called Godly Animal Rule. I'll transmit it to you via godly awareness, said the old man, opening his third eye. His godly awareness entered Lin Feng's godly awareness, and Lin Feng received the spell in the form of Sanskrit characters and terrifying images. Godly Animal Rule. Extremely aggressive and explosive. It rules the physical body, the earth and sky. Pure power. Lin Feng slowly read the words which passed through his brain. Lin Feng started studying the spell immediately. He had all sorts of strength which could be used along with the godly animal rule, for example empty space, death, etc. Cosmic energies. Jun Moshi and some of his fellow disciples from the King of Hell Palace were following him into the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Unfortunately, from the rumors they heard, it sounded like they were too late. A Taoist priest? Really? Whispered Jun Moshi. He was wondering who could be that lucky. He also heard that Lin Feng had obtained the Celestial Evolution chessboard, but the gods had abandoned him, and he couldn't break through to the Huang Qi layer. "Mister," said a beautiful woman. "What do you want, moon girl?" Jun Moshi knew a few things about vast celestial ancient city before coming here, and the mysterious moon palace was one of those things. He also knew that there were connections between some of their strong cultivators and some important people in Shuiyu, Jiyu, Empress Shi, the Three Lives Emperor, etc. Chu Chun Chiu agreed to exchange ancient scriptures with the Moon Palace, so we're going to hold an event in 3 days. "I wanted to tell you that you're invited," said the girl in a gentle manner. "All right, I will come," said Jun Moshi, nodding back to her. "Thank you very much, master. I'm off," said the beautiful woman, turning to leave. Very quickly, news spread all around. 3 days later, at Ice Moon Lake, outside a pavilion, Chu Chun Chiu was exchanging ancient scriptures with the Moon Palace. The Moon Palace had said that they had the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures and that anyone could study it if they paid the price. They had invited everyone as well, but only those who belonged to holy clans could obtain it. It was too expensive. Everybody was headed for Ice Moon Lake. They all wanted to see the event. Lin Feng was surprised when he heard about that. It wasn't easy to convince people to exchange ancient scriptures. 3 days later, near the lake, Lin Feng, Qing Feng, Swan, and so on were all there. They were in the sky when Swan said, "The Chu clan and the Moon Palace accepted to exchange ancient scriptures between them because of Chu Chun Chiu." Qing Feng nodded after she thought about it briefly. The Chu clan lost the Chu king body a long time ago, and they have no more saint emperors. They have no enemies because they are discreet, but because of their reputation, people still admire them, Qing Feng explained to Lin Feng. "So, this has nothing to do with the World Clan," said Lin Feng. "The World Clan has existed for a long time, and they had even fallen, but now Lang Yi was born with the World King body. What need did he have for an exchange? I've heard that nobody dared offend the Chu clan back when they had a cultivator with a king body. 1,000 years ago, that cultivator had practiced a technique which allowed him to swallow people's determination. But he became corrupted after he had swallowed too many people's determinations. In his confusion, he began killing many strong clans." Swan and Qing Feng kept talking. "The Chu king was probably incredible," said Lin Feng. Of course, the Chu king could be considered as a junior back then, but he had quickly risen, making everybody consider him as a hero in the end. Swan told him. "So Chu Chun Chiu must be a terrifying cultivator too?" Lin Feng asked. "Right, he's definitely not any weaker than Dugu the winner," said Swan, nodding. Lin Feng had defeated Wu, so Swan already considered Lin Feng a strong cultivator. At the same level, Swan hadn't managed to defeat Wu, but Lin Feng had done it. "I wouldn't have thought that there'd be such a story between this exchange of ancient scriptures," murmured Lin Feng. At that moment, at the edge of Ice Moon Lake, the atmosphere was grave and solemn. Many young heroes from vast celestial ancient city were there, along with 9 celestial girls from Moon Palace. "Congratulations to Miss Yu and Brother Chu for your union. Not just that, you can even exchange ancient scriptures now," said Xianxia, nodding at a celestial and beautiful woman. That was the woman who had spent a lot of time with Chu Chun Chiu, and with whom he was going to exchange ancient scriptures. "Thank you very much," said Miss Yu, smiling. For the celestial women from Moon Palace, the situation was great. she could obtain 2 ancient scriptures by joining the Moon Palace. She obtained the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures when they joined the Moon Palace, and more ancient scriptures from any young men they chose. That was the reason why so many women wanted to join the Moon Palace. Xianxia was the same. He loved women, but he wouldn't have given ancient scriptures to a woman without something in return. Brother Lang Yi, when will Miss Qing and you deepen your relationship? Asked Xianxia, smiling at Lang Yi. Lang Yi had spent a lot of time with Miss Qing those days, so they were quite close. Xianxia was worried, though, because Lang Yi seemed to have fallen in love. He had the World King body, so that was a bit problematic. My ancient scriptures aren't suitable for her, Lang Yi said indifferently. Xianxia smiled, but didn't ask anything else. At that moment, waves of energies were rolling in the distance. They looked terrifying, as powerful as King's energies. The King of Hell Palace is here, thought the crowd. Many people knew that the King of Hell Palace had come to vast celestial ancient city, and many people were able to recognize Junemoshi already. I've heard that he has an imperial immortal body, and that he had become one of the descendants of King of Hell Palace. He has a high position in the hierarchy of their group now. He's probably as strong, if not stronger, than Dugu the winner or Lang Yi, thought the crowd. Lang Yi and Dugu the winner looked over at Junemoshi. They both had king bodies, so they felt even more determined after learning about Junemoshi. Junemoshi sensed that those two were looking at him, so he released some king chi. The gathering of the kings, thought the crowd, looking at the 3 with the king bodies. Imperial immortal body, said Xianxia, nodding at Junemoshi. Congratulations for having joined the King of Hell Palace. Heaven Clan? Xianxia. Junemoshi had heard of him. He just nodded and smiled hypocritically at him. Junemoshi had heard that Xianxia was one of Lin Feng's enemies. Therefore, Junemoshi just nodded at him for a second and then looked away. Junemoshi didn't give him much face. Junemoshi ignored Xianxia, passing next to him to get to Lang Yi. Lang Yi had a king body and was from the World Clan. He had heard that the World Clan protected Lin Feng, so Junemoshi had a positive impression of them. King of Hell Palace, Junemoshi, said Junemoshi, nodding and smiling at Lang Yi. Lang Yi was surprised. They both had king bodies, but Junemoshi didn't look at him as if he was a competitor. He seemed friendly. Even though the World Clan was powerful, the King of Hell Palace was probably stronger. But since Junemoshi was nice, he had to be polite too. He stood up and nodded at Junemoshi. World Clan, Lang Yi. We will be good friends, said Junemoshi in a warm and friendly way. Lang Yi was even more surprised. He didn't say anything. He didn't know why Junemoshi was talking to him like that. Junemoshi looked at the 9 celestial women and he noticed Irenlei amongst them. He remained calm, serene, and pensive. Irenlei had chosen her own path, so to Junemoshi, Irenlei was just an acquaintance. Mister, replied Irenlei, smiling. That world was vast, but sometimes it seemed small. Lin Feng, Junemoshi, and Irenlei were all in vast celestial ancient city at the same time. What were the odds? Junemoshi looked away as if he didn't really know her. Chu Chun Chiu. Some people waved at Chu Chun Chiu. You're here, said Miss smiling at Chu Chun Chiu in a warm and gentle manner. If Chu Chun Chiu hadn't come, it would have been a problem. She had the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures and she wanted Chu Chun Chiu's sky-absorbing Holy Scriptures. Of course I'm here. I promised you after all, answered Chu Chun Chiu. By talking that way, it was as if he were doing all that for Miss Yu, but most people understood that if he hadn't wanted the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, he wouldn't have come. Junemoshi also noticed Lin Feng, who looked strange. He was wearing clean white clothes and looked quite ordinary. I'm sure he can solve the issue. He didn't know that Lin Feng had already solved his problem. Nobody knew Lin Feng's secret apart from the king of the animal world. Besides, nobody knew what Lin Feng's cultivation level was, only he knew. Junemoshi. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Since he spent most of his time in the animal world, he didn't know what was going on in vast celestial ancient city. Therefore, he was surprised to see Junemoshi from the King of Hell Palace. They smiled at each other without saying anything. It must be Junemo Shi from the King of Hell Palace. I've heard that he has an imperial immortal body. I don't know why he came to vast celestial ancient city though, said Qingfeng when she saw Junemo Shi smiling at them. King of Hell Palace, a new descendant. Lin Feng was very happy to see that Junemo Shi was doing well. Everybody, today Miss Yu and Chu Chun Chiu will exchange ancient scriptures. If anyone wants to exchange ancient scriptures with the celestial women of the Moon Palace, please choose one, said a girl from the Moon Imperial Palace, smiling thinly. Miss Yu, Chu Chun Chiu, please proceed, said the woman, smiling. Chu Chun Chiu and Miss Yu walked forwards and nodded. Then they opened their third eyes and a light appeared between them. They had the scriptures in their memories because carrying around a golden book was too risky. Chu Chun Chiu's godly awareness penetrated into Miss Yu's brain and vice versa at the same time. That way, nobody could fool anyone. They're really exchanging scriptures. The crowd frowned. Could the other holy clans possibly stand aside and watch the Chu clan rise? Thought some people. Boom! While everybody was lost in thought, a terrifying energy filled the sky. Then a golden hand descended from the sky towards Chu Chun Chiu and Miss Yu. People couldn't even follow it with their eyes because it was too fast. Someone is plotting against them? Thought the crowd. A strong wind started blowing. Then Chu Chun Chiu and Miss Yu suddenly disappeared. The gigantic golden hand dug into the ground where they had been, leaving a gigantic crater. More terrifying chi emerged, and someone shouted furiously, "Who dares attack the Chu clan?" People raised their heads and saw two blurry silhouettes in the sky. They couldn't see their faces clearly. At that moment, Chu Chun Chiu and Miss Yu reappeared above Ice Moon Lake. A woman covered by a veil was standing in front of them, her chi terrifying. Suddenly, an enigmatic and unfathomable chi rose up in the air. It seemed that some great emperors were there too. The crowd moved away. Nobody wanted to be close to great emperors as they fought. Someone wants to prevent them from proceeding with the exchange, thought the crowd. They gazed into the distance but could only see a blurry silhouette. The silhouette was too far off, but they could sense the terrifyingly oppressive energies coming from them. However, at that moment, explosions were sounding above Moon Imperial Palace. A pavilion exploded, and someone appeared. That person's clothes were torn apart, and their hair looked messy. They somewhat resembled a caveman, but those who were around him felt oppressed. Such a terrifying cultivator is here in Moon Imperial Palace? Thought the crowd. That person jumped into the air and disappeared, throwing themselves at the great emperor. Arg! Suddenly, a terrifying voice sounded from the distance. The great emperor who was trying to interrupt the event turned deathly pale, as that shout alone had made him cough up blood. He immediately ran away after the shout. Arg! Another shout sounded. The great emperor who looked like a caveman immediately appeared in front of the other great emperor, punching the air in his direction. The great emperor's face was deathly pale. He had started running, but the insane caveman-like cultivator wasn't going to give him any chances. Lin Feng was astonished. It was his second time seeing a great emperor look so weak before another cultivator. Boom! With that punch, the great emperor died. However, the second great emperor had managed to escape. How strong, thought the crowd. The Moon Palace was extremely mysterious. How many celestial women did they have? How many ancient scriptures? And how many people did they have who were as strong as that insane cultivator? At that moment, the strong cultivators of the Chu clan looked at the celestial woman and said, "I am glad to see that the Moon Palace had planned for this. We invited all the outstanding young people of vast celestial ancient city, so we had to be prepared. Nobody can interrupt us during the exchange," said that woman with a smile. The strong cultivator of the Chu clan smiled and nodded. "Since it's that way, I'm off." And he departed as well. After he left, the woman smiled at everyone. "If anyone else decides to exchange ancient scriptures with the Moon Palace, don't worry. Nothing will happen to you. Besides, the Moon Palace has many ancient scriptures to exchange with. If you are willing to pay the price, we are always willing to exchange." The Moon Palace is confident. They even announced that they have many, thought the crowd. "If you trust us, Please hold on and you'll see how powerful the celestial evolution holy scriptures are, said the girl, smiling. Then Chu Chun Chio and Miss Yu finished exchanging the ancient scriptures. The Moon Imperial Palace had new scriptures, the sky-absorbing holy scriptures. At the same time, Chu Chun Chio could study the celestial evolution holy scriptures. Chu Chun Chio is incredible. He'll become even stronger in the future, thought the crowd. Dugu the winner and Lang Yi felt the pressure even more now. Today, we invited everyone, not only to exchange ancient scriptures, but also to learn more about them. I'll introduce you to someone, said the woman, smiling. Then someone came out of the Moon Palace slowly. That person was wearing a golden robe and their chi looked extraordinary. Everybody was looking at Dugu the winner now. It's him, thought Lin Feng. That person looked like Dugu the winner. He too had 3,600 dazzling imprints floating around him. He really looks like Dugu the winner, thought the crowd. That person's imprints looked even more authentic than Dugu the winner's imprints. The Dugu clan studies ancient celestial imprint spells, so they have many ancient imprint techniques. They have both defensive and offensive spells, so their ancient scriptures are perfect for anyone. We modified the imprint techniques from the Dugu clan already. Does anyone want to see them? The girl explained, smiling. Since you modified the Dugu clan spells, I'll give it a try, said Dugu the winner. He wasn't happy. Surprisingly, someone was imitating him. All right, using the godly imprint king body is obviously the best thing to do, said the girl, smiling. Then that fake Dugu the winner jumped forwards. Dugu the winner and his clone faced each other, each with 3,600 imprints floating around them. Die! Shouted Dugu the winner furiously. His ancient imprints rotated at full speed and moved towards the opponent. However, the opponent did the same thing. The imprints collided, making the ground beneath them quake violently. It seems that the authentic godly imprint king body is stronger, much stronger. Explosions continued to go off as Dugu the winner seemed to have gone insane. His opponent could only dodge his attacks. Kacha! At that moment, a gigantic hand appeared. It looked like a celestial hand as it descended towards Dugu. These are the basics of the celestial imprint spells. He definitely can't be any stronger than Dugu, who has the king body of the Dugu clan, said the girl. However, the fake Dugu the winner was really incredibly strong. He controlled too many types of strength and was adept at dodging. Many people wanted to obtain the celestial evolution holy scriptures as they watched the fight play out. The last time I saw him, he was still a Zun cultivator, but now he's an emperor, thought Lin Feng. Last time, the imitator who had attacked him was already very strong. He could control several types of strength and had mysterious powers. The one who was fighting against Dugu the winner was oppressed, but he was still managing. Is that the purpose of the celestial evolution holy scriptures? Were they created to fight against people who have special king-type bodies? Whispered someone in the crowd. Dugu the winner released 1,000 punches which turned into ancient celestial imprints, blotting out the sky. However, the fake Dugu the winner moved like the wind and dodged all of them, before suddenly disappearing. However, the imprints continued filling the sky. The smiling woman shook her hand and a terrifying strength blocked the imprints, immediately destroying them. The fake Dugu the winner descended from the sky and landed next to the woman. The agility technique of the Xing clan. Dugu the winner looked at the fake one in a strange way. The Xing clan was one of the other ancient clans in vast celestial ancient city. They were also a holy clan in the antiquity which had fallen. However, their agility technique was still very famous in vast celestial ancient city. The real Dugu won. The battle is over, said the woman smiling. Today, everybody saw the power of the celestial evolution holy scriptures. Now Prince Chu also knows it. He can modify the sky-absorbing holy scriptures and make them even more powerful. Dugu the winner frowned. The other young men also remained silent. The celestial evolution holy scriptures were so powerful. They even allowed cultivators to exchange anything. What the girl was meaning to say was that you either watch Chu Chun Cho rise or you exchange ancient scriptures with us too. Besides, they felt even more pressure. because the sky-absorbing holy scriptures were terrifying. At a certain level, they allowed a cultivator to absorb people's determination and use it for themselves. Chu Chunqiu was discreet, but if someday he reached such a level, he would be able to eat all of them with one bite. The celestial evolution holy scriptures are mysterious, but I, Dugu the winner, am not interested in them. I wonder if you have other skills and techniques which might be more suitable for me? Said Dugu the winner. The crowd was surprised and looked back at the woman. The woman looked surprised, but then she smiled thinly and said, "It seems like the celestial evolution holy scriptures are not suitable for everyone. I'll come back with a few different ancient scriptures then." The woman promptly left, leaving everyone looking even more enthusiastic. "Brother Dugu, what kind of ancient holy scriptures do you want?" asked Xianxia, smiling at Dugu the winner. "Ancient holy scriptures which would allow me to carry out more powerful attacks," said Dugu the winner. Dugu the winner liked power, and with a godly imprint king body, his attacks were already terrifying, but if he had more powerful attacks, he'd be even more terrifying. He wouldn't need to fear Chu Chunqiu anymore. If Chu Chunqiu dared absorb his determination, then Dugu the winner would just have to kill him in one strike. "Sir, you came from the holy city, so you're an erudite. Do you know any ancient scriptures which would allow me to carry out more powerful attacks?" asked Dugu the winner to Junimoshi. "The continent is vast, even though offensive spells are rare. There are still many. If you want to obtain them, it won't be that easy. I don't think that the Moon Palace has anything interesting for you," said Junimoshi indifferently. "What do you practice? You must have terrifying spells," said Xianxia, smiling at Junimoshi. He was trying to become friends with Junimoshi. "Immortal scriptures," said Junimoshi, sounding calm. "You're joking. Immortal scriptures don't exist, and even if they existed, only peerless cultivators would have access to them. Everyone dies someday, that's life, even great emperors. Nobody can really be immortal," said Xianxia. "Have you ever heard of the past life scriptures?" Junimoshi looked at Xianxia indifferently and mockingly. The past life scriptures. The crowd was awestruck. Those ancient scriptures were extremely famous in the Dark Night region. A peerless cultivator had made them, and they supposedly allowed a cultivator to live forever. While leveling up, his physical body became terrifyingly powerful, and so did his energies. "Of course I have," replied Xianxia. "Even when the physical body dies, the soul of the cultivator doesn't die. If he's almost immortal, his past life continues. Since the past life scriptures exist, why wouldn't you think immortal scriptures exist?" said Junimoshi indifferently. "You're just lacking experience." Xianxiao's face turned pale. He was speechless. Even though he had just been humiliated, he controlled himself and said, "As expected, you're an erudite. Sorry for my ignorance. However, please do tell me how someone could be immortal, since the physical body and the soul always die." "Do you know the 3 Lives Great Emperor?" asked Junimoshi. "I know the 3 Lives Great Emperor, of course," said Xianxia. "Do you know how old the 3 Lives Great Emperor is?" asked Junimoshi. "I think that apart from the man himself, nobody knows how old he is," said Xianxia. "You're not only ignorant, you're a total moron," said Junimoshi, laughing. Everybody laughed along with Junimoshi. The 3 Lives Great Emperor made the 3 Lives scriptures, fine, but that's just an example. "What immortal scriptures are you talking about?" said Xianxia. Although he was upset, he continued smiling. "Impossibly stupid?" Lin Feng laughed. Xianxia was speechless. Junimoshi was making fun of him, and still Xianxia continued asking questions. "I'm talking to you," shouted Xianxia. Lin Feng had infuriated him, and now Junimoshi was, too. He was trying to be friendly with Junimoshi, but Junimoshi was making fun of him and humiliating him. Lin Feng even said he was impossibly stupid. "Are you talking to Junimoshi? Did you even ask him if he wanted to talk to you? You keep insisting, but you're only annoying him," said Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, trust me, even if the animal world protects you, it might not last long before they kick you out. Then nobody will be there to protect you anymore," said Xianxia. "You don't need to worry about me. I've been ignoring the fact that you were annoying my friend. Otherwise, I would have taught you a lesson, said Lin Feng. Your friend. Song Xiao looked at Lin Feng and asked, Ridiculous. Who's your friend? Me, said Jun Emoshi. Song Xiao frowned as he turned to Jun Emoshi and then to Lin Feng again. Lin Feng and Jun Emoshi from the King of Hell Palace were friends. I have the feeling that the Heaven Clan's disciples are weird, said Jun Emoshi, smiling at Lin Feng. You're right, no matter how you look at it, said Lin Feng, shrugging. Otherwise, he wouldn't act as proud as he does. He's just too weak. Lin Feng and Jun Emoshi continued talking like that for a while, leaving Song Xiao speechless and upset. He was able to control himself, but it felt horrible. Everybody looked surprised. Lin Feng and Jun Emoshi were good friends. But how? No wonder Jun Emoshi wasn't acting friendly with Song Xiao, and that he had told Lang Yi that they would be good friends. Interesting. Lin Feng has been abandoned by the gods. He's the animal world's son-in-law, and now Jun Emoshi, who has an imperial immortal body, is his friend. So the King of Hell Palace will also be on his side. Lin Feng has two friends with king-type bodies, thought the crowd. Since Song Xiao has provoked Lin Feng so much, he won't be able to become friends with Jun Emoshi. If he had known that Lin Feng and Jun Emoshi were such good friends, he might have acted differently. But now they're making fun of him in front of everyone, thought the crowd. Song Xiao processed this all quickly and decided to say, You're really lucky the Animal Clan saved you. You're really lucky too. If you weren't from the Heaven Clan, you would have died a long time ago, replied Lin Feng. Song Xiao looked even more upset. You dare say that? Die! Lin Feng suddenly shouted. His eyes became ice-cold, and his voice carried death-cursing strength. Then he moved like the wind, appearing in front of Song Xiao, and immediately punched the air in his direction. Song Xiao wasn't ready for Lin Feng's attack. The death-cursing strength permeated his eyes, instantly weakening him. He acted quickly and released a gigantic heavenly hand while moving away, but the clash between their energies caused him to groan in pain and cough up blood. Lin Feng didn't chase him. Instead, he recalled his chi and looked at Song Xiao indifferently. Gotcha! Song Xiao clenched his fists. He had just been humiliated and now he was being attacked. Lin Feng didn't care about him, so he didn't say anything else. It was better to ignore people like him. Jun Emoshi and Lin Feng hadn't seen each other for a long time now, so they didn't have any time to waste with Song Xiao. Besides, Lin Feng already considered himself above Song Xiao, so he wasn't that interested in fighting him anymore. Jun Emoshi's eyes twinkled and he smiled indifferently. Abandoned by the gods? He didn't believe in those things. They didn't know what Jun Emoshi and Lin Feng had had to go through before. Imperial Culpa was only another obstacle for Lin Feng. He was convinced that Lin Feng could solve any problem. At that moment, the woman from Moon Palace returned in front of everyone and smiled. We have many ancient scriptures. I can show you some of them. Celestial luck scriptures, said the woman. The crowd was surprised. The Moon Imperial Palace had the celestial luck scriptures? According to legends, it allowed cultivators to steal and modify the strength of the earth and sky while absorbing the power of the sun and moon. It was very mysterious. Moon Imperial Palace has existed for a long time, so it's no surprise that they have a lot of ancient scriptures. The celestial luck scriptures would make any strong cultivator go insane. If the Moon Imperial Palace hadn't been so strong, they wouldn't have openly admitted it, thought the crowd. Celestial evolution holy scriptures, celestial luck scriptures, and now the sky-absorbing holy scriptures. Boundless walker, said the beautiful woman. Impossible, thought the crowd. Some people immediately started rising up in the air. One of the guys was from the Xing clan. How could the Moon Imperial Palace have ancient holy scriptures which belong to my clan? Asked that person sullenly. The Boundless Walker was a terrifying spell which provided unparalleled speed and stamina. We have it, we have no reason to lie, said the woman indifferently. What else do you have? Asked Dugu the winner. One more, but I don't know who made it. It's an ancient holy book and it's not complete, but its offensive part is terrifying, said the beautiful woman. The last ones are the indestructible Devamara scriptures. An incredible demonic cultivator made it. It's powerful, aggressive, and it helps the demon cultivator improve his physical strength. If you find the rest of the scriptures, then they'd become priceless. Unfortunately, the version we have now is not complete, said the woman. Many people frowned. Improve one's physical strength as a demonic cultivator? Initially, people thought that scriptures which were not complete were useless. Of course, when the girl explained the situation, many people started thinking that it wasn't a bad idea to get that one though. Some pages were missing, but if they eventually found the rest, it would be worth it. The only problem was that it was also difficult to practice. It consisted of aggressive demonic attacks, so the cultivator had to ensure that they would be able to resist the terrifying strength first. Even then, it was still more suitable for demon cultivators. Lin Feng's mind started running full speed. Those ancient scriptures seemed perfect for him, as if they had solely been created for him. He could already resist cosmic energies and his physical body had broken through to the Huang Qi layer. After using the spells in the indestructible Devamara scriptures, he might even be even stronger than supernatural birds. The only problem was that the Moon Imperial Palace was showing those ancient scriptures because they wanted to exchange them. Without something of similar value, people couldn't get anything, and Lin Feng had nothing he could exchange for the indestructible Devamara scriptures besides the 3 live scriptures. And the problem there was that he couldn't take out the 3 live scriptures in front of everyone. That would be too dangerous. How many pages are missing in the 3rd one? Asked Dugu the winner. I have no idea because I've never read them, said the smiling woman. But I can guarantee that practicing its spells is absolutely no problem. It seems that only the end is missing, not the beginning, she continued. Dugu the winner didn't ask anything else about the indestructible Devamara scriptures again. Incomplete scriptures weren't that interesting, and he wasn't even a demon cultivator. Dugu the winner was interested in both the celestial luck scriptures and the boundless walker. But Dugu the winner also understood that to get something from the women was to exchange them for the past imprint techniques, at which point the scriptures from his clan would be known by Moon Palace. Even though he possessed the godly imprint king body, he wasn't the leader of the Dugu clan, so he couldn't do as he wished. Everybody understands that those ancient scriptures are incredible. Not only will you gain new scriptures, but if you accept to exchange scriptures with us, we'll consider you as our friends, said the smiling woman. How many books does the Moon Palace have by now? Who is the leader? Empress Shi, thought Lin Feng. Since Xianxia had started acting strangely, and that Empress she had come back to life, how strong was she as well? What was her cultivation level? Could she manage the Moon Imperial Palace? I want all 3 books, what can I do? Asked someone at that moment. The crowd looked at him. It was someone in the distance. His silhouette looked blurry and the crowd couldn't see his face, making him look very mysterious. It's not a real person. It's only a strong cultivator's illusion. He wants to hide his real social status, thought the crowd. Just say what you want to exchange, said the woman, smiling at the blurry silhouette. These 3 books are all ancient holy scriptures. How can you pay for 3 of them? Getting rid of one's corporeal body, vitality, determination, will, it's like getting rid of one's body and then finding a new one, like reincarnation. It's a cycle, you turn into a cocoon and then into a butterfly. Immortality spells, said a loud voice. The beautiful woman looked pleasantly surprised. At the same time, Junemo she suddenly released sharp energies. He was fixedly staring at the blurry silhouette. The past life scriptures, is that enough? Asked the blurry silhouette. The crowd was astonished. The past life scriptures? Is it the Taoist priest who had appeared in the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan? Thought Junemo shi. Please show your face, otherwise, how could we exchange anything? Said the woman, smiling. However, the blurry silhouette stopped and disappeared. First, we must exchange the ancient scriptures, and if you accept, I will exchange the scriptures with you. But if I show my face and you don't, then what do I do? Asked the blurry silhouette. The celestial woman's eyes flashed. Then she said, Your Excellency, I don't know who you are, but how can I trust you when say you have the past life scriptures? Prove it, and only then will we proceed with the exchange. If you promise we'll proceed with the exchange, then I will appear immediately, replied the silhouette. The woman frowned and said, You're stubborn. Why did you actually come? Just to cause trouble? You're ridiculous. I told you I would appear if you promised that you'd accept to exchange the scriptures. I said it in front of everyone, so if your Moon Imperial Palace doesn't want to trade scriptures, then why pretend? Said the silhouette, laughing indifferently. The past life scriptures are extremely powerful. Why wouldn't we want them? Said the woman in a calm way. Because the Moon Palace already has the past life scriptures, said the person. The women from Moon Palace were astonished. Their Moon Palace had the past life scriptures. The atmosphere became silent for a few seconds, and then the woman smiled and said, We do have many scriptures, but I don't know which scriptures we have precisely. Do you know better than me? You can try and you'll know, said the mysterious person. People didn't understand what he meant. Try? Try what? Suddenly, a terrifying energy rose to the sky. The pressure above the Moon Imperial Palace was terrifying. People could sense that it was probably a great emperor. Another strong cultivator? Thought the crowd, astonished. Boom! A terrifying wind started blowing, quickly bombarded Moon Imperial Palace. Some buildings instantly collapsed, and their pieces fell into the water, causing terrifying waves. Somebody dares destroy the Moon Palace's buildings? How audacious! Boom! Two cultivators collided with each other in the sky, creating waves in the lake which were so high that they could see the bottom of the lake. What a terrifying energy! Thought the crowd. Dong! An ancient bell rang, and its sound waves assaulted the crowd. How come holy great emperors are here? Thought Lin Feng. That emperor was also surrounded by an illusion chi, so the crowd couldn't see their face. Nobody tried to block him as he approached. One of them jumped forwards and a terrifying explosive strength surrounded Moon Imperial Palace. However, two gigantic hands formed, and a terrifying destructive curtain of energy appeared. The crowd saw someone come out of the ruins. That person looked majestic and domineering. His hair was completely messy. He also looked even more terrifying than the insane cultivator who had appeared before. The newcomer rose up in the air, and the battle continued. Another terrifying wave of destructive energies rolled out. Was there another holy great emperor arriving? Several ancient holy clans must have participated, thought the crowd. There couldn't be so many holy great emperors in vast celestial ancient city unless the ancient holy clans were participating together. The second insane guy was terrifying. That guy's determination and vitality were strange. It's as if he could absorb other people's determination. Sky absorbing holy scriptures? Thought the crowd. How was that possible? The terrifying absorbing strength was absorbing their determination, and the energies were spilling over into the crowd. That's the sky absorbing holy scriptures from the Chu clan, said a strong cultivator from the Chu clan. He looked upset. It's been 1,000 years, but you're surprisingly still alive, exclaimed a voice at that moment. It's him, the insane cultivator of the Chu clan, thought the crowd. Explain everything, Moon Palace, said that strong cultivator from the Chu clan. He used to be the insane cultivator of the Chu clan, but he died 1,000 years ago, and now he's not from the Chu clan anymore, said that woman. The strong cultivator from the Chu clan frowned and said, He seems very alive to me. He's not the same person anymore. The insane cultivator of the Chu clan really did die, said the woman, insisting. That's the Moon Palace's explanation? Asked a strong cultivator from the Chu clan coldly. Some people rose up in the air from the crowd. All strong cultivators from the Chu clan. The crowd looked at them in a strange way and the woman smiled in a cold way. The Chu clan had already prepared. We didn't get prepared. We've just heard that some of our members were imprisoned in your Moon Palace, so we came to see if it was true. If I hadn't seen that, I wouldn't have said anything, said the strong cultivator of the Chu clan. The members of the Xing clan rose up in the air and fixedly stared at the silhouette on the lake. Uncle, the situation is out of control, thought Lin Feng. The Moon Palace was too mysterious. He hadn't expected that they'd control so many strong cultivators. Someone wanted the Moon Palace to spill their secrets, thought Lin Feng, looking at the silhouettes in the distance. Lin Feng, called out a voice at that moment. Lin Feng was surprised, but smiled instantly. Master, long time no see. The person who called out for Lin Feng was the weapon manufacturing master from Goldfire Tower. Haha, Lin Feng, you're already famous in vast celestial ancient city. Even I have heard about you, said the smiling professor. I was abandoned by the gods, but is that a good reputation? Answered Lin Feng, shrugging. The professor just laughed and pointed at the person next to him. Lin Feng, this is an elder of Goldfire Tower, Duan Mu the Celestial Emperor. Hello, master, said Lin Feng to the middle-aged man. Surprisingly, the Celestial Emperor was a weapon craftsman. As expected, you're quite extraordinary. I've heard a lot about you, said Duan Mu the Celestial Emperor, smiling back at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, Master Duan Mu, what's going on here? Master Duan Mu looked at the battle and said, if I'm not mistaken, that guy was right. Moon Palace does have the past life scriptures. The past life scriptures. Lin Feng was captivated again. Those people had died, but were immortal because their determination lived on. They just had their physical body rebuilt? Are they made of determination or flesh? Thought Lin Feng, frowning. It seemed that with the past life scriptures, people could create a body. Just like the Netherworld Demon Emperor, his determination hadn't dispersed after he died. That means that the Netherworld Demon Emperor might still exist, whispered Lin Feng. Even if Empress she didn't love the Netherworld Demon Emperor, she still wouldn't kill him, so he had to be alive. It seems that those people understood the Moon Palace's situation, so they joined hands to attack them, whispered Duan Mu the Celestial Emperor. That mysterious cultivator is terrifying. How did he make so many strong cultivators show up? Wondered Duan Mu from the Celestial Emperor with a smile. Lin Feng and the others nodded agreement. Tian Wang, shouted a cultivator from the Heaven Clan. Surprisingly, the one who used to be the best disciple from the Heaven Clan 500 years ago was with Moon Palace. Song Tian Wang. The crowd was astonished. That person had messy black hair, wore a black robe and looked bestial. Song Tian Wang. He used to be the first disciple of the Heaven Clan 500 years ago. When he was only 19 years old, he broke through to the Huang Qi layer, and after that he disappeared. Surprisingly, he was in Moon Palace the entire time, said Duan Mu the Celestial Emperor. Moon Palace is really strong, thought Lin Feng. Can the Moon Palace explain this? Said someone at that moment. Energies rolled in waves on the horizon, shaking the crowd violently. Their determination was being affected by demonic determination, making them lose control. 9 netherworlds, thought Lin Feng, frowning. That pitch-black energy was demonic determination. At the same time, a voice emerged from the Moon Palace. What do you want to hear? Then, 2 silhouettes rose up in the air, a black one and a white one. Empress Shi! The crowd was astonished. The woman wearing white clothes was Empress Shi. 9 netherworlds. Lin Feng looked at the person next to Empress Shi, a silhouette in black clothes with messy long hair. Master Duan Mu, how strong is the consciousness of the 9 netherworlds emperor? Asked Lin Feng. He couldn't know what the Netherworld Demon Emperor's cultivation level was at. He was too weak. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't happy. He didn't like Empress Shi because of Xianxia, but he also understood her position. Celestial Emperor, replied Duan Mu the Celestial Emperor. The Netherworld Demon Emperor was a Celestial Emperor. It was no wonder he could fight against the 3 Lives Great Emperor. The 3 Lives Great Emperor was just a great emperor, but he was a lot stronger than anyone else at that level. He had the power of a holy emperor, and maybe he was even stronger than that. They died, and I made them come back to life. Not only don't you show gratitude, but on top of that, you seem angry? Asked Empress Shi in a calm way. Do you think we'll believe you if you say that the past life scriptures are so easy to understand? Besides, if they were immortal, their consciousness would have remained the same. Rebutted a strong cultivator. If they had studied the past life scriptures, they wouldn't have forgotten their own identities as they had. They died once, but it's none of your business. However, I promise that if you want to use them, we'd be happy to lend them to you 3 times, said Empress Shi, still sounding calm. 3 times? We still want to know why you control them, spat a strong cultivator coldly. If the Xing clan doesn't agree, then you can start fighting Moon Palace, said Empress Shi firmly. She didn't want to negotiate anymore. Since the Moon Palace has people from everywhere, why not ask them to pay with ancient holy scriptures? Asked the one whose face was still covered. Empress Shi, what do you think? Asked the strong cultivator of the Chu clan. Empress Shi's eyes twinkled as she said, all right, Moon Palace will offer scriptures to everyone according to their cultivation level. Holy great emperors will obtain ancient holy scriptures, and if anyone doesn't agree, then they can fight us. All right then, said the strong cultivator of the Chu clan. The crowd was furious though. The strong cultivator from the Chu clan was already a holy great emperor, which meant that he was going to receive ancient holy scriptures by agreeing. I'll offer that book to the Chu clan, said Empress Shi in a calm way. Thank you very much, Empress Shi, but the Chu clan should choose what book they want, said the strong cultivator from the Chu clan. I choose, and you won't argue because it's already a great deal, said Empress Shi. How could she let them choose? She couldn't show everyone all the books they had. The strong cultivator of the Chu clan remained silent for a few seconds and finally nodded. All right, since it's that way, I'm off. Then the strong cultivator left. Many other strong cultivators looked upset, especially those who didn't have someone in the Moon Palace. The Xing clan also accepted Empress Shi's offer. The Xing clan had become quite weak, so obtaining ancient scriptures might pull them out of their mess. Lin Feng turned around and saw some members from the Heaven clan next to him. He whispered, back then, the Demon Emperor transmitted the Song of the 9 Netherworlds to me, and now I'm seeing him again. Even though I can't break through to the Huang Qi layer and even though I don't understand the demon song that well, even if I can't get the indestructible Devamara scriptures, it doesn't matter. I'll still become a strong demon cultivator. 9 Netherworlds demonic song. Duan Mu the Celestial Emperor frowned and looked at Lin Feng. What was Lin Feng saying? He had the 9 Netherworlds demonic song? Lin Feng, did the Netherworld Demon Emperor truly transmit the Song of the 9 Netherworlds to you? Asked Duan Mu the Celestial Emperor. I have no reason to lie to you, said Lin Feng, smiling. In the distance, Song Ling, the modern leader of the Heaven clan, looked down at Lin Feng with a glint in his eyes. The Moon Palace had the indestructible Devamara scriptures, but unfortunately, they were not complete. Lin Feng, my boy, said Song Ling, smiling at Lin Feng politely. Master Song Ling, what can I do for you? Asked Lin Feng when he saw that smile, smiling back. Lin Feng, my boy, you're too polite. Call me uncle. We've spent so much time together, replied Song Ling, smiling widely. Lin Feng was amused on the inside. Song Ling was at least 1,000 years old, so grandpa would have been more adequate than uncle. Master, what do you want from me? Asked Lin Feng. I've heard that the Netherworld Demon Emperor disappeared thousands of years ago, and now he has reappeared here. This has to do with the past life scriptures, so how did you meet the Netherworld Demon Emperor before? Asked Song Ling. Master, look and you'll know, said Lin Feng, smiling. Then, his facial expression suddenly became ice cold, and an aggressive demon chi rose up in the air. Then, it penetrated Song Ling's brain, turning Song Ling's eyes dark. The 9 Netherworlds demonic song. Song Ling shivered. Lin Feng, my boy, you control the Song of the 9 Netherworlds. Unfortunately, you haven't broken through to the Huang Qi layer. That's really a pity. I have some ancient scriptures and they're not bad either. I can give you some with the hope that you can use them to break through to the Huang Qi layer, said Song Ling. Lin Feng smiled thinly. Duan Mu the Celestial Emperor and the professor in golden purple clothes looked at him in a deep and meaningful way. This sly old man. Lin Feng shook his head. I'm a demon cultivator. Although I can level up using other spells and techniques, I prefer only using powerful demon skills and techniques. The Moon Palace has the indestructible Devamara scriptures, which isn't bad, but unfortunately, I can't have them. The Netherworld Demon Emperor is already here, so I could never trade his song for something else, Lin Feng explained, sighing. Song Ling didn't insist, but said, If we obtain the indestructible Devamara scriptures, would you like to trade them, Lin Feng, my boy? Song Ling said while walking away and smiling. Suddenly, some terrifying energies formed and instantly oppressed Lin Feng, a gigantic hand from heaven. Song Ling, you're the leader of the Heaven clan, so what do you think you are doing? Asked Lin Feng. He couldn't fight against a great emperor, and he couldn't resist one's oppressive energies either. Song Ling looked at Duan Mu the Celestial Emperor in a cold way and walked away. Lin Feng's heart was pounding violently, as if it was going to explode. Don't blame me, little boy. I just wanted to see what kind of body you had to see if you could actually break through to the Huang Qi layer, said Song Ling with a smile. You didn't give me an answer. Master, if you managed to get the demon scriptures, I would be willing to exchange them, Lin Feng replied. He was a bit surprised. Trying to see what kind of body he had? Ridiculous. If the animal world didn't protect Lin Feng, Song Ling would have immediately kidnapped him. All right, then I'll do my best to obtain the indestructible Devamara scriptures, said Song Ling. He rolled up his sleeves and started running. Lin Feng, be careful. Song Ling will take the indestructible Devamara scriptures, but I'm not sure he'll exchange them. He might even attack you. Even though the animal clan protects you, those ancient holy clans are mysterious, and some people are ready to do anything, said Duan Mu the Celestial Emperor. Lin Feng nodded. If he agreed to trade his scriptures with Song Ling, Lin Feng knew that he would steal the 9 Netherworld's demonic song from him. Of course, Lin Feng had already thought through all of this before. Empress Shi, said the strong cultivator of the Heaven clan. Song Ling was next to him. What? Asked Empress Shi. I am interested in the indestructible Devamara scriptures. I can even trade the celestial heaven scriptures for them, said the strong cultivator of the Heaven clan. The crowd looked at him in a strange way. Why did the strong cultivator of the Heaven clan suddenly say he wanted to exchange the celestial heaven scriptures for an incomplete demon scripture? Now? Asked Empress Shi. Indeed. Now you and I can trade the scriptures immediately, said the strong cultivator of the Heaven clan. All right. Empress Shi nodded, and they both released their godly awareness. They were both terrifying cultivators, so they could do that without having anything to fear. They started trading scriptures, and because they had so many memories, it only took a few seconds. After a few seconds, the strong cultivator from the Heaven clan smiled. All right, we're off. Then he ran away but didn't leave. He ran towards Lin Feng, making Lin Feng frown. He hadn't thought they'd react so fast. Did he have to transmit the 9 Netherworld's demonic song to him now? Lin Feng, my boy, let's go to the Heaven clan, said the strong cultivator of the Heaven clan with a smile. But deep in his eyes, one could see the coldness. I have things to do, another day perhaps, replied Lin Feng with a non-committal smile. Why another day? You really wanted the scriptures, so I hurried to make you happy. Let's go, said the strong cultivator, as a gigantic hand descended from the sky towards Lin Feng. Stop! Shouted Jun Mo Shi in a cold way. Qing Feng had also broken a talisman. Stop! Said the strong cultivator from the Heaven clan to Jun Mo Shi and Lang Yi. Lang Yi, my little boy, and Jun Mo Shi, come to the Heaven clan too. You'll be our guests of honor. Master Demon Emperor, shouted Lin Feng. He was calling the Netherworld Demon Emperor his master. Master, I found some of your belongings in the small world, and now they want to steal them from me. The Netherworld Demon Emperor and Empress, she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was special to them, because he was Duan Xian Yi and Xiao Yu Xian's husband, and he had obtained the Song of the 9 Netherworlds from the Netherworld Demon Emperor. Initially, she wanted to kill Lin Feng, but she didn't because of Xiao Yu Xian and Duan Xian Ye's influence. What? Asked the Netherworld Demon Emperor. Lin Feng said, the things I found in your palaces. If they were precious to you, I can give them back to you. Humph! The strong cultivator of the Heaven clan said in a cold way. Why didn't you give them to him in the first place, then? All right. Lin Feng nodded and said, Master Demon Emperor, back in your palace I found a flute. What does it mean to you? What a schemer, thought the strong cultivator of the Heaven clan, smiling coldly. Give it to the Demon Emperor immediately, said a loud voice in Lin Feng's brain, shaking his determination violently. You can keep that flute, said the Netherworld Demon Emperor in a calm way. I don't need it. Since it's that way, I'm off, said the strong cultivator of the Heaven Clan, taking Lin Feng away. When the winds settled down, the crowd saw that they were already far away in the horizon. The strong cultivators from the Heaven Clan followed and left. Jun Mo Shi and the others frowned. They felt powerless. The strong cultivator streaked across the sky and said to Lin Feng, Transmit the 9 Netherworlds demonic song to me. Lin Feng. Master, since it's an exchange, transmit the demon skill to me, said Lin Feng, trying to remain calm. Even though a strong cultivator from the Heaven Clan was kidnapping him, he couldn't kill him. Otherwise, the strong cultivator from the animal world would destroy the Heaven Clan, or at least avenge Lin Feng's death. Take out the demon song now, said the strong cultivator aggressively. His voice alone was explosive. Determination rose to the sky and penetrated Lin Feng's brain, making him feel very strange. He knew the Heaven Clan was his enemy, but suddenly he felt as if he had to listen to them. What a terrifying determination attack. I feel like an insect compared to him, thought Lin Feng. Demon song. Another voice resonated in his brain. He felt like he was going to submit. All right, said Lin Feng, his mouth dripping blood. Little boy, why endure so much pain? You could have just given it to me already, said the strong cultivator indifferently. Lin Feng looked at him and smiled. I hope that after I give you the 9 Netherworlds demonic song, that you'll give me the demon skills. Of course, now hurry up, said the strong cultivator of the Heaven Clan. Lin Feng released his godly awareness as he looked for the 9 Netherworlds demonic song in his memories. Lin Feng's godly awareness was moving slowly, which he was doing on purpose. The strong cultivator of the Heaven Clan smiled coldly, still flying forwards. Even if Lin Feng wasted time, would it be useful? He couldn't escape no matter how much he struggled. The strong cultivator from the Heaven Clan was extremely fast. After a short time, they had already arrived in the Heaven Clan, but the strong cultivator suddenly frowned. Speed! Shouted the strong cultivator icily. Lin Feng still hadn't transmitted the entire song to him. Humph! Lin Feng groaned coldly and recalled his godly awareness. The strong cultivator of the Heaven Clan frowned as he stared at Lin Feng. You already have half of the song, so give me the demon skills, Lin Feng said grimly. A strong cultivator looked at them from high up in the sky. How come you're standing in front of my door? The strong cultivator of the Heaven Clan jumped forwards and said, Animal Clan, what is this supposed to mean? A gigantic ancient beast was standing there in the sky. It was Swan and I, the legendary beast. Qing Feng called me and said you kidnapped Lin Feng. I didn't ask you what that was supposed to mean, though, he said. He looked at Lin Feng and asked, Lin Feng, tell me what's going on? It's not that important. The master of the Heaven Clan wants to give me the Devamara scriptures in exchange for the 9 Netherworlds demonic song. I transmitted half of the song to him, but he doesn't want to transmit the demon skills to me, Lin Feng said indifferently. The old man smiled. I see. Since it's that way, you should transmit the demon skills to Lin Feng. The 9 Netherworlds demonic song is a song, so if you don't know the entire song, it's useless. If you don't want to transmit the skills to me, Master, it doesn't matter, then I just won't be able to use them to break through to the Huangqi layer, said Lin Feng. Even if you get the demon skills, it doesn't matter, thought the strong cultivator from the Heaven Clan. Then he smiled grimly and said, Since you don't trust me, I'll transmit the demon skills to you first. Suddenly, a thread of godly awareness moved towards Lin Feng. It was as if Lin Feng's godly awareness was going to explode under its pressure. The cultivator was incredibly strong, but even so, Lin Feng was convinced that nobody in the Heaven Clan could understand the demon song or the demon skills better than him. Therefore, trading the song with the Heaven Clan would only be bad for him in the short run. Thud! Lin Feng stopped moving and gradually calmed down again. That's what Empress she transmitted to me. Though some pages are missing, you'll probably understand them eventually. Now, give me the 9 Netherworlds demonic song, ordered the strong cultivator from the Heaven clan impatiently. "Thank you, master," said Lin Feng, smiling blandly. He quickly transmitted the rest of the song over. After the trade, the old man and Swan and I, the legendary beast, took Lin Feng away. The old man took Lin Feng back to the Moon Palace, and on the way, they encountered Jun Mo Shi and Qing Feng. Lin Feng said to the old man, "Master, you can go back to the Animal Clan. The Heaven Clan will not attack me now that they have the demon song." "All right, I also believe that they're not that brave," said the old man, before leaving with the Swan and I. Lin Feng grinned at Jun Mo Shi, Lang Yi, and the others. He said, "Mo Shi, why did you leave the holy city?" "I came to go to the Holy Clan, but I came too late and didn't find you. It's a pleasant surprise though," said Jun Mo Shi, returning the smile. "Lin Feng, this is my godly awareness telepathy jade talisman. Some of my godly awareness strength is inside. Take it, we can use it to communicate in the future," said Jun Mo Shi, handing a jade talisman to Lin Feng. Many powerful clans and sects had such items, as they weren't very expensive and could contain several people's godly awareness. "Not bad," said Lin Feng, smiling. Then, he looked at Lang Yi and Qing Feng and said, "You should also transfer your godly awareness to my talisman. That way, we can talk no matter where we are." "All right." Lang Yi and Qing Feng nodded. They each sealed their godly awareness in the talisman Jun Mo Shi had given to Lin Feng, and Lin Feng gave each of them a thread of his godly awareness, too. "The same goes for me too, Lin Feng. If you need anything, you can contact me anytime," said Duanmu the Celestial Emperor, smiling at Lin Feng. "Thank you very much, master," said Lin Feng happily. A Celestial Emperor had proposed to give him a thread of his godly awareness to keep in touch. Lin Feng felt honored. "Lin Feng, you should come back to Goldfire City when you have time," said the professor in gold and purple clothes. Lin Feng nodded and replied, "I will." "All right, then I'm off," said Duanmu, leaving with the professor. "Lang Yi, Mo Shi, do you want to come to the animal world for a while?" Lin Feng asked them. "Nah, I can't travel on my own. Besides, I must go back to the holy city," said Jun Mo Shi, shaking his head. "Lin Feng, the holy city is one of the 3 central cities, but it is even larger than vast celestial ancient city. There are many terrifying cultivators, clans, holy academies and sects, of which all compete with each other to produce the most monstrous cultivators in the Dark Night region." Holy academies? Lin Feng hadn't seen one before. Indeed, an academy, but it's not the kind of academy you could see in Xueyu. In the continent of the 9 clouds, many incredible groups can be called academies, but actually, academies can only be found in the 3 major cities. Each university has many geniuses, and many people from the vast celestial ancient city study in those academies. Some of them are great emperors. "He's right. I also want to go to the holy city," interjected Lang Yi. "Great emperors, students?" Lin Feng smiled indifferently. "Those are different from the places I've been to." "Of course," said Jun Mo Shi, smiling at the thought. "I'll go there soon," said Lin Feng. He had obtained the demon skills, so now he wanted to practice them. "All right, I'm off. Come and see me whenever you want," said Jun Mo Shi. "Take those and have a drink," said Lin Feng, smiling and nodding back. Then he threw some hot unit at Jun Mo Shi. Jun Mo Shi caught them and left. He was a bit sad to see those familiar liquors, but he never regretted what he did. "Unfortunately, there are only the 2 of us here. If we ever have time, we should all go back together," said Jun Mo Shi as he left. The strong cultivators from the King of Hell Palace followed Jun Mo Shi. Lang Yi smiled at Lin Feng and said, "I'm off too. Come and see me whenever you want." Then he also left. Lin Feng looked at Qing Feng and smiled. "Let's go back to the Animal Clan." "All right." Qing Feng nodded. The next day, the Moon Palace brought ancient scriptures to the Chu clan, the Heaven clan, and so on. On the day after that, the Moon Palace brought some ancient scriptures to some of the other clans. However, just when everyone thought that everything was over, the 2 insane cultivators from the Moon Palace went even more insane. The one from the Chu clan started attacking people and swallowing their determination, while the other holy cultivator started killing many people. In just a few hours, the Xing clan was wiped off the map. However, a few people survived. Even using the Boundless Walker, those two holy emperors hadn't managed to kill everyone. Then, the two insane cultivators continued and flew towards the second clan. On the fifth day, news spread that 6 large clans had been destroyed. All those clans were clans who had threatened the Moon Palace the other day. Everyone in vast celestial ancient city was astonished. Empress She was cruel. Even the ancient holy clans were afraid of Empress She. She had destroyed 6 big clans with just 2 cultivators. People in vast celestial ancient city wouldn't forget those stories anytime soon. But time passed, and things calmed down a bit as new groups emerged. Half a year was short in vast celestial ancient city. 500 days were short too, but things were moving quickly. For example, many cultivators in the Heaven clan had started practicing demon cultivation, such as Xianxia. He had even amazed people in town a few times. However, people quickly forgot about Xianxia because of Chu Chunqiu. Chu Chunqiu had already become a medium-level emperor. How come he could improve his cultivation so fast? Had he practiced both the sky-absorbing scriptures and the celestial evolution holy scriptures? Was that why he had leveled up? Nobody knew the reason, and considering that Chu Chunqiu didn't possess a king body, his speed was even more surprising. Lin Feng was busy in that time. He could do whatever he wanted while dreaming inside his spirit. At that moment, he was still in a vast city, absorbing the strength of the earth and sky. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his pitch-black eyes as demonic-looking clouds were rolling in waves above him. Third fall. The sky assaulted Lin Feng's body with demonic energies. The demon energy struck Lin Feng's body, engulfing him in dazzling black lights. The demon's strength penetrated his body, making him feel like he had been struck by 1,000 needles. Pleasant, said Lin Feng happily. Demon energies condensed again, but Lin Feng didn't look that worried. During the past 6 months, Lin Feng had been cleansed thrice by demonic strength. Even though his small world was rudimentary, he could still sense energies accurately. He wanted to improve his demon cultivation, and seeing how he couldn't in the outside world, he did so in the small world. Lin Feng was now understanding why the small world which contained Ba Huang and Zhou Yu was so perfect. As a cultivator became stronger, his small worlds also became more stable. The third time, the demon energies didn't influence Lin Feng at all. Loud sounds were followed by even more demon energy bombarding Lin Feng's body. The indestructible Devamara scriptures emphasized indestructibility. After the 9th wave of energies descended from the sky, the clouds finally dispersed. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. He looked at a city he had made, Yangzhou City. Although they were identical, nobody was living there yet. Back in the outside world, at the top of the cyan-colored mountain, Qing Feng was looking at Lin Feng. He was motionless on the same gigantic rock as always. What was he doing? He had been sleeping like that for half a year already, and while he was asleep, he had angered the sky a few times. By now, Qing Feng had figured out that the sky would get angry at Lin Feng after he learned a new type of cosmic energy. Finally, Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked Qing Feng. He smiled and said, "Qing Feng." Then he jumped up next to her. "You slept for 4 months. You must really like to sleep," said Qing Feng. Lin Feng shrugged and smiled at her. "Did anything happen in the outside world while I was incapacitated?" he asked. "Chu Chunqiu became a medium-level emperor," said Qing Feng. Lin Feng frowned, looking surprised. "That fast?" It took years to break through to the Huangqi layer, but to become a medium-level emperor, it should have taken even more time. Chu Chunqiu's cultivation speed wasn't normal. Indeed, that fast. He defied the laws of our world. "Many people in the outside world are thinking the same thing as us," said Qing Feng, nodding. "What are we thinking?" Lin Feng asked. Chu Chunqiu practiced the sky-absorbing holy scriptures a lot and figured that the Chu clan could give him a lot of determination to absorb, plus he had modified his technique with the celestial evolution holy scriptures. That's what most people think, but there are some who think that he is hiding a special body type, a very powerful one, Qing Feng explained slowly. Then, she asked, Lin Feng. Which do you think is the most plausible? The reason isn't important. The important thing is that Chu Chunqiu became a medium-level emperor in around a half-year, mused Lin Feng. Let's go, said Qing Feng. She had already broken through to the Huangqi layer a half-year ago. All right, Lin Feng nodded. Then he gazed into the distance. Half a year. What kind of cultivation speed was that? He had only been struck 3 times by the demon energies, and given that he had to be struck 9 times for his demon cultivation to improve, he still needed more time. They both smiled and left together. As they started leaving, 2 people approached them at full speed, forcing Lin Feng and Qing Feng to stop. Wu and Swan were there. Qing Feng frowned. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he asked, "What do you want?" "Let's fight again. Same as last time, no treasures involved," said Wu coldly. After losing their previous battle, Wu had practiced cultivation every waking second, and had studied some new techniques. This time he had to defeat Lin Feng. "Last time we agreed on something, but it seems like you've forgotten. If I fight against you again, and even if I win, won't there be a 3rd time and a 4th time and so on?" asked Lin Feng. "If you defeat me again, I'll never annoy you again, and I'll obey you. If you lose, piss off and leave the animal world." "I never want you to come back," said Wu. His eyes were filled with the flames of battle. "A supernatural bird as a pet. That sounds nice," thought Lin Feng. "I accept." Boom! A terrifying sun instantly exploded, shaking the sky. Swan suddenly jumped back, and Qing Feng moved far away too. Wu cawed and turned into a golden crow. Boom! Suddenly, a gigantic sun descended towards Lin Feng at full speed. Lin Feng's body started burning, the sun cosmic energy completely consuming him. However, Lin Feng remained motionless, and looked calm as he bathed in the sun's fire. His physical body has become stronger, thought Wu. Whoosh! Immense wind energies suddenly blew, fanning the fire. Lin Feng sensed a terrifying bestial qi moving towards him as the sun fire turned into blades. Break! A terrifying demonic punch launched out, colliding against the sun blades. Bestial laceration. The golden crow suddenly appeared above Lin Feng and a million blades of fire descended. What a powerful technique, thought Lin Feng. His eyes became pitch black. Lin Feng was determined to make the bird submit to him this time. Culpa! Shouted Lin Feng suddenly. Suddenly, terrifying culpa energies emerged. He had learned about culpa strength in the demon scriptures, and with it, he found that he could use culpa energies to defy the heavens. Demonic calp strength, he must have studied some new skills, thought Wu. Sun energies continued to fill the sky. Lin Feng suddenly sensed a sharp pain. However, his eyes were still open and filled with the determination and cursing strength of the 9 netherworlds. His billions of threads of godly awareness now contained culpa strength. Lin Feng was especially dangerous right now because godly awareness could attack the opponent's determination, and if their determination was destroyed, then the cultivator was as good as dead. The supernatural bird released more sun energies. The flames around Lin Feng exploded and turned into terrifying suns. Does that guy want a battle to death? Swan thought. Wu was using his most powerful attacks against Lin Feng. Culpa's rule, said Lin Feng. Suddenly, terrifying demonic culpa strength emerged. The suns exploded, crushing some of Wu's determination. Immediately, Wu opened his mouth and a sun spear appeared. It shot out towards Lin Feng, emitting sonic booms as it flew. 9 culpa sword. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. 9 threads of culpa strength turned into a sword filled with wind cosmic energy. The sun spear exploded as it collided with the culpa sword. However, among the 9 threads of culpa strength, 3 remained and continued moving towards Wu. Be merciful, shouted Swan. At that moment, the culpa swords arrived in front of Wu, and blood splashed. Wu's soul shook. He had lost again. His chi was floating chaotically now that 3 swords, filled with explosive culpa energies, oppressed him and threatened his life. How about now? Asked Lin Feng, glaring at Wu. You won. I will keep my promise and submit to you, but if someday I become stronger than you, then my promise will be null," said Wu. Lin Feng smiled coldly down at him and said, "I'm afraid that day will never come." Then, the swords disappeared, leaving remnant destructive strength floating in the air. Lin Feng sighed. The inherent knowledge he had about the supernatural sun bird told him that he was incredible. If he had been an ordinary emperor, he would have been killed instantly. He knew that among low-level emperors, there could be huge differences. Two different low-level emperors could have two entirely different strengths. There was no subdivision to classify low-level emperors, otherwise, there would have been 369 sorts of low-level emperors. Since his body had been cleansed 3 times by Culpa strength, Lin Feng still hadn't broken through to the Huangqi layer, yet ordinary low-level emperors who had reached the top of their level couldn't compete with him. First, you'd need to break through to the Huangqi layer, and even if you succeed, after that you have to continue leveling at the same pace. "Anything less than this and I will quickly catch up," shouted Wu. "I'll be waiting then," sneered Lin Feng, smiling indifferently. Then he walked away and said, "Come with me for a walk." Wu looked at him in a cold way and turned into a human, before following Lin Feng. Even though he had agreed to obey Lin Feng, he was very unhappy. This had to be temporary or otherwise he'd go insane. Because Chu Chunqiu had become a medium-level emperor, many people were going to the Chu clan to congratulate him and the clan. Actually, they just wanted to see how strong he had become. Even so, the Chu clan let everyone visit them, and even treated them all as guests of honor. The visitors were typically young people about the same age as Chu Chunqiu. Of course, many medium-level emperors also came to see how strong Chu Chunqiu was. In any case, there were visitors constantly touring the Chu clan and the beautiful sceneries. Lin Feng walked around and listened to people. He was also going to the Chu clan with Qing Feng and the others. He was wondering how strong Chu Chunqiu really was. But Chu Chunqiu was acting discreet. Few people knew how strong he really was. In one of the Chu clan's corridors, which lead to the main hall, there were tables loaded with alcohol, food, and other goodies. World clan's people. "The animal world's young people are interested in Brother Chu," said someone laughing. Chu Chunqiu stood up and smiled at them. "Welcome. Be my guest. No need to be polite." Lin Feng smiled and nodded back. Chu Chunqiu hadn't changed. He was still calm while looking enigmatic. "How come Lin Feng is talking?" thought some people. The most outstanding young people from the animal clan were following Lin Feng, and yet he was talking for them. The crowd didn't understand. Wu is a golden crow, which means that he's very arrogant, obstinate, and unruly. But now he's following Lin Feng? How high in their hierarchy is he? In the past 6 months, he still hasn't become an emperor. But even if he had, he's still far from being as strong as Brother Chu. Hee hee. Someone laughed mockingly. The crowd looked at him. It was a man who had been drinking too much alcohol. However, Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the Huangqi layer, so why did he still have a high social status in the animal world? Heaven Clan. Swan looked at that person and remembered that the Heaven Clan's strong cultivator had kidnapped Lin Feng. Why does the Heaven Clan send such strong cultivators each time something's going on? Swan asked the one who had been drinking. After all, Lin Feng represented the Animal Clan, and the Heaven Clan was constantly humiliating him. "You dare humiliate the Heaven Clan's masters?" said that person, inciting the group next to him. "You all dare humiliate the Animal Clan. So if you are brave, send your strongest cultivator to fight against ours. You can even choose an opponent," said Swan. The middle-aged man from the Heaven Clan stood up, looking ice-cold. His name was Hai, and he had already been an emperor for several years now, so his cultivation was very stable. He was currently a top low-level emperor. "I really want to see how someone who has been abandoned by the gods can fight against an emperor," sneered that person. Hai wasn't happy, because he was in the generation before Xianxia. Because he had been an emperor for so long, his cultivation was now stable, but in the outside world, many people had already forgotten about him. The elders seemed to care more about the one who had a godly imprint king body, the one who had a world king body, Chu Chunqiu, the Prince of Sadness, and a few others. Even Lin Feng, who had been abandoned by the gods, had a better reputation than he did. Song Hai was finally seeing Lin Feng now. As expected, he had been abandoned by the gods and hadn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer. However, he had heard that Lin Feng had already killed several emperors using the strength of the Celestial Evolution chessboard. He had even killed medium-level emperors. Swan and the others stepped away after they heard Song Hai. Swan couldn't wait to see how Lin Feng would do this time. After all, his battle against Wu had been amazing. Song Hai looked at Lin Feng in a disdainful way. Heaven cosmic energies instantly began oppressing Lin Feng as a gigantic hand descended from the sky. Lin Feng didn't move at all, though. Song Hai smiled coldly and said, "Your 7 cosmic energies are useless." Then, even more strength oppressed Lin Feng, dragging him up into the sky. "Die!" shouted Song Hai when he saw that Lin Feng was still motionless, just as the gigantic heavenly hand was just about to crush Lin Feng. However, a brown and black armor appeared instantly covered his body. As the hand hit him, the energies quickly dispersed, while Lin Feng's armor remained. 2 types of cosmic energies, demon and earth. He has some great defense, thought Song Hai, surprised. He condensed more strength before he shook his right hand again, and then another terrifying hand moved towards Lin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying sounds echoed as Lin Feng's armor broke apart. However, when the remaining energies assaulted Lin Feng's physical body, he was only pushed back a half step. He frowned, and his eyes became pitch black. He looked at Song Hai with his pitch black eyes and smiled coldly. "You attacked first." Lin Feng then released terrifying wind energies and threw himself at Song Hai. Song Hai began sweating. Just what was Lin Feng made of? "Arg!" Song Hai shouted as terrifying demon energies oppressed him. Another gigantic heavenly hand moved towards Lin Feng, its fingers like mountain peaks. Dong! The demonic Kulpa energies descended from the sky, making the heavenly hand explode. Then Lin Feng released a terrifying strength to surround Song Hai. Even though he moved back as fast as he could, Lin Feng shook his hand, and Song Hai suddenly felt that a mountain had fallen onto him. At the same time, Lin Feng released Kulpa strength from his pitch-black eyes. Song Hai didn't dare move anymore, otherwise the Kulpa strength would crush his body. Boom! Another terrifying chi rose to the sky. Some of the people who had come with Song Hai suddenly stood up, one of them yelling at Lin Feng, "You already won, so let him go." "Won?" said Lin Feng mockingly. "When he attacked me, he used his full strength and he tried to kill me. This battle is a battle to death. I will win only after I kill him." Then, Lin Feng jumped forwards, and the Kulpa strength which had surrounded Song Hai exploded. "That guy is insane. He keeps killing people, even people from the Heaven clan," thought the crowd. "You actually killed him!" shouted one of the cultivators from the Heaven clan furiously. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at the remaining members of the Heaven clan. The crowd frowned. What did he want to do? Did he want to kill more people from the Heaven clan? Lin Feng suddenly jumped forwards, making the strong cultivators from the Heaven clan shiver. The members of the Heaven clan moved, but Lin Feng released wind and empty space energies to move even faster. How could they compete with him in terms of speed? Lin Feng landed in front of one of them, condensed demonic Kulpa strength in his fist and struck out. That person immediately exploded. "Die!" the others yelled, looking frantic. Terrifying energies surrounded Lin Feng as one of them immediately punched the air in Lin Feng's direction. "Earth strength," said Lin Feng grimly. That person had the feeling that a mountain had fallen onto him. He suddenly rose up in the air, or at least he tried. However, Lin Feng condensed 2 types of cosmic energies to make another set of armor. Even without the armor, that guy couldn't have crushed Lin Feng's physical body. He was too weak. The people of the Heaven clan are trash. No wonder they only bully people who are weaker than them, shouted Swan mockingly. Lin Feng's punch struck another one of them, causing their head to immediately explode. One punch, and another one dead. Boom, boom. 2 waves of energies rolled out and several more people exploded. Wu even helped, moving with incredible speed while releasing sun cosmic energies. and killing more people from the Heaven clan. Very quickly, all the young emperors from the Heaven clan were dead. The crowd was astonished into complete silence. Songhai brought about his own destruction, but now his friends are dying too. How sad, thought others in the crowd. Those who had seen Lin Feng fight before knew that from the moment Songhai stood up, he was going to die. Songhai had been practicing cultivation in isolation somewhere for a while, but he had no idea what was going on in the outside world. Even though Lin Feng couldn't break through to the Huang Qi layer, he could control 7 types of cosmic energies, and his physical body had already broken through to the Huang Qi layer. Even though Song Xiao didn't like Lin Feng, he didn't dare underestimate him. But Song Xiao was also a lot stronger than before. He had studied the indestructible Devamara scriptures, coupled with his celestial heaven skills. If Song Xiao and Lin Feng fought again, the battle would be terrifying. Brother Lin, you're extraordinary. If someday you break through to the Huang Qi layer, then you'd become really terrifying, said Chu Chunxiu with a smile. He didn't care about those people from the Heaven clan who had just died. Songhai had agreed to fight against Lin Feng. Even though the Chu clan had some authority, they didn't want to involve themselves in such matters, either. Maybe the Heaven clan was angry at the Chu clan, so what? You are even stronger than me, Brother Chu, replied Lin Feng politely. He had already broken through to the Huang Qi layer, it was just that people in the outside world couldn't see it. Maybe in the future, even if he became a medium-level emperor or even a high-level emperor, people would still believe that he was a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer. You're too modest, Brother Lin, said another young man from the Chu clan, smiling as if Lin Feng was their new friend. He continued, Lang Yi and a celestial from Moon Palace left the capital already. I think they went to the Holy City. Apart from Brother Lang Yi, Dugu the winner has also left. Chun Qiu's friends are leaving one after another. Because he was practicing cultivation, after becoming a medium-level emperor and leaving his room, he didn't get to see any of his friends or enemies. That's a bit sad. Oh, Lin Feng was surprised. Lang Yi had surprisingly gone to the Holy City, but then he remembered that Lang Yi was traveling to gather experience, so it made sense that he couldn't stay in vast celestial ancient city forever. After all, the Holy City was one of the 3 most important cities in the central part of the region. By the way, Brother Lin, back then, you and the Heaven clan's strong cultivator traded the indestructible Devamara scriptures and the 9 netherworlds demonic song. So now many disciples of the Heaven clan have started studying demon skills. Song Xiao has already been cleansed by a demonic kulpa twice. I'm curious to see how strong you've become in terms of demon cultivation. How many times have you been cleansed by kulpa energies? Asked the young man from the Chu clan, smiling in a friendly way. He didn't know how to study the indestructible Devamara scriptures, but he understood kulpa strength. Could Lin Feng use Devamara kulpa strength even though he couldn't break through to the Huang Qi layer? I couldn't get cleansed by the Devamara kulpa strength seeing how I haven't broken through to the Huang Qi layer, said Lin Feng, smiling resplendently. Nobody in the outside world knew that he had studied Devamara kulpa strength in his spirit's world, nor had he shown anyone. Brother Lin, you must be joking. Even though Song Xiao is succeeding in terms of demon skills, you are still better than him. You've already killed some strong cultivators from the Heaven clan, the young man from the Chu clan noted. Your Excellency, you're underestimating the Heaven clan, interrupted someone at that moment. Then someone came out. As they walked out, incredibly cold qi rolled in waves around them. Lin Feng had killed someone before, but that person had just enough time to break a talisman which was connected to his brother. The Heaven clan knew that they were at the Chu clan, and surprisingly Lin Feng dared kill some of their people in the open. Song Xiao was there too. His eyes were pitch black, and he looked incredibly upset. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Feng right now. Lin Feng, you dared kill some people from the Heaven clan? Very good, exclaimed a medium-level emperor coldly. Then he looked at Chu Chunxiu and the young man who had just talked and said, Some members of my clan came here as guests and were killed while you, the Chu clan, did nothing. And then you continued talking normally as if nothing happened. Brothers, I'm sorry. However, they provoked Lin Feng, and when they attacked Lin Feng, we didn't intervene at all. Their deaths were just between them and the animal clan. The Chu clan is the host, but we don't want to get involved in such issues. Otherwise, when the members of the Heaven clan attacked Lin Feng, I should have intervened too, right? Then you wouldn't have been happy either, and you would have said that I was protecting Lin Feng. Concerning your second accusation, I have the right to express myself freely, said the younger man of the Chu clan calmly. Your opinion? Chu Chunxiu has become a medium-level emperor, and even though he was extremely fast, how can the Chu clan act so arrogantly? Chu Chunxiu has become a medium-level emperor, so what? He still has to become stronger before he can strut around like that, said the strong cultivator of the Heaven clan. Chu Chunxiu remained looking calm. He looked at that person and said, anyone who comes here are guests. Come and have a few drinks. Concerning my cultivation level, I know I'm still weak, but I don't need the criticism. Chu Chunxiu, even though you're discreet, you're arrogant, and now that you're a medium-level emperor, it's even worse, spat that medium-level emperor rising into the air. Now that you're a medium-level emperor, I challenge you, so that we can both exchange our views on cultivation. Chu Chunxiu still looked calm. He had a few sips of his drink, then slowly rose into the air, his purple robe fluttering against the wind. He looked at the strong cultivator of the Heaven clan and said indifferently, are you sure you want to fight? Do you think I'm joking? Asked the strong cultivator of the Heaven clan. Chu Chunxiu nodded. He was still looking at his opponent when he suddenly released terrifying lights through his eyes. These lights were filled with ferocious determination which rose to the sky and straight at the other guy's head. Destructive, murderous, brutal, deadly, the terrifying determination roared furiously. Suddenly, it all struck the Heaven clan's cultivator's head. Then Chu Chunxiu suddenly jumped and released even more terrifying determination, making the cultivator from the Heaven clan go insane as he lost his own will. Die! Chu Chunxiu shouted. His opponent's determination had already been destroyed, so he no longer had any will to fight. The punch that Chu Chunxiu launched struck the medium-level emperor, and his soul exploded. Chu Chunxiu hadn't swallowed his enemy's determination. He had just killed him. Determination, what a terrifying determination, thought the crowd. It was their first time seeing Chu Chunxiu being so brutal. Lin Feng and his friends were also surprised. The sky-absorbing holy scriptures can absorb even emperor's determination. Chu Chunxiu must have absorbed countless strong cultivators' determinations to reach that level, thought the crowd. The Heaven clan looked glum. They had challenged him, and now they had lost another cultivator. Chu Chunxiu looked indifferent. Does anyone else want to fight against me? I don't mind. All the members from the Heaven clan dropped their eyes. A medium-level emperor's determination had been destroyed in the blink of an eye. At the same level, almost nobody could compete with such a strong cultivator. According to legends, only people who have special powers can study the sky-absorbing holy scriptures. Otherwise, their determination can break apart, and they would go insane. Chu Chunxiu must have a special body type seeing how he's learned such spells, thought the crowd. Lin Feng, come here, shouted Xianxia aggressively. He was releasing Culpa strength. Lin Feng raised his head and smiled chillingly. Chu Chunxiu had humiliated those people, so now they needed an outlet. Xianxia rose higher in the sky and said, who wants to fight? Come. Xianxia jumped forwards and released heaven strength, targeting Lin Feng. At the same time, he released demonic Culpa strength which turned into an ice-cold pitch-black beam of light. I told you, I'm definitely going to kill you, swore Xianxia. A heavenly hand descended from the sky and fused together with the pitch-black Culpa strength. Two types of ancient scriptures together in one attack, thought Lin Feng. That was a demonic Culpa heavenly hand. Lin Feng smiled coldly and jumped, releasing a demonic punch. The air exploded as they collided, creating gusts of wind which billowed outwards. Lin Feng released wind and empty space cosmic energies to move, and at the same time, a demonic earthen armor appeared on his body. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng's Culpa strength coldly, then released cosmic energies as he performed hand seals. Heavenly strength concentrated as he performed each seal. Lin Feng was pushed forwards as another gigantic hand descended from the sky. Song Zhao's Culpa energies didn't contain demon cosmic energy, which meant that he probably couldn't study demon energies like Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng moved even faster, creating sonic booms as he ran. However, the enemy's hand caught up and exploded on Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng's armor was destroyed, he wasn't injured. A few more hands were catching up to Lin Feng. The crowd sighed. Even a medium-level emperor wouldn't be able to stand such an attack. Lin Feng was going to die now. His physical body is even stronger than mine and Wu's, thought Swan. He was also a legendary beast, so he knew a lot about the durability of one's body. Lin Feng had blocked Song Zhao's attack with just his physical body, which meant that Lin Feng was stronger than him. Most low-level emperors couldn't injure him anymore. Song Zhao's cosmic energies must be around level 3 in the low Huang Qi layer, and with his celestial heaven punch and demonic culpa strength, his cosmic energies are closer to level 7. Lin Feng's dual cosmic energy armor was destroyed easily by Song Zhao's attacks, so Song Zhao's cosmic energies must be more powerful than Lin Feng's. Lin Feng must have around level 4 cosmic energies, but his body is incredible, so he can endure level 6 or 7 cosmic energies. Reasoned one of the strong cultivators from the Chu clan. Cultivation emperors were divided into low-level, medium-level, and high-level emperors. There were gigantic differences between those levels, but the difference between low-level emperors themselves wasn't that large. Low-level emperor's cosmic strength was divided into 9 levels, and Song Zhao's cosmic energies were only level 3, while Lin Feng's physical body could resist against level 6 or 7 cosmic energies. If Song Zhao didn't have such powerful skills, Lin Feng could have killed him easily. Lin Feng had such a powerful physical body because his body had been cleansed by the demonic culpa energies. If Lin Feng had only been cleansed by culpa strength 3 times, then he would have been able to resist against level 3 or 4 cosmic energies at best. But he also knew another kind of culpa strength, the one the gods used when he infuriated them. In addition, since he had been cleansed 9 times by the culpa strength from the indestructible Devamara scriptures, he had the strength of a medium-level emperor in terms of cosmic energies. Song Zhao looked at Lin Feng with a face filled with mixed emotions. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would become so terrifying after only 6 months. Lin Feng's Devamara culpa attacks were far better than his own and could make demon cosmic energy fuse together with them. Something he couldn't manage. In desperation, his spirit appeared. It was a gigantic mountain with 5 fingers, each finger exuding black lights which rose to the sky. At the same time, dozens of hands descended from the sky towards Lin Feng, each containing terrifying heaven cosmic energies. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng. Death strength flooded the sky, instantly draining Song Zhao's life. At the same time, Lin Feng shook his hand and a punch launched out. This punch was a pitch-black and ice-cold hand which contained terrifying demonic culpa strength. The celestial heavenly hand and the demonic culpa rule attacks clashed, creating explosions and gales. Song Zhao's face turned pitifully pale as an armor suddenly appeared over his body. This armor was called the Heavenly King Armor. Lin Feng punched the air towards Song Zhao's head, determined to end this. "He wants to kill Song Zhao," thought the crowd, frowning. Lin Feng was insane. He wanted to kill everyone. Boom! A terrifying energy exploded. The other members from the Heaven clan released cosmic energies at Lin Feng to stop him. Song Zhao's Heavenly King armor changed. Song Zhao had modified it so that it now covered his head. Lin Feng was surprised, but he didn't hesitate and still decided to punch it. The destructive hand crashed onto the Heavenly King armor, but his energies bounced off the armor. Lin Feng couldn't break it. A celestial heavenly hand finally caught up with Lin Feng, so he broke a talisman. Suddenly, he disappeared and reappeared above the Heaven clan's crowd. Then his silhouette flickered as he took out a shield. Although it resembled a shield, it wasn't a real shield. It was the Celestial Evolution chessboard. Celestial Evolution chessboard. The members of the Heaven clan immediately identified it. Lin Feng had killed so many people using the Celestial Evolution chessboard back at Ice Moon Lake, including medium-level emperors. Now that he had taken it out again, they knew they couldn't kill Lin Feng so easily. Dazzling lights suddenly appeared as the members of the Heaven clan took out more Imperial weapons, but they didn't have any comparable to the Heavenly King armor. The strongest among them were medium-level emperors. A contest of weapons? Asked Lin Feng, smiling in an ice-cold way. A sun dazzled in Lin Feng's right hand. A sun disk floated there. It was the sun disk he had stolen from Yang Yen. Let's see how you intend to kill me, Lin Feng said. As he said that, he released sun cosmic energy into the sun disk. It became dazzling and transformed the sun energies into destructive energies. Whoosh! Lin Feng disappeared with the wind, as fast as lightning. A strong cultivator from the Heaven clan sensed the sun disk's energies surround him, provoking a sudden desperation. He wanted to escape, but he was blinded by the sun disk. Then, the sun turned into a shooting star which struck his body, lighting him on fire. After that, the sun disk disappeared. A few hands moved towards Lin Feng as soon as the fire lit, but Lin Feng shook his hand and the celestial evolution chessboard enlarged. All the attacks broke apart, and at the same time, Lin Feng punched the air from behind the celestial evolution chessboard, killing another opponent. Lin Feng broke another talisman and disappeared. The sun disk remained though, moving towards another person's head, igniting them on fire as well. After using the talisman, Lin Feng used his godly awareness to control the celestial evolution chessboard. At that moment, the celestial evolution chessboard was spitting out illusion chi. "Run!" said Xianxia as he started running away, the members of the Heaven clan all following behind him. "Woo!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Wu groaned coldly, but he still transformed into a bird, moving towards Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng jumped onto his back and chased the members of the Heaven clan. Whoosh! Some wind cosmic energies appeared under Lin Feng's feet and surrounded Wu, letting him fly faster. The sun disk continued slaughtering them. A low-level emperor gave a horrible shriek as he was snagged by the disk, quickly dying afterwards. At the same time, Wu also bit one with his beak, and that person died from fire energies as well. The golden crow was extremely fast, and coupled with Lin Feng's wind cosmic energy, they were catching up. Even medium-level emperors couldn't be as fast as the two working together. "Stop him!" shouted Xianxia furiously. He took out an imperial weapon, which resembled a pair of wings, and accelerated. At the same time, he broke a jade talisman with a look of desperation. "Lin Feng, I didn't try to kill you, so why do you have so much animosity?" shouted Xianxia. Even though Xianxia ordered them to stay back, two medium-level emperors continued running ahead. Who would help Xianxia when it meant suicide? Cultivators thought about their own lives first, or at least most cultivators thought that way. "You will die one way or another," shouted Xianxia furiously. They separated into two groups and escaped in opposite directions. Lin Feng continued chasing Xianxia though. He knew could catch up with Xiao even if he had had the wings. "Xianxia, you are constantly saying that you want to kill me. So why are you escaping now? Don't you feel shameless?" Lin Feng shouted. "You must stop now, then you and I will have a fight without imperial weapons," said Lin Feng extremely loudly. "Battle?" Xianxia frowned and shook his head. Lin Feng could catch up with him if he continued using talismans. "Earth!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He shook his hand, and suddenly a terrifying strength oppressed Xianxia, almost paralyzing him. At the same time, Lin Feng took out the sun disk and threw it at him. The sun struck Xianxiao's wings, and they exploded. Xianxia was next to the explosion, but he hadn't been injured because his Heavenly King armor was still protecting him. Then Lin Feng continued running, causing the sky to tremble with each step. Xianxia didn't continue running, instead he slowly turning around. "Let's see how you intend to kill me," swore Xianxia. He had the Heavenly King armor, so there was no way Lin Feng could kill him. "Wu, Qingfeng, Swan, go back to the animal world," said Lin Feng to Wu and the others. They were three geniuses from the Animal Clan, and the Heaven Clan had nothing to do with them. By making them leave, Lin Feng planned to bear the responsibility for killing all the Heaven Clan's cultivators. Wu's eyes flashed as he thought, He wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would make him leave. Just what was that guy planning? All right, agreed Wu and left with the others. Lin Feng jumped forwards as Song Xiao groaned coldly, making his heavenly king armor become larger. Then he punched the air in Lin Feng's direction. However, a palace suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's hand, which moved towards Song Xiao punch. The sky shook again, but Song Xiao's defense was terrifying. Even the Jade Emperor's palace couldn't injure him. Dodge! Some people shouted as they ran sideways. The Jade Emperor's palace was falling towards them, forcing some of them avoid it. Many people from the Chu clan also came out to see the battle, but after the palace struck the ground, the atmosphere calmed down. Things were so quiet that a pin needle could be heard if it fell. If Lin Feng and Song Xiao were still battling, then things shouldn't be that calm, right? Song Ling was still running when he sensed that and suddenly stopped. What's going on? Asked Song Ling. He had a jade talisman in his hand, the one Song Xiao had called out with. Is he dead? He took out another jade talisman. This time it was Song Xiao's soul monitor, but it wasn't broken. That meant Song Xiao was still alive, but why wasn't it moving? As if time had stopped? Song Ling just stopped for a millisecond before he continued flying towards Song Xiao's location. Once he arrived, he found a gigantic palace laying on the ground. Where's Song Xiao? Song Ling shouted. Master Lin Feng and Song Xiao had a big battle. Lin Feng bombarded Song Xiao with that palace. Then the battle stopped, someone replied. Song Ling looked upset. He punched the castle, and after some trembling, the palace broke apart. As the palace broke apart suddenly, a group of people appeared. Tian level? Zun level? Those people were mostly Tian level and Zun level cultivators. Some were even at the Xianxia layer. They looked so weak and pitiful, especially given that they were in vast celestial ancient city. When the crowd inside saw that the palace was broken, some of them looked extremely happy, while some others looked insane. Surprisingly, they could finally see the sun again. How many years had it been since they had last seen the sun? But those who were happy suddenly realized what was going on, and their happiness was replaced with fear. What is this place? How strong are those cultivators? Where's Lin Feng? Asked Song Ling. Lin Feng and Song Xiao didn't seem to be in that palace. As expected, Lin Feng thought the crowd which had been trapped in the palace. It had been so many years, the crowd was wondering how strong Lin Feng had become. Master, we know nothing. Who is Lin Feng to you? Asked Song Ling, releasing energies to oppress them. Lin Feng imprisoned us in the palace, so we haven't been in the outside world for a very long time. We don't even know where we are, answered one of them. Considering his reaction, he was one of Lin Feng's enemies. Song Ling believed him. Those people must have been imprisoned given how weak and pitiful they were. Where are you from? And do you know where Lin Feng is? Song Ling asked. I come from Ganyu, and Lin Feng is a disciple of Tian Sage, replied that person. Song Ling was speechless. Ganyu? Tianqi? He couldn't have heard of those places. When those people sensed Song Ling's energies, their facial expressions changed. They looked at him respectfully and said, Where are we, master? Vast celestial ancient city, replied Song Ling grimly. He just wanted to find Lin Feng and Song Xiao, not answer their questions. Vast celestial ancient city? The crowd from the palace had never heard of that place before. They had only heard about Ba Huang and Jiu and the holy city. Those people didn't know that they were in the great world. They didn't even know that they came from a small world. They didn't know anything, really. Vast celestial ancient city is one of the 18 main cities of the Dark Knight region. But where's Tianqi? Asked Song Ling. Dark Knight. Main cities? The crowd was speechless. They didn't understand. Please forgive me, but may I ask you what your cultivation level is? Asked the crowd. Celestial Emperor, said Song Ling. He couldn't imagine who those people were. Just how many countries had Lin Feng visited? Surprisingly, he had brought so many people from remote places. Great Emperor, Celestial Emperor. The crowd was astonished. They only knew that cultivators stronger than the Zunqi layer were like gods. To them, great emperors were legendary cultivators from the antiquity who didn't exist anymore. But what about celestial emperors? They couldn't understand. What was a celestial emperor? Master, are you a legendary cultivator whose strength is superior to a cultivation emperor's? Asked someone weakly. Finally, Xianxia looked furious, making that person immediately fall onto their knees. That bastard Lin Feng. Surprisingly, he's carrying people from the small world around. Song Ling started inspecting the surroundings with his godly awareness. However, finding a person was easier said than done, especially if Lin Feng had already changed his face. After Song Ling left, the crowd remained with more questions than they knew what to do with. People from a small world. After a short time, the people from the Jade Emperor's palace started thinking, were there worlds outside of their world? Lin Feng had left and abandoned the Jade Emperor's palace. After all, it wasn't that important anymore now that Lin Feng already had a small world in his spirit. Lin Feng didn't care about those people either. Whatever happened to them wasn't his problem. At that moment, Lin Feng was seated cross-legged in a hotel room. His eyes were closed as he was inside his spirit. Lin Feng and Xianxia were in the duplicate Yangzhou city Lin Feng had created. Xianxia didn't move. Nobody attacked him. He was just facing Lin Feng. Lin Feng was smiling mockingly, standing there without worry. "Where are we?" asked Xianxia, glancing around and frowning. "Small world, your small world." Xianxia managed to process it. "Indeed, this is my small world. Your armor is too thick, but even if I can't kill you, I can still imprison you until I can," said Lin Feng, smiling in a chilling manner. Xianxia smiled as if he found all that ridiculous. "You're smiling?" said Lin Feng. "Maybe you think that some people will come and save you, but I'll tell you something here. Nobody can find you. Even if you manage to leave my small world with your godly awareness, your chi is restrained in here." "Empty words," said Xianxia. "Do you think you can control everything in your small world?" "Empty words," Lin Feng said, smiling in a cold way. "Here, Devamara Culpa strength can oppress anything." "Impossible," said Xianxia. He couldn't believe it. Nobody's small world could be that powerful. How could there be celestial Culpa strength ruling that small world? "Impossible? Just look," said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. Fire cosmic energies appeared and surrounded Xiangxiao's body. Earth cosmic energies also started surrounding him. Then thunder cosmic energies descended from the sky. All those cosmic energies were bombarding his heavenly king armor. "No, impossible. Cosmic energies. How can you use these cosmic energies?" Xianxia was confused. Lin Feng was using normal cosmic energies, as if he had been cleansed. "Do you understand now?" asked Lin Feng. Xianxia was terrified and startled. Lin Feng had broken through to the Huang Qi layer. Lin Feng was supposed to be a cultivator of the Zun Qi layer, but he was an emperor here. Maybe Lin Feng had studied a skill to hide his real cultivation level, but then how could great emperors not know that he was an emperor? Abandoned by the gods? Ridiculous. "I broke through to the Huang Qi layer a while ago. It's just that the outside world doesn't accept me. I'm the master of my own life though, not the gods. So I am still alive and I still practice cultivation here to become stronger," said Lin Feng, smiling sunnily. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "You're the one who angered the sky, Lin Feng." "Of course it was me." Restriction body." Xianxia was astonished. He had always despised Lin Feng, but surprisingly, the one who had angered the gods was Lin Feng. "Xianxia, you're ridiculous, and you're too arrogant. How could you even compare yourself with me? I can kill you with just one finger," Lin Feng said aggressively. Lin Feng slowly walked towards him. His eyes were pitch black, unfathomable, enigmatic. "Xianxia, look at me. How could you even think of fighting against me?" said Lin Feng. His voice carried demon-cursing strength. Xianxia felt like he was losing control as he looked into Lin Feng's eyes. The source of the 9 netherworlds was starting to overtake him. Xianxia wasn't aware that he was slowly turning into a demon. Xianxia didn't even realize that Lin Feng was walking towards him. "Die!" Suddenly, determination rose to the sky. and Song Zhao's brain felt like it was going to explode. At the same time, Lin Feng punched the air in Song Zhao's direction countless times. His Devamara Culpa strength was brutal and contained both fire and thunder energies. Song Zhao gave a horrible shriek as he was struck. He was going to die. Song Zhao was going to be killed by Lin Feng. His godly awareness and determination were falling apart. Blood was already spilling out of Song Zhao's eyes. His body slowly collapsed. Even though he was still wearing the Heavenly King armor, Lin Feng made it moot with his demonic willpower attack. Song Ling was still looking for Song Zhao outside a vast celestial ancient city. However, at that moment, the talisman which contained Song Zhao's soul broke. Song Zhao was dead? He was petrified. How? Song Zhao had the Heavenly King armor. Lin Feng couldn't possibly break it. So how did he kill Song Zhao? Since Lin Feng had dared kill Song Zhao, it marked his final time in vast celestial ancient city. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan was no longer a mystery, so a lot of the other cultivators at Lin Feng's level had already left. Lin Feng was from a small world, so he couldn't wait to see the Holy City. Besides, Junemo she was in the Holy City, and Lang Yi and the others had gone there too. Lin Feng didn't have any thoughts about Empress Shi and Uxian because he was still too weak. One day he'd come back and settle his accounts. The 8 vast exits of the city were not guarded, so anyone could go through as they wished, unlike those of the 9 great celestial castles. After a few months of searching, there was still no news from Lin Feng. The Heaven Clan kept spying on the Animal Clan, but Lin Feng didn't show up there either. The Heaven Clan slowly started to accept that Lin Feng had probably left vast celestial ancient city. Who's that? Asked someone who was far from vast celestial ancient city. Someone was seated with their eyes closed, and even though he knew someone was there, he still hadn't opened his eyes. Master Duanmu, it's me, Lin Feng. Duanmu opened his eyes after he heard Lin Feng. He looked surprised. I was wondering who could be so audacious. The Heaven Clan is not done looking for you, but you still came out. Vast celestial ancient city is gigantic. They can't find me, no matter how hard they try, said Lin Feng with a smile. Your fake face is incredible though. It's really well made. Even I can't recognize you, said Duanmu. Lin Feng could also hide his chi, so nobody would realize it was him. No wonder the Heaven Clan hadn't found him. It was as if he didn't exist. By the way, Lin Feng, do you want to leave the city? You want to go back to the Gold Fire City, perhaps? Asked Duanmu. I came concerning that matter indeed, said Lin Feng, nodding his head. He walked into the courtyard and said, Master, I want to go to the Holy City, but I need a good map and a weapon to improve my agility. Could you please help me? You came to the right person, little boy, said Duanmu the Celestial Emperor, smiling. Lin Feng shrugged. Duanmu was a Celestial Emperor, so he probably had millions of maps stored in his godly awareness. Concerning the weapon, Duanmu was a weapon craftsman, so who else could know weapons better than him? Duanmu gave him something for traveling. Of course, I can also exchange it with the Sun Disk and the Thunder Hammer, Lin Feng said with a smile, but Duanmu shook his head. I'm happy to give this to you. Besides, making you stronger and being your friend is more important to me than 2 great imperial weapons. You're too kind, Master. Many people are angry at me in vast celestial ancient city. I'm sure that you'll become a monster in the future, shrugged Duanmu. Besides, for Duanmu, helping Lin Feng didn't require much effort. A small map and weaponry he didn't use anymore didn't count as much. Master, thank you very much for your kindness. Lin Feng bowed before the Celestial Emperor. All right, take the map, said Duanmu. Then, he opened his third eye and his godly awareness penetrated Lin Feng's brain. At the same time, his eyes twinkled, and an ancient boat appeared in his hand, as small as a hand. I've never imprinted it, so you'll have an easy time connecting to it. With your strength, you won't have any problems using it either, explained Duanmu. Thank you very much, Master. Lin Feng replied eagerly, before taking the boat. He couldn't waste too much time traveling to the Holy City. And even after the Holy City, the boat would still have its uses in traveling to different places. By the way, if you go back to Goldfire Tower, can you help me take care of Mulin Shui? She's my good friend and she's fascinated about cultivation. If you refuse, I won't hold it over you, said Lin Feng. Duanmu nodded. If I go back to the Goldfire Tower, I will. Concerning you, Lin Feng, if you go to the Holy City, the best thing for you is to go to a university. The school will protect you. Once you're in the Holy City, the situation can be dangerous sometimes. But if you are a student, people won't attack you so easily. Universities are that prestigious? Thought Lin Feng, surprised. I'll remember that, master, replied Lin Feng. He had faith in his own abilities, but he didn't have a powerful background in the region. Go. Leave vast celestial ancient city as soon as possible, otherwise new problems could crop up unexpectedly. Take care, said Duanmu. I can't wait to see you become a great emperor. Then we'll be able to talk about so many things together. I'm afraid such an ordinary person as me wouldn't be able to do that. Anyways, I'm off, said Lin Feng, bowing one last time before leaving. He had already used his talisman to talk to Qing Feng. Qing Feng, Wu, and Swan would be going to the Holy City too, and they would meet there. Lin Feng was seated in his new boat, flying above the clouds with incredible speed. Sometimes some people passed near him, but they didn't talk to each other. Even though the boat was terrifyingly fast, Lin Feng would still need a while before reaching the Holy City. Therefore, he wasn't in a rush. He enjoyed the landscapes of the great world, relaxing a bit. A few days later, Lin Feng descended from the sky towards a large city. Even though it wasn't as big as vast celestial ancient city, it was a lot larger than Goldfire City. Lin Feng stayed there for a day and then continued traveling. The continent of the 9 clouds was gigantic, but how big was it really? And how many people were there in the world? Regardless of modern ancient clans or ancient holy clans, in antiquity, clans had been created because of a peerless cultivator. The ancient holy clans had been created by very strong cultivators. Therefore, cultivators admired strong people and wanted to become stronger, and with time more and more strong cultivators emerged in the world. Millions of years ago, strong cultivators had started creating the world as people knew it now. Lin Feng didn't fly at full speed, but he didn't have too many breaks along the road either. Lin Feng was standing in a field. He glanced around. There was grass everywhere. It was filled with vitality. Life. Lin Feng looked calm, serene, and relaxed. Life strength. Life is the opposite of death. People, animals, grass, the 10,000 things of creation. Everything is made of life, whispered Lin Feng. Around him, the grass started rolling in waves as a terrifying wind rose. Gigantic clouds appeared in the sky. However, those clouds looked strange, as they were filled with destructive energy. Life Culpa strength. How could life cosmic energy turn into life Culpa? Thought Lin Feng, looking at the cloud in the sky. Apart from life energy, all other energies could turn into Culpa, but life energy wasn't supposed to be destructive, so what was wrong with this cloud containing Culpa strength? The life Culpa cloud roiled in waves. Lin Feng wondered if the Culpa strength would be the same or not. The terrifying life cosmic energies condensed and descended from the sky, bombarding Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng sensed an infinite vitality invade his body and flow through it, and started shaking violently. The energies left his body and turned into an ancient tree. What a powerful life strength. Life Culpa strength, is that Culpa strength though? Thought Lin Feng, laughing. He was surrounded by life Culpa strength and felt good. The landscape around was so beautiful, full of life. Boom! More Culpa cosmic energies bombarded Lin Feng's body, but they couldn't injure him. His physical body was far too powerful. Lin Feng could sense that the life strength was becoming more oppressive, however. Arg! Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed that his blood was starting to boil like fire and that dragons were roaring. The earth and the sky started shaking. His eyes suddenly started twinkling. Is my dragon going to wake up? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with sharp lights. Back then, when the crows cawed as the moon went down, Lin Feng had received the dragon embryo and dragon blood. He had promised he'd raise the baby dragon, and now life energy was cleansing his body and the dragon was chanting. His blood was also boiling. Was the dragon embryo going to finally hatch? When the third wave of vitality culpa strength bombarded his body, dragon lights appeared all around Lin Feng, dazzling him. The grass became greener and the wind more powerful. Energies dashed to the sky. Then, the culpa strength slowly started dispersing. Lin Feng looked at the sky and smiled indifferently. He was still surrounded by grass. He then released his spirit. His world gradually appeared on a page there. Life strength can create, thought Lin Feng, smiling to himself. In the small world of his spirit, a celestial ancient tree appeared and grew in his body. The tree's roots intertwined with the roots of the other trees. Inside, there wasn't a Lin Feng anymore, but a forest. An ancient forest with an ancient tree. In the distance, Lin Feng sensed the life culpa energy. Some people far in the distance saw some dazzling lights in the sky and shivered. What a terrifying life strength. Had someone broken through to the Huang Qi layer using life strength? However, they had the sensation that the sky was furious. When cosmic energies cleansed a cultivator's body, it didn't look like that. Some people who were closer by sensed the life qi and trembled. How terrifying. There were some pale and pitch-black colors in the lights too, and it also felt like there had been a dragon inside. They had never seen something as surprising and terrifying as that. Many people rose up in the air. When they arrived, they saw nothing, just a forest. Is there a terrifying life cultivator here? Thought the crowd. Many people left. However, some people stayed there and started looking for something in the forest, thinking that maybe there were precious treasures there. We're not far from the holy city anymore, and surprisingly such a weak cultivator is here in the wild. Thought the crowd about those people who were looking for treasures. Surprisingly, those very weak people were also very young, around 15 to 16 years old, and they were of the Shen Qi layer. A baby was even of the Ling Qi layer. No wonder they're looking for medicine here. That place is filled with vitality qi. Some herbs can be useful. Maybe that they could use herbs to become a bit stronger. Thought many people disdainfully. Brother, that person despises us. Noted a young woman to a young man. They don't understand alchemy. No need to talk to them, replied the young man indifferently. When he looked for herbs in the wild with the elders, many people despised them too. He was used to it. Indeed, we can change everything with our herbs and potions. Grand talents mature slowly, they just don't know that. Agreed the young woman with a bright smile. All right, let's continue looking for herbs. Maybe that we could find a dragon vein herb, prodded the young man. This place was incredible and filled with many sorts of herbs. They would be able to make great potions. The handful of people continued looking for herbs. Even though their cultivation level was low, they were quite stubborn. They looked everywhere and found some herbs. Brother, that ancient tree is strange, pointed out the young woman loudly. The others also came over to see the ancient tree. They were surprised. It looks very strange, indeed. Even though it contains life, it's also different from a tree, said one of the young men. The others nodded. They sensed that that tree was different. Brother, could it be precious? Asked the young woman enthusiastically. We can't break it. We have to uproot it and bring it back to the clan, said the young woman. The group used their full strength to uproot the tree. What's going on? I can't put it into my ring, swore the young man stupefied. What a strange tree, he couldn't put it in his ring. He was astonished. Never mind, let's carry it back to the clan. It could be precious, suggested the young woman. The others nodded and headed back to their clan. They hadn't thought that tree could be so strange. Poor Lin Feng, he was in a dream and he didn't know that the tree he had created was being taken away by people. In an ancient tribe, people looked ordinary and simple. Only the young people had new clothes. At this moment, in the ancient tribe, a few young people returned carrying a strange tree. How strange, this tree's life qi is very thick. But it doesn't look like a tree and its qi doesn't disperse. What sorcery is this? Asked the young man, examining the tree. You little boy, you're dreaming. You're so weak. How could you understand such an ancient tree which might be millions of years old? It might be an immortal and legendary life tree, said someone with a laugh. Everybody around also started laughing. The tribe was noisy. Who knows? Maybe that I was lucky to find this tree, said the young woman. She tried to look determined, but she knew that if that was a precious treasure, she probably wouldn't be able to do anything with it. How could a life tree be so easy to obtain? The elders are here. Let's see what they think, said someone at that moment. A few older people walked up to the tree, prodding and touching it. One of the old men frowned and whispered, "How strange." "What is strange?" asked someone else. "That tree's life chi is very dense and thick, but its life energy is as motionless as if it was dead." "How strange," murmured the old man. The other old people were stupefied and touched the tree again. Indeed, its vitality was motionless. "Have you ever heard of the tree of life and death?" asked the leader of the group to the other elders, who shook their heads. "Then move back and have a look," said the old man. He released a terrifying strength. The young people were very weak, but the old men together had a scary chi. Boom! A gigantic hand crashed onto the tree, and the terrifying strength broke the tree. A silhouette flew away and crashed onto the ground, astonishing everyone. It was a young man, appearing clean and handsome. Lin Feng was terribly annoyed. He had created that tree to practice cultivation, and surprisingly someone had interrupted him. The worst part was that the old man had broken his world with that attack. When Lin Feng saw the crowd looking at him as if he were an alien, he rolled his eyes. He wanted to kill some people, but the old men were strong. Getting rid of them wouldn't be easy. "Who are you and why did you come to our clan?" asked the old man of Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head, greatly displeased. "Mister, I was practicing cultivation in the wild, you brought me here, then you attacked me, and now you ask me what I am doing here? You're ridiculous." "Eh?" The old man looked embarrassed. "Indeed, that's exactly what had happened. Please do as you wish, baby boy." "I just thought of something," said the old man with a hesitant smile. Then he looked at the young people and ordered, "Please take our guest for a walk around our territory." He was smiling cheerfully before scuttling off with the other elders. Lin Feng frowned and then smiled indifferently. Those old men were funny, but calling him baby boy was a bit strange. "I'm back," said someone in the distance. The crowd turned around and saw two people. One of them was tall and sturdy, and the one who was speaking looked even taller, stronger, and wilder. "Eh?" Lin Feng was stupefied when he saw the one on the right. He suddenly rose up in the air. The smaller young man scratched his head and smiled when he saw this. "Lin Feng, you're not dead." Lin Feng coughed and rolled his eyes. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Lin Feng was happy despite himself. "You're not dead. Why would I be dead?" shot back Lin Feng. "How could Huang Fulong die? I heard about your adventures in Ba Huang and so on, and about how you came out from the small world. You're still alive, that's impressive," laughed Huang Fulong, smiling and bumping fists with Lin Feng. When they bumped fists, Lin Feng sensed a sharp pain in his hand, but he tried not to think about it. Huang Fulong looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Lin Feng, why haven't you broken through to the Huang Qi layer?" Such a long time had passed, they had almost all broken through to the Huang Qi layer. Lin Feng was even more talented than the other elites back then. Even though some of them benefited from the wealth of their clans, Lin Feng should have broken through to the Huang Qi layer at least at the same time as they did. "I can't," said Lin Feng, shrugging and smiling. "Huang Fulong, who is he?" asked the bigger cultivator who was with Huang Fulong. The others were looking at them in a strange way. Surprisingly, Huang Fulong knew a strange guy in the middle of nowhere. Something had to be wrong. "My brother Lin Feng," said Huang Fulong with a broad smile. Then he said to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, that's Tantai the idiot." "Tantai the idiot? What kind of nickname was that?" "Tantai the wise," shouted Tantai furiously. He was even more domineering than Huang Fulong. "It's all the same. In any case, your name is Tantai. A little bit stupid, but that's enough," Huang Fulong went on. Lin Feng was speechless. He looked at the huge Tantai who looked rather scary. Huang Fulong, when did you come to the great world, and how did you meet Tantai? Asked Lin Feng. After you left Ba Huang, many people started saying that the holy city was a fake place, that we lived in a small world. After learning about that, many people started leaving the small world. Nobody prevented them from leaving. I also heard about the holy city and learned that it existed. Then I started traveling and I met Tantai. Even though he's stupid, he's an excellent fighter. He's massive. We also exchanged views on cultivation and he hurt me. So we came here to heal my wounds, said Huang Fulong, rather annoyed. Huang Fulong is strong and massive. His cultivation level was probably too low, Lin Feng thought. As years will pass, you will have less and less chance to defeat me, said Tantai to Huang Fulong in a disdainful yet joking way. It's because you have medical scriptures and you used many ancient pills from small tribes to make your vitality, blood, chi, bones, and soul stronger. Your grand talents matured slowly, and now you're progressing faster and faster. Life's not fair, sniffed Huang Fulong unhappily. Tantai looked at him and said, I'm going to help you too. Lin Feng understood that there could be conflicts between people like that. However, young people in the tribe did look strange. The young people were weak and looked pitiful. Tantai was very young too, maybe a year older than some of them, and he had already broken through to the Huang Qi layer. His cultivation was already very stable. He looked like a massive beast with great vitality. Lin Feng, unfortunately, you haven't broken through to the Huang Qi layer. Otherwise I would have fought against you, said Huang Fulong. He had never defeated Lin Feng, and each time they met he liked to challenge him. All right, stop fighting, you two. Did you offend people outside, you two? Asked the old man to Tantai. Tantai smiled. He looked embarrassed. Mister, in the holy city, that bunch of bastards despised us and didn't let us enter university. We were furious, so we fought with that bunch of bastards. You lost? Said the old man indifferently. That was an accident, replied Tantai nervously. You lost and came back because you want me to heal you? How shameless, sighed the old man suddenly. His chi was terrifying, and even Tantai shivered. A bunch of weirdos, thought Lin Feng, sweating. All those people were strange, even the old people. Accident? Show me your injuries, said the old man unhappily. He inspected Tantai's pulse and frowned. How cold? That's cold hell's strength? Did you meet the Ice King's grandson? Asked the old man of Tantai. I didn't. It was someone from the Snow Clan, answered Tantai, scratching his head. The old man raised his head and asked, The Snow Clan arrived in the holy city? Indeed. A few young people, they're incredibly arrogant, Tantai told him unhappily. He had bad memories. But the Snow Clan's women are so beautiful. It's incredible. Tantai was smiling at the thought. The old man rolled his eyes and said, You're starting to think about women. The women of the Snow Clan are extremely beautiful, of course, but you can't go and offend them. Your injuries are serious. I'll go and prepare a potion for you. You know what to do. Don't worry, mister. Just heal my injuries, and then give me some medicine I can take in different circumstances. I'll just take them myself. Tantai agreed with a smile as if being injured was a good thing. Lin Feng was speechless, but he was more preoccupied with the fact that the Snow Clan was in the holy city. Baby boy, come too, said the old man to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and followed along as they were brought to a simple room. It was a small world, but different from other small worlds Lin Feng had seen. This small world didn't have pavilions, rivers, lakes, or forests. It was desolate and unpopulated. However, they could see medicinal herbs in the distance, gigantic fields, and the peasants living in thatched huts. It reminded Lin Feng of the ancient times. That world seemed perfect for Tantai. The old man set a flower on fire. A simple fire, no cauldron, no special fire. Lin Feng, did you notice anything strange? Huang Fulong asked Lin Feng. Tantai was next to them. He was so tall that even when seated it was as if he was standing. How strange, thought Lin Feng. The first time it was the same for me, but I'm used to it now. The ancient tribes are like that, they're not civilized. People who can heal cultivators of the Ling Qi layer or Shen Qi layer are already very rare. In old days, the ancestors taught them how to heal. They had all medicine scriptures with recipes and so on. And the most incredible part of that story is that they can drain the energy out of your injuries, which is then good for them because they can use them for other purposes. It's so strange. Huang Fulong explained to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stupefied. An ancient tribe? This tribe was probably a powerful one. Do they get hurt on purpose then? Asked Lin Feng. Huang Fulong nodded. You're right, those people fight every day and get hurt. Then they recover and fight again. Their blood is different from people in the outside world. They don't use the stuff they give to babies to make them break through to the Tianqi layer like people in the outside world. They like to practice cultivation slowly and become stronger step by step. When they feel they're ready, they start practicing cultivation and then suddenly they become stronger and stronger at the speed of light. Lin Feng glanced at Tantai. No wonder this Tantai was a bit strange. I see. But do they use medicine to start? Lin Feng asked Tantai. Indeed. We look at the cultivation level of our children when they're about 15 years old. It's the most important age in our tribe. And then we start giving them suitable potions. No matter how you grew up, in what conditions, poor or wealthy, all the children are raised and can change their body, blood, will, and soul. We have so many potions here for everything. The blood, the bones, the soul, anything. We have powders, pills, liquids. We also have many seeds. Some people can become giants, many people choose this. From the age of 15, people are raised by the clan in every aspect, explained Tantai. Lin Feng was stupefied. Some people in the middle of nowhere understood such deep principles. Lin Feng definitely agreed with their methods. They could share, their society was almost perfect. They lacked nothing. When you're injured, it's the same, you can also take pills. The problem is that we prefer using herbs to heal rather than to become stronger. We like being injured to convert it into strength and courage. We don't want to depend on herbs, continued Tantai, smiling at Lin Feng. But I don't understand those things that good. Anyway, only old people know about those things. Lin Feng, don't worry, of course. I think our philosophy is not that bad. I think so too. The philosophy of your group is great, agreed Lin Feng with a nod. You can understand what I said? Asked Tantai. Lin Feng had understood him, but Tantai didn't understand what he said himself. A few things, replied Lin Feng, smiling. They belonged to different worlds. Learning about the culture of that tribe was an honor for Lin Feng. Lin Feng, this tribe are expert at creating medicine. They helped me change my body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken through to the Huang Qi layer that fast. Huang Fulong told him with a smile. Tantai and Huang Fulong had fought against each other back then. It was a great thing and the tribe was perfect for him. By the way, Lin Feng, you didn't tell me, how did you end up here? Asked Huang Fulong of Lin Feng. I traveled for a while. I went to vast celestial ancient city, and then I was on my way to the holy city and those people brought me here, replied Lin Feng cheerfully. He was trying to be clear and concise. You're also going to the holy city? Great. When we recover, let's go there together, but you better try and break through to the Huang Qi layer, especially if you want to go to university. There are too many terrifying cultivators and some young people who are called kings. In the region of the Dark Night, I am extremely weak, admitted Huang Fulong. His eyes were twinkling and he felt enthusiastic. Lin Feng, people here are much stronger than in the small world. I love it here. The region is gigantic. The holy city is one of the 3 main cities. Of course there are terrifying cultivators there. The best ones all move there. Lin Feng told him happily, but he was also impatient. He wanted to see incredible cultivators. Lin Feng and maybe Huang Fulong and the others, if they had stayed in a small world, they might not have broken through to the Huang Qi layer because the environment wasn't suitable. But in the great world, there were more possibilities. Indeed, some people are terrifyingly powerful. There are also incredibly beautiful women. Men chase them constantly. And outstanding women are arrogant, said Huang Fulong in annoyance. He's looking for a girlfriend, mocked Tantai. Shut up, said the old man loudly. Stop arguing. Don't forget past lessons. Humph. Tantai groaned. Nobody outside knows that I'm here. I didn't cause trouble. That bastard says he's a champion. He's insane. I didn't want the clan to get involved. Bastard, said the old man furiously. Tantai, did you hear what you said? You said you don't want the tribe to get involved? Don't forget about Ling Tian. Do you think I could let you die? Grandpa, it's not that serious. Don't worry. As long as I'm not strong enough to kill him, then I won't fight against him, said Tantai. Fighting against that person would be too difficult. Ling Tian was from another tribe. He had defeated Tantai. Now, he had proclaimed himself a champion and despised everyone. Champion? Lin Feng was curious. Some people were geniuses, some people had king bodies, but what was a champion? Lin Feng, you don't know what a champion is? Huang Fulong asked him. I only know about king bodies, replied Lin Feng. Indeed, in vast celestial ancient city maybe there are no champions, but the holy city is different. It's in the central part of the region. No matter whom they face, such people proclaim themselves champions and challenge people. Huang Fulong explained to Lin Feng. Well, if those people are champions, they keep challenging the most outstanding geniuses? Wondered Lin Feng. Of course. Those who proclaim themselves champions are terrifying. They fear nobody. Of course, some of their opponents are stronger and defeat them, and then they become new champions. As long as they don't die, they fight to amaze the whole region. Huang Fulong seemed very enthusiastic and laughed loudly. He dreamed of being a champion. I see. Lin Feng now understood what champions were. It seemed that ancient traditions persisted through the ages. Tantai was saying that he had to become stronger to kill his opponent, a champion. All right, take it now, ordered the old man, giving a full jar full of liquid medicine to Tantai. Tantai swallowed everything in one bite. After that, he opened his mouth and burped as his face twisted. The drink was awful. Refine the potion now, shouted the old man. Tantai nodded and closed his eyes, starting to modify the medicine inside his body. Even though the old man's cultivation level wasn't very high as he hadn't become a great emperor, his medical skills were incredible. Tantai had faith in him. At that moment Lin Feng sensed a cold energy invade the atmosphere. He looked at Tantai assessingly. A terrifying ice energy was being forced out of Tantai's body. That medicine is very good for Tantai. He's healing quickly, thought Lin Feng. The tribe had been doing research into medicine for a very long time. They had such incredible skills. Many people dreamt of having such potions. Master, the medicine scriptures probably contain terrifying skills, right? Said Lin Feng to the old man. Indeed. The doctors of the tribe created many techniques and skills involving medicine. They also did much research about animal strength. My clan found out that animal strength was good for various things, and especially for people like Tantai who use animal attacks and skills. He's like a lion, and a lion can destroy mountains and rivers. If someday he had the Lion King body, that would be incredible, replied the old man, not hiding the truth. There are also some people who still practice dragon strength, elephant strength, great rock strength, etc. We have all sorts of people and techniques. I see. Lin Feng nodded. Animal powers were perfect for those people. No wonder Tantai acted like an animal. He practiced lion skills and techniques. Huang Fulong has a powerful and brutal dragon body, so our clan is suitable for him. That's why we helped him. Unfortunately, he's not that young anymore, and it's difficult to make his body change. He can only rely on strength now, said the old man sadly. Huang Fulong smiled happily. It's already good. I benefit a lot from being here. I even broke through to the Huang Qi layer really quickly. If I hadn't been here, it would have taken much longer. By the way, Lin Feng, maybe he can help you break through to the Huang Qi layer? Potentially? Wondered Lin Feng, but he smiled and shook his head. No need. I don't use medicine. Lin Feng had cleansed his body many times with the Devamara Kulpa strength. Each time in his small world he already modified his body. The effects were similar to this tribe's methods, but the Devamara Kulpa strength was mysterious. You, said Huang Fulong, shaking his head. The old man smiled at Lin Feng. This little boy wasn't easy to understand. Surprisingly, he had refused calmly. Good, said Tantai at that moment. He looked like he was having fun. Lin Feng looked at him. Tantai released Lion Qi. He was really strong, the medicine had made him stronger. Let's go back to the holy city. This time, let's hope that Moron doesn't die, said Tantai. The old man rolled his eyes. You little bastard. Can you stop talking nonsense? You get angry easily. You don't want me to become stronger? Said Tantai to the old man. Don't worry. I have the feeling that you are approving. Lin Feng, come with us. The holy city is much more fun than the tribes. Let's go and travel, declared Tantai, smiling down at Lin Feng. Right, Lin Feng, come with us, said Huang Fulong. He looked excited. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled wryly. But going with them was a good idea. Being with two friends while traveling was a good thing. His two friends were wanted by some people, though. With them, the situation could get dangerous. Let's go, said Lin Feng with a helpless smile. Awesome, said Tantai, clapping Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng said goodbye to the old man, and they quickly left. In the outside world, up in the sky, there was a boat with 3 people on it. Tantai sensed the very strong wind brushing against his body and said, Lin Feng, our speed is incredible. We're going to save a lot of time. We can be there within half a day. It's the first time I have seen something this fast. Lin Feng, how did you get this? Asked Huang Fulong. He was very curious. Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer, and surprisingly he had such a terrifying treasure. Vast celestial ancient city is far away from the holy city, so an elder helped me and gave it to me, answered Lin Feng easily. With the strength of the Zun Qi layer, it would have taken you ages to travel to the holy city from vast celestial ancient city, said Tantai with a nod. By the way, Lin Feng, the beautiful women of the Snow Clan are so beautiful and very arrogant. Should we go and try to find a girlfriend among them? Lin Feng smiled wryly. No wonder that Huang Fulong called him Tantai the idiot. This guy had just forgotten what his grandpa had told him. Forget about Lin Feng. His wife is even more beautiful than the women of the Snow Clan. If you want to do that, you can go and do it yourself, Huang Fulong told Tantai. Hee, I was just joking. But I must get my revenge against the one who injured me, said Tantai unhappily. It had been hard for him. Said Huang Fulong. The Snow Clan thing is complicated to deal with anyway. Let's go to university first. Indeed. No worries for the revenge. First university, and then we'll see if we can study anything interesting, agreed Tantai. Lin Feng, you haven't broken through to the Huang Qi layer yet. It'll be difficult for you to go to university. The exams are very tough. Huang Qi layer doesn't have any guarantee either. How come you were rejected last time? You failed the exam? Asked Lin Feng. That bastard. Last time, I looked at that girl too much and we started fighting, said Tantai angrily. Lin Feng understood. You said that you wanted her to be your wife. You started fighting. It's normal, said Huang Fulong. Tantai laughed and said spiritedly, have you never seen a beautiful woman? I wish I could have one. All right, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. What kind of exam do we have to sit to enter university? Battles, if can battle your way through, then you pass the exam. Different criteria for people of different ages and cultivation levels, replied Tantai. Lin Feng nodded. That exam was fair. No matter what the person's social status, they could try. The holy city was incredible. It was a gigantic city, but it looked like a small world. There were probably billions of people there. Therefore, Lin Feng could also see mountains, lakes and rivers on the horizon among gigantic buildings. There were also people everywhere, some of them having fun in parks. In the holy city, everybody was a cultivator. Lin Feng, can you see that mountain? Asked Huang Fulong, pointing at a mountain. It was gigantic, with precipices all around, lofty and piercing through the clouds. Lin Feng and the others were flying and still had to raise their heads to look at it. That is the Buddha Mountain. People who practice Buddhist cultivation go there on pilgrimages. There are 99,999 steps to get to the top. That's a way of achieving enlightenment for them. It is said that the record to get to the top is 3 years, and it was someone a long time ago, Huang Fulong told him. Lin Feng was stupefied. What a difficult test. 3 years. It meant that some people might need 10 years or more to get to the top. People who succeed are very determined. Otherwise, how could they become incredible Buddhist cultivators? Murmured Lin Feng. 3 years to climb up a flight of stairs for enlightenment? Lin Feng didn't really want to do that. Besides, 3 years was the record, it could take more. You're wrong, said Huang Fulong, laughing at Lin Feng. You can't imagine. Oh, Lin Feng didn't understand. How am I wrong? A long time ago, very few people came here, and from what people know, they all became great demon cultivators and not Buddhist cultivators, laughed Huang Fulong. Lin Feng frowned. They didn't practice Buddhist cultivation, they became incredible demon cultivators? Unexpected. At the top of the mountain, is there a Buddhist school? Asked Lin Feng. Why did those people become demons if they were Buddhists? It must be a Buddhist school. It is said that people there are terrifying. Nobody has doubts about that, otherwise nobody would do the pilgrimage. Huang Fulong told him. Can't you get to the top by flying? Nobody has ever tried. Never go against ancient Buddhist rules, said Huang Fulong, shaking his head. Very strange place, agreed Lin Feng with a smile. He turned around and looked at the mountain. Unfortunately, he didn't practice Buddhist cultivation, otherwise he would try. The holy city has many mysteries, said Huang Fulong, laughing in anticipation. By the way, there are several universities in the holy city. To which one are we going? Asked Lin Feng. He had heard about several universities, but he didn't know their names. In the holy city, there are 4 universities for different majors. Champion University, which trains people to become champions. People there love fighting. The Celestial Godly University is where people study special powers. The Ancient University trains people to develop their godly awareness. They're very strong, they can destroy people's will and stuff like that. Only the 4 Seasons University is different. They don't put the emphasis on anything in particular. They think every discipline is important. Tantai informed him. Which ones are the best? Asked Lin Feng. They can't be compared. They have different purposes, replied Tantai. Those universities had existed for a long time in the holy city. Because every generation was different, different universities were created. There was no competition between them. Which university do you want to go to? Asked Lin Feng. He was curious. These guys were fighters and had powerful physical bodies. Maybe that they wanted to go to the Champion University. Not sure yet, replied Tantai, scratching his head and smiling uncertainly. How will you find a girlfriend from the Snow Clan if you're not sure? Asked Lin Feng. That guy had said that he had had a problem with a girl from the Snow Clan last time when sitting an exam. Tantai looked embarrassed, but laughed to cover it up. He's odd, thought Lin Feng. Then Huang Fulong said in a low voice, Let me explain. It doesn't matter really, Lin Feng, we're in the holy city now. Last time we went to the Champion University but we failed the exam, that's all. Tantai just didn't want to tell his grandfather about that. Then, we went to the Celestial Godly University and encountered someone from the Snow Clan, whom we fought. Lin Feng twitched. He understood now. Tantai was embarrassed. He had failed the exam of Champion University, and then he had lost against a member of the Snow Clan. No wonder he didn't want to tell his grandpa. Lin Feng, we failed the exam of the Champion University. You choose, which university should we go to? In any case, it's all about cultivation. There will be people to fight everywhere, said Tantai. The region of the Dark Night had many outstanding young men who came to the 3 main cities to practice. Those people were usually already strong. The 4 universities of the Holy City probably raised incredible talents. You want to go to the Champion University, right? Last time you failed, do you want to try again? Asked Lin Feng. All right. The exam is every 3 months. If you fail, you can try again. The last exam was a month ago. We have to wait to enter the next exam, replied Tantai. The Champion University was perfect for Tantai and Huang Fulong. They were real fighters. They had failed the last time, and 3 months wasn't a long wait to wait for the chance to become much stronger. They were worried for Lin Feng, who hadn't broken through to the Huangqi layer. All right, let's try Champion University again then. Lin Feng nodded. All right, last time I failed. Even if I went to other universities, I'd probably fail as well. My best chance is to try Champion University until I succeed. If I fail next time too, I'll just wait 3 more months and then try again, said Tantai firmly. The 3 of them headed towards Champion University. The boat was extremely fast, and after a short time they saw a gigantic campus, a city within the city. Lin Feng, that's Champion University. Outsiders can't enter by flying. Even students can fly only at 1,000 meters around the area. They're very strict, Huang Fulong explained to Lin Feng. I understand, nodded Lin Feng. The place was so famous, so being strict wasn't surprising. I think the university looks like a country in the small world, observed Huang Fulong with a laugh. The campus was gigantic. There were mountains, lakes, and rivers. There were historical remains too. Indeed, in the small world you'd be a god, but here at university? Agreed Lin Feng, laughing. That university is very old. The buildings are so well preserved though, and there are some mysterious historical remains. Just like in a country actually. Let's go. Lin Feng and the others descended to the ground and arrived outside of Champion University. There were some people looking at the university and dreaming that someday they'd be able to study there. We must wait a little less 2 months before the next exam. I wonder how many people will be accepted. Ask someone outside. Something great is going to happen before the next exam though. The champion will be announced, replied his interlocutor. Many people were stupefied when they heard that. The champion? Maybe that if they defeated the champion, they'd become champions too. You can't fight against him. At the same level he's too strong, and you have no experience. People of the same generation can't fight against him. People nodded. Indeed, in the holy city there were too many geniuses. But at the same time, there were also many potential champions. Kacha! Tantai clenched his fists when he heard them. He looked like an animal. Lin Feng looked at Tantai. The one who had said he was a champion, was that the person Tantai had talked about? Bullshit! Despicable people dare call themselves King Ing! Shouted Tantai furiously. People around looked at Tantai. He was brave and audacious. He dared humiliate champions. Everybody knew that Ing Cheng was very aggressive and arrogant. If someone dared disrespect him, he killed them without hesitation. Tantai! Shouted Huang Fulong grimly. He was furious because of the champions. What's going on? Asked Lin Feng. Let's go, said Huang Fulong, dragging Tantai away. People looked confused. Ing Cheng was terrifying. In the holy city he was very famous. Weak people better not offend him. After leaving, Tantai said coldly, back then, when Ling Tian reappeared after a long time, he was extremely strong. He had studied dragon elephant strength. His strength was unfathomable. Nobody could compete with him in the tribe. He came to the holy city, joined the Champion University, and then Ing Cheng plotted against him. He tried to kill him secretly, and Ling Tian was really badly injured and couldn't recover. Such despicable people dare call themselves champions? What did he do? Asked Lin Feng. Even the small tribe had such incredible cultivators sometimes. I'm not sure. Only a few people knew about that battle, and they're all dead now, Tantai answered grimly. How can you be sure that Ing Cheng plotted against him? He's extremely strong and he dares call himself a champion. But he really is incredibly strong. Lin Feng challenged him. I perfectly understand that. Back then, Ling Tian and Ing Cheng were considered incredible geniuses. Ling Tian was in Champion University. Ing Cheng is in the Celestial Godly University. They fought. Ling Tian's gigantic elephant strength was terrifying and he defeated Ing Cheng. However, after that, Ling Tian was friendly to him and they became friends. But during the competition of the 4 universities, Ling Tian was suddenly injured and couldn't recover. He was killed. If you told me that Ing Cheng defeated Ling Tian in the framework of a normal battle, I wouldn't believe it. Besides, Ling Tian thought of him as a friend, Even during the competition, he would have never hurt him. But in the end, Ling Tian died. Ying Cheng definitely did something tricky, declared Tantai. He sounded furious. Ying Cheng had secretly killed Ling Tian? How sad. What a pity. A genius had been killed for no reason. Did Champion University get involved? Asked Ling Tian. After all, Ling Tian was a member of the Champion University. Ying Cheng was from the Celestial Godly University. Ling Tian died during the competition of the 4 universities. Even if Ying Cheng resorted to evil methods, the Champion University couldn't say anything. But some strong cultivators of the Champion University learned about it, but didn't manage to do anything. That's also one of the reasons why I want to join Champion University, replied Tantai. He seemed annoyed. Unfortunately, I'm not as talented as Ling Tian, and Ying Cheng is extremely strong. He's become famous already. I can't catch up with him anymore. If you really want to, you'll succeed. Grand talents mature slowly, especially in your tribe, said Lin Feng, slapping Tantai's shoulders and smiling encouragement. Tantai just nodded. Since Ying Cheng is supposed to be a champion, we'll see how arrogant he is. Alright, good. I also want to see what a champion looks like. There should also be many strong cultivators there, nodded Lin Feng. Lin Feng actually didn't care much about Ying Cheng. If he could see him, why not though? However, Lin Feng also thought that he might meet people he knew there. Many people from the vast celestial ancient city went to the holy city. Lin Feng knew that. He also knew that Jun Emoshi was there, and also, he couldn't wait to meet other friends from Tiantai. Maybe some of them would be in the holy city? After all, for those people from the small world, the holy city was symbolic. The name itself had always been very mysterious. Jun Emoshi was here, Huang Fulong was here, Lin Feng was here. Since they were all here, Lin Feng was convinced that other people would come to the holy city as well. It was only a matter of time. Besides, the holy city was vast. It was as big as a small world. Bumping into friends or acquaintances wasn't easy there. But during a big event, it would be possible. By the way, Huang Fulong, Jun Emoshi is also in the holy city. You didn't know that, right? Asked Lin Feng, grinning at Huang Fulong. Really? Asked Huang Fulong, stupefied. Indeed. You know the King of Hell Palace? Asked Lin Feng. King of Hell Palace? Tantai was startled. The King of Hell Palace was created by the King of Hell. In his best years, he started calling himself the King of Hell and amazed the holy city. Now, the elders of the King of Hell Palace must have become incredibly strong. Lin Feng smiled. People admired strong cultivators in the world. Tantai admired champions, but he was sad that Ying Cheng was one. Junimo, she is now the Prince of Hell in the King of Hell Palace. Lin Feng smiled. Huang Fulong and Tantai glanced at each other. Huang Fulong smiled and said, "Not bad. He's really awesome." Surprisingly, he became the Prince of Hell of the King of Hell Palace. Let's go there. Let's go and find Jun Emoshi. Huang Fulong. You surprisingly have such strong friends, Tantai said teasingly. Becoming a Prince of Hell of the King of Hell Palace was very difficult. Of course, Jun Emoshi has the imperial immortal body. In the small world, we didn't care about king-type bodies, but here we do. I have a brutal dragon body. I am quite satisfied, replied Huang Fulong with a grin. Their boat started moving in the direction of the King of Hell Palace. They wanted to see Jun Emoshi. Your brutal dragon body is a joke, mocked Tantai. Huang Fulong looked angry. He wanted to hit the other. But unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough. Tantai, I've never told you, but in our group of friends, Lin Feng was the most talented one. He was even stronger than Jun Emoshi. The most surprising thing is that he can't break through to the Huang Qi layer. Huang Fulong shook his head. After so many years, Lin Feng should have broken through to the Huang Qi layer. Why was he stuck at the top of the Zun Qi layer? Lin Feng was the most talented one? How strange. Antai looked intrigued. Huang Fulong, my cultivation is different from yours. Whether I will break through to the Huang Qi layer or not is not a problem for me. You'll understand soon. Smiled Lin Feng. All right, I believe you. I hope you will surprise me pleasantly, agreed Huang Fulong. smiling and not insisting. The king of Hell Palace was suspended above dark waters. Lin Feng and the others arrived by their skyboat. They looked at the vast palace in front of them. It looked like hell, and it rather unreal. The palace in front of them was floating above the water and kept flickering as if it was shaking. In front of the main gate there was a bridge, and the bridge was floating in the air too. King of Hell Palace. Lin Feng read the letters at the top of the gate. It looked incredible. Lin Feng thought that that place was probably a small world, including the murky waters. "Let's go," said Lin Feng, jumping onto the bridge. After a short time, he arrived in front of the main gate of the King of Hell Palace. Some guards were there wearing dark metal armors. They looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Jun Mo, she's friend. If we can't go in, we can also wait for him here," answered Lin Feng patiently. He had already contacted Jun Mo she using their talismans anyway. "I see, please wait here," replied one of the guards coldly. Not just anyone could get into their territory. Very quickly, Jun Mo she arrived. He smiled at Lin Feng and Huang Fulong. "Huang Fulong, you came to the Holy City as well, right? And you became the Prince of Hell of the King of Hell Palace. That's incredible," exclaimed Huang Fulong enthusiastically. "By the way, this is Tantai the Idiot, a new friend of mine." "Tantai the Wise," said Tantai furiously. "That bastard. How dare he say such an insulting thing?" "Oh man," sighed Jun Mo shi, glancing at Huang Fulong. He then glanced at Tantai and said, "Brother Tantai, come to the King of Hell Palace." The friends headed along the main road of the King of Hell Palace. There were many palaces as it was gigantic, and the chi there was pale but everywhere like water. "The King of Hell Palace is a cold place." "Ice hell?" exclaimed Tantai. He felt cold even though he was extremely strong. It meant that the energies here were terrifying. "It's cold here, it's normal," said Jun Mo shi with a smile. The palace was beautiful but still cold. "Prince of Hell," greeted someone, bowing before Jun Mo shi on the way. Jun Mo shi smiled back. After a short time, they arrived in front of an ancient pavilion. Jun Mo shi took some hot unit bottles from Lin Feng and grinned. "We haven't drunk together for such a long time. Now, the four of us can have a drink." "Hee, unfortunately, a girl is not here," chuckled Huang Fulong. Lin Feng smiled at him and asked, "Do you miss Tian Qixue?" "How could I? In the great world, there are many amazing women. How could I miss her?" "Huang Fulong, I'll help you. I'll introduce you to beautiful women. In the Holy City, there are many of them, and they're very strong on top of that." Jun Mo shi smiled. He was the Prince of Hell of the King of Hell Palace. He knew the Holy City quite well already. He probably knew many geniuses. "That's..." Huang Fulong looked confused and embarrassed. Lin Feng and the others just grinned at him. "Come, have a drink." Jun Mo shi raised his glass and everybody downed their drinks. "Did you come here to go to university? In a month, the exams will start. Which university do you want to go to?" "Champion University." Lin Feng grinned. Champion University is not bad. But Lang Yi will go to Four Seasons University. He wants to learn everything, Jun Mo shi told him. "Four Seasons University," repeated Lin Feng. "It reminds me of Chu Chun Chiu. Of course, Chu Chun Chiu will probably go to the ancient university." Chu Chun Chiu studied the sky-absorbing holy scriptures. He can absorb emperors' wills. He should go to the ancient university, but he's enigmatic and unfathomable. Maybe he will go to another university, suggested Jun Mo shi. Lin Feng nodded agreement. Chu Chun Chiu was enigmatic. In less than half a year, he had become a medium-level emperor. He was terrifyingly strong now and would become monstrously strong in the future. Mo shi, did you know that Chu Chun Chiu became a medium-level emperor? Said Lin Feng. Jun Mo shi nodded. Even though I came back to the Holy City, I still know what's going on in the vast celestial ancient city. Chu Chun Chiu became a medium-level emperor in less than 2 years. You killed Xianxia and then disappeared. Back then, I thought you were probably going to come to the Holy City. Of course, I hadn't thought you'd come so fast. In less than 2 years? Huang Fulong was startled. How strong? Actually, less than 1.5, corrected Lin Feng. He asked Junimo Shi, what do you think about Chu Chun Xiu? He's very secretive. I wonder if the Chu clan helped him or if he solely relied on his strength. If he did rely solely on himself, then it means he's a terrifying cultivator, replied Junimo Shi. Such a cultivation speed was almost impossible. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. Let's not talk about him and drink. And so they continued drinking. How good. Cultivators love very strong alcohol. Hot unit makes my blood boil, said Tantai happily. It was good to be with friends. After drinking for a while, the faces of the 4 friends were all red. Junimo Shi stood up and laughed. I haven't been that happy in a long time. We have no alcohol left. Let's go out. I'll introduce you to some people. Maybe that they'll become your competitors if they want to go to the same university as you. All right, the holy city is legendary for us. Let's do some sightseeing, said Lin Feng cheerfully. They all started walking the streets of the holy city. Maybe Huang Fulong will meet someone, said Junimo Shi, laughing. Everybody else laughed too. The friends left the king of Hell Palace. Junimo Shi was the prince of hell. Nobody dared stop him. In the holy city there was a gigantic building, the Palace of Provision, with flights of stairs all around it. At the top of the building, there was an ancient pavilion with good food and good alcohol. There was also a young woman dancing lightly and gracefully. However, nobody else could go to that pavilion. At that moment, Junimo Shi and the others arrived at the foot of the Palace of Provision. However, a group of beautiful women prevented them from going in. They were all beautiful and graceful. They smiled at Junimo Shi. Prince of Hell, your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. One of them greeted him. Those people are my friends. I want to show them around, said Junimo Shi with a smile. However, a woman smiled back and asked, the Palace of Provision has rules. Who are they? I can't take my friends in? Asked Junimo Shi unhappily. The friends of the Prince of Hell are probably outstanding people. But the Palace of Provision has rules. People who are above 40 years old and people whose cultivation level is inferior to Emperor cannot enter the Palace of Provision. Please don't feel offended, said the woman, looking embarrassed. Lin Feng was stupefied and thought that the Palace of Provision was probably monstrously strong, because those rules were very specific. Being under 40 and having already broken through to the Huangqi layer was already incredible. But in the holy city there were also many geniuses. There are more rules. Those who are very talented and those who have a prestigious social status can also enter the palace, right? Asked Junimo Shi indifferently. Indeed. So you understand my position. Lin Feng walked up to the woman and suddenly lights appeared indistinctly. Lin Feng was suddenly surrounded by many lights of different colors. They looked beautiful. Cosmic strength, so many cosmic energies. The woman was surprised as she smiled. You're incredible. You already control so many cosmic energies. When you break through to the Huangqi layer, you'll be terrifying. You are very talented. You are welcome to the Palace of Provision. Then she nodded to indicate Lin Feng could go in. Richly ornamented palace. The statues and paintings seem alive, said Tantai with a sigh. That's the king's palace, right? It's incredible. It's the first time I've come here. Indeed, that's the king's palace. Even though there are many rules, people who come here are really incredible. They can hang out with many other incredible geniuses. They can also learn about things you can't even imagine. Junimo Shi replied cheerfully. The 4 of them walked up a flight of stairs, seeing people on every floor. After a short time, they arrived at the top. It was quite large. There were many people who seemed to be talking about something. A beautiful woman led the way and showed Junimo Shi and the others to a stone table. They sat down and started drinking good alcohol and eating good food. The holy city is a great place for geniuses. It plays an important role as one of the main cities. There is a lot of competition here. The best fighters are the most competitive. Those who can defeat the most heroic young people become champions. The champion university is the strongest group, a young man said at that moment. The champion university is very famous, but are they really the best? Why would the champion be Ing Cheng? Then, He's from the Celestial Godly University, said someone else. All in all, cultivators can't avoid using special powers. Cultivation is limited, but strength is the most important thing. The 4 universities have a long history. Many people compete against each others. Everybody wants to be a champion. No matter what, the future can always change. Even though Ing Chang is the champion and his attacks are terrifying, it doesn't prove that he's a peerless cultivator, said someone else. For him, competition was useless. So according to you, everybody should go to the 4 Seasons University and study all sorts of things, but don't forget that even though the 4 Seasons University is one of the 4 universities, most of the geniuses who studied there were amongst the weakest ones, rebutted the other one. Just statistics. Cultivators are free to choose their own path. Everybody expressed their own opinions. Lin Feng was thinking. Cultivators could choose their own path, but it was difficult. For Lin Feng, everything seemed to be possible, but still the situation was complex. His cultivation speed wasn't incredible, but he was very good at fighting because he had studied a lot of things. Thinking too much about those things were useless. Life was mysterious. Lin Feng had thought about those questions in the past, but each time it was the same, he had no answer. The best thing was to focus. The Prince of Hell is here. What do you think, my friend? Asked someone with a smile of greeting. I'm not very smart, I learn so slowly, and I am bad in terms of physical strength, battling strategies, skills, techniques, willpower, and soul, replied Junemoshi lightly. Sounded like bullshit, but nobody laughed. Many people whispered. Then, the one who had just talked smiled and said, You're right. The most important thing is strength. The rest should be centered around cultivation. Everybody has their own path. If someone isn't a student anywhere, then they can dream, said another person easily. Who are those people next to you? My friends, stated Jun Emoshi. I've known Lin Feng and Huang Fulong for many years. And that's Tantai, a friend of mine. Tantai, I saw him last time at the Celestial Godly University. A celestial girl from the Snow Clan kicked him last time. Friends of the Prince of Hell? I would have never thought that. I see, said someone, smiling in a calm and serene way. Tantai and Huang Fulong glanced at him coldly. I've heard that Brother Shang has failed university exams 4 times. People who sat the exams for the first time with you are all students now, and some of them even succeeded the first time. Brother Shan, I wouldn't have thought I'd see you here. I'm very surprised. Junemo, she replied coolly. It's okay to practice, that person said angrily. Junemo, she was surprisingly making the situation escalate. I've heard about Lin Feng, spoke up someone else. Everybody looked at him. He looked at Lin Feng and asked cheerfully, Your Excellency, are you from the vast celestial ancient city? Indeed, confirmed Lin Feng politely. I see. Brother Lin, I've heard that you used the Celestial Evolution chessboard and the Sun Holy Clan's Sun Disk to kill dozens of emperors of the vast celestial ancient city's holy clans, and even some medium-level emperors. You even killed Xianxia. You like fighting, it seems, said that person with a thin smile. He hadn't thought he'd meet the legendary cultivator who had been abandoned by the gods. And the rumors were true, he wasn't an emperor. Your Excellency, you're flattering me, replied Lin Feng politely. Huang Fulong and Tantai looked at Lin Feng in a strange way. That guy had already killed that many emperors? Even medium-level emperors? Lin Feng, who has been abandoned by the gods at the Ice Moon Lake? Many people now remembered Lin Feng's name and looked at him. He had challenged many disciples from huge clans. Every big city paid attention to what happened in other cities. If something happened, they learned about it, and therefore many people had learned about the situation in vast celestial ancient city. Among the news, they had learned that Chu Chunqiu was terrifyingly strong, and that someone with a godly imprint king body and someone with the world king body had appeared. They also knew that Lin Feng, who had been abandoned by the gods, was an imperial culpa, that he controlled 7 types of cosmic energies, and that he had the Celestial Evolution chessboard which he had used to kill many strong cultivators from the Sun Holy Clan and the Heaven Clan. They also knew about the Moon Palace, Empress Xi's rebirth, the Netherworld Demon Emperor, and the strong cultivators of the Moon Palace. Those things were important, so people knew about Lin Feng. Your Excellency, I've heard Lin Feng said he'd defy the skies and would break through to the Huangqi layer. Unfortunately, he still only knows 7 sorts of cosmic energies and hasn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer. A young man in white clothes said softly. He looked at Lin Feng with compassion. Unfortunately, he's an imperial culpa and can't break through to the Huang Qi layer, someone else explained. Lin Feng was very strange. They had heard about Lin Feng's adventures at the Ice Moon Lake. Prince of Hell, your friend is special. He killed Yang Yen from the Sun Holy Clan. Now, he's in the Holy City. He'll definitely encounter some people from the Heaven Clan and the Sun Holy Clan if he stays here. They'll want to get their revenge. Lin Feng should be very careful here. Don't worry about me. I was fine in the vast celestial ancient city, so why wouldn't I be safe in the Holy City? What could happen? Asked Lin Feng breezily. I've heard that Lin Feng relied on the celestial evolution chessboard to kill emperors and that without the celestial evolution chessboard, he would have died. Can you show us your celestial evolution chessboard? Asked the one who had been rude to Tantai. Everybody was stupefied. Brother Shang spoke up. Indeed, the celestial evolution chessboard is a treasure from the celestial evolution holy clan. I've never seen it. Please show it to us, Brother Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at those people and smiled indifferently. You all have incredible social statuses. You all have incredible treasures. Can you show them to me as well? Right? You're all quite cheeky. Would you show your treasures to everyone? Asked Tantai furiously. Those people were really brazen. The celestial evolution chessboard was Lin Feng's treasure. Why would he show it to them? How ridiculous. After seeing it, what? They'd ask him if they could use it? Those people were startled. Brother Shang smiled coldly. You have a bad temper. We just to see how amazing the celestial evolution chessboard is. What is the problem? You don't know how to differentiate good from bad. We don't know how to differentiate good from bad? So why don't you take out the great treasures of your clan then? Shot back Tantai furiously. Insolent! Shouted one of the young men coldly. Do you know where you are? You came here. We let you in just to give the Prince of Hell face. Tantai suddenly stood up. He was furious. Waves of energies were rolling around him. However, Junimo she dragged him back and made him sit down. Then, he said indifferently, Shangyu, the Palace of Provision is a place for incredible geniuses. You're allowed in here, so why wouldn't my friends be? You think that they were allowed in only to give me face. You're just supporting your friends. Those 2 emperors are maybe okay, but Lin Feng hasn't even broken through to the Huang Qi layer yet. He couldn't be in here if it wasn't for you? Sneered Shangyu indifferently. Lin Feng has killed many emperors in his life. Have you ever killed emperors, Brother Shangyu? Asked Junimo Shi. The vast celestial ancient city is the vast celestial ancient city. Here is the holy city. Besides, back then, Lin Feng relied on the celestial evolution chessboard to fight back then. It doesn't prove he's strong. If he doesn't use weapons, then what will happen? Sniffed Shangyu, taking a drink before he stopped talking. Amongst all these people, you're one of the weakest ones, noted Junimo Shi calmly. Shangyu looked back at him coldly. Junimo Shi wasn't pretending anymore. He was directly humiliating him. Nobody said anything, but they were amused. It had nothing to do with them. Lin Feng came from the vast celestial ancient city. They didn't know how strong he was. How noisy, said someone walking up the stairs towards the top floor. In another pavilion at the top, some people who had an imposing appearance were seated in a pavilion. They looked heroic. That's Yuan Ho, a strong cultivator from Champion University. He's terrifyingly strong, thought the crowd. Yuan Ho was famous in Champion University. He had been studying there for 2 years and he had already proven how strong he was. The following exam would depend on him. Don't look at me like that. I'm just taking a walk, said Yuan Ho evenly. Some beautiful women brought drinks over to him. Those people are cool. I wonder how many people will sit the exam next time, wondered one of them with a smile. Dan Meng, be merciful when facing those little boys, said someone else to the one who had just talked. He was dressed in black and smiling thinly. The crowd looked at Dan Meng. He played an important part in Champion University. He was very aggressive, too. Shangyu, you keep failing. This time, do your best. Your brother told me to take care of you. Dan Meng said to Xianxia with a smile. He then looked annoyed and said, I have the feeling that you still need years before succeeding, though. Haha. Don't worry. With you, the same thing couldn't happen, said Xianxia, laughing loudly. Everybody understood why Xianxia wanted to pass the exam of the Champion University. He had tried to sit the exams of the other universities to train. You're the chief examiner? Tantai asked Dan Meng. The chief examiners were in charge of the exams. Competitors had to defeat chief examiners. I'm one of the chiefs among the low-level emperors, indeed, said Dan Meng, smiling at Tantai. All right, if the other chief examiners are like you, then being accepted at the Champion University shouldn't be a problem, said Tantai with a smile. Everybody looked at Tantai speechlessly. Lin Feng had a sip of alcohol. He remained silent. Tantai was a bit too direct. As expected, Dan Meng's mouth twitched. He looked at Tantai and said, We'll see. Wait for me then, said Tantai cheerfully. The friends of the Prince of Hell are funny. He dares act so arrogantly. Xianxia observed coldly. Dan Meng was very strong. In a one-on-one fight against him, defeating Tantai wouldn't be difficult for him, and Tantai dared say he would easily pass if all the chief examiners were like Dan Meng. Junimo Shi, let's go. Those people are too narrow-minded. They only think about social status. It's boring, Tantai said to Junimo Shi. It's not that way. Some of my friends like coming here. It's just that they didn't come today. We might meet them again next time, agreed Junimo Shi, also standing up. Are you all going to sit the exam of Champion University? Dan Meng asked Tantai and the others. The three of us will sit the exam of Champion University. Wait for us, answered Tantai. All right, we'll see, replied Dan Meng. Xianxia broke in. Good luck. You can't use treasures at the exam, only pure strength. I hope you don't encounter me at the exam, said Tantai to Xianxia. Otherwise, you'll fail like all the other times. We'll see, Xianxia spat back. Junimo Shi and the others left the Palace of Provision, and after that they went back to the King of Hell Palace. They stayed there until the 3 days preceding the university exam. Yingcheng had a battle stage in the Celestial Godly University. The 4 universities had existed for a long time in the Holy City. They had a long history and many geniuses had studied there, including some people who had amazed the whole region. In history, after becoming a champion, the academic institutions considered the cultivator as extremely strong. It was an honor. Of course, champions also had to go through a terribly difficult exam. Otherwise, if they became normal after having become champions, then the universities would have been humiliated. Yingcheng was in the Celestial Godly University and walking towards the crowd from the Holy City. He was King Ying in that place. At that moment, the crowd was gigantic. Lin Feng was among them. How incredible, there are even many great emperors, Tantai thought, glancing around. Even in the bleachers, some people were terrifying. Around the champions' bleachers, there were statues everywhere, incredible teachers of the university who had existed before. They were the symbols of the glory of the university. In the Holy City, there are many strong cultivators and many geniuses. In the 4 universities, there are strong cultivators in all the universities. Every 100 years, a champion is chosen. It's a glorious thing. Champions have to be very strong, said Junimo Shi. Tantai glanced at him. He wasn't happy about the new champion. 100 years is too long, indeed. Champions have to be extraordinarily strong, murmured Lin Feng. But this year, apart from Yingcheng, in the Champion University, there's another strong cultivator. He's young and has the potential to be a champion. Junimo Shi told Lin Feng. Champion University? Indeed. Jichong, his name is Jichong, said Junimo Shi with a nod. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. In the Holy City, there were many geniuses. Would Lin Feng find his place there? On stage, a dazzling light shone down, and people appeared. Everybody saw a light beam and many silhouettes. Those people remained as motionless as statues. The number of people is increasing. The day of the champion is very important, said Lin Feng. Junimo Shi nodded agreement. Extraordinary champions make universities happy. Champions are really strong. It's not an exaggeration. Dong! An ancient bell rang and resonated far in the distance. A silhouette slowly arrived, climbing up the flight of stairs. That person looked ordinary, but at the same time enigmatic and unfathomable. He had the chi of a king. Each time he made a step, people's hearts pounded. His steps were in symbiosis with the cosmic waves of the land. As soon as he showed up, everyone looked at him. No matter where he was the hero. Ing Cheng. Even people who had never seen Ing Cheng recognized him. He looks brutal and violent like a dragon or a tiger, as if the earth could collapse around him. He really looks scary, thought Lin Feng, observing Ing Cheng's chi. He sighed. There was probably a huge difference between him and Ing Cheng. A champion appeared every 100 years. They were extremely strong. Champions were even rarer than king bodies. It was a step-by-step process. It took time to become a champion. Junimo Shi, what is Ing Cheng's cultivation level? Asked Lin Feng to Junimo Shi. I don't know, but he can probably destroy any emperor. Junimo Shi answered calmly. Lin Feng nodded. As expected, Ing Cheng was terrifyingly strong. Today is the ceremony of the champion. Thank you for coming here, everyone, said an old man at that moment. Lin Feng glanced around. Some of the cultivators were enigmatic and unfathomable. Maybe they were from the 3 other universities. Congratulations to the Celestial Godly University for having a champion. The 4 Seasons University wishes Ing Cheng much luck, said another old man at that moment. He was extremely strong. The Ancient University also congratulates the champion Ing Cheng, said another old man, a strong cultivator from the Ancient University. However, after them, nobody continued. People looked surprised. The champion university didn't express themselves. But since there were tensions between the champion university and the Celestial Godly University, it was normal. Back then, they had a cultivator who was talented and who had even defeated Ing Cheng. But then Ing Cheng killed him. If he hadn't died back then, he probably would have become a great emperor. Unfortunately, that hero had died. Besides, the champion university had a terrifyingly strong cultivator. Some people already called Ji Cheng a champion or King Ji Cheng. He had the potential to be a champion. He was the only one who could possibly defeat Ing Cheng. Have people from the champion university not arrived yet? Asked Ing Cheng at that moment. He sounded angry. Nobody replied. Nobody from the champion university congratulated him. The atmosphere became calm. Ing Cheng said, the 4 universities should be here for the champion. And now Champion University is not here. We'll definitely go to the Champion University at some point. Ing Cheng released energies. The crowd shivered. Ing Cheng was a real champion. Surprisingly, Champion University dared to humiliate him. He had to teach them a good lesson. The Champion University is here, said a voice in the sky. Chi rolled in waves and a tornado appeared. A silhouette also appeared. The person was wearing a golden robe and looking at Ing Cheng angrily. King Ji Cheng. The crowd was stupefied. The champion university was there. But King Ji Cheng looked angry. How scary. King Ji Cheng is the only person who would dare face Ing Cheng like that. The 4 Seasons University and the Ancient University have incredible geniuses, but none of them are as strong as Ing Cheng and Ji Cheng, thought the crowd. Ing Cheng raised his head and 2 lights of fury appeared in his eyes. He shouted furiously and released energies, rising up into the air. He released energies which pressured Ji Cheng. Boom! The 2 threads of will collided. 2 silhouettes appeared, Ji Cheng and Ing Cheng's silhouettes. Ing Cheng, wait for me, said Ji Cheng loudly. Ing Cheng was the champion. Ji Cheng stopped confronting him and joined the crowd. I can't wait to battle against you. Ing Cheng's voice rolled in waves in the air. The 2 silhouettes collided and the energies exploded and disappeared. The crowd couldn't calm down. That was incredible. Ing Cheng. Wait until Ji Cheng is the new champion. No wonder that he's King Ji Cheng, he's incredible. He'll definitely become a champion, exclaimed someone next to Lin Feng and the others. They turned their heads and saw some people they knew. They had seen them in the Palace of Provision. Yuan Ho, the strong cultivator from Champion University, Dan Meng, and the others. Of course, Ji Chong went far away for a while. I wonder if he's become much stronger than before, Dan Meng observed calmly. He sounded like he knew a lot about Ji Chang's life. He formed Ji Chang's club and he's a king for them. Their officer. Many incredible cultivators follow him. Ji Chang is ambitious. He wants to create a kingdom. Junimo, she said to Lin Feng in a low voice. Lin Feng shivered. Ji Chang had formed a Ji Chang's club. He wanted to create a kingdom. People who created powerful holy clans or groups like the King of Hell Palace were incredibly strong. Ji Chang was wild, but Lin Feng also thought that it proved how strong university students were. He recruited people within the university and could create a terrifying group of influence. Maybe Lin Feng would be able to make Tiantai rise again from within the university? But Lin Feng knew it would be difficult. University students were terrifying cultivators. For example, Tiantai was extremely strong, but he had failed the previous time. Only geniuses could become university students. They were proud and yet some people even tried to control others like Ji Chang. He had the potential to become a champion, and with many followers it would be even easier. Maybe I could also become a champion, thought Lin Feng. If he became a king, he'd be considered an incredible cultivator everywhere in the holy city. He would be able to create sects and clans. Ceremony of the champion, calling of the hero, said an old man of Champion University. Dazzling lights illuminated the atmosphere. Young people were all enthusiastic. It would be wonderful if they could become champions as well. Champion stone tablet, said another voice. A statue shook and turned into Ing Cheng. It was the champion's ceremony. His statue had its place there. On the statue there was a stone plate. Something could be written on it, but at that moment it was blank. Ing Cheng, you achieved great things. Write some of your great achievements on the stone plate. Of course, if you haven't done anything in 100 years, then your stature will be destroyed, declared a voice. Ing Cheng nodded back. Ing Cheng must write the proper words on the stone tablet. All right, Champion University, watch, said the old man calmly, but he looked enthusiastic. The previous champion from the Celestial Godly University had been chosen 500 years before, and now, 500 years later, the champion was from the Celestial Godly University again. After it finished, the crowd dispersed. Lin Feng and the others temporarily dispersed in Champion University. Tiantai wanted to join Champion University, but Junimo, she didn't intend to join a university yet. He wanted to stay at the King of Hell Palace and then check out which university would be the best for him. In the Holy City, the universities had rules. When you became a university student, you lost your social status, you were a university student and nothing else. University students had to forget about their families, their clans, their sects, etc. All that mattered at a university was strength. Besides, no matter what, at university battles were sometimes to death, in which case clans and sects were not allowed to get involved. People had to accept the fact that their disciples could die there. That was part of the deal. At that moment, outside of Champion University, there were many young people. It seems that more than 500 people will enter the exam for Champion University. I wonder how many will become students, thought some people in the crowd. Every 3 months there was an exam, but as before, so many people were going to give it a try. Universities were gigantic. Each day, millions of people came from everywhere in the region of the Dark Night to go to universities. As long as a cultivator could become a university student, his future would be bright. If they didn't die, they almost had to become great emperors someday. The success rate of the exams at the 4 universities are extremely low. Each time, so many people sit the exam, but as before, received applicants are very few, to the extent that some careless people even die during the exam, said Tiantai. Lin Feng looked at him in a strangely. That dangerous? Why don't people wait until they're strong enough? Then, all the applicants are strong. Most people can also protect their lives pretty well, but some can't, and each time some people die because they're too careless and de facto incompetent, explained Tiantai. Besides, the level of the exam depends on your level, low-level emperor, medium-level emperor. It's the same for everybody. Who thought that they could get killed? Lin Feng nodded and smiled. What about people who haven't broken through to the Huang Qi layer? Same as low-level emperors, said Tiantai. If I meet the chief examiner we met at the Palace of Provision, then I should ask about those who will take the exam with us, but we also have to be careful about them. So the people in our group are not strong? Asked Lin Feng. Of course, there are always ways to cheat. The chief examiners know a lot, they've been working here for many years. I understand. Lin Feng nodded. It was always interesting to have new people around. So weak and you dare come and take the exam of Champion University, said someone at that moment. Lin Feng and the others turned around and saw Xianxia coming over. Apparently, he was there to take the exam as well. If I have to face you during the exam, you'll regret it. I'll make you shut your filthy mouth, replied Tantai. He was extremely angry. Xianxia looked back at him coldly. All right, we'll see how you do that. You'll see. Tantai spat icily. I'll just see then, said Xianxia, unimpressed. Tantai turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Huang Fulong and I have already gone through the exam, we know how to do things. Wait until we get to the examination area and we'll tell you more. You can't use external strength in the examination area. I'll whistle and I'll wait for you. When you hear me whistle, come and join Huang Fulong and me as soon as possible. All right, I'll wait for your signal and join you guys, but you don't need to wait for me, you can just attack. I'll be fine, said Lin Feng to Tantai. After all, he didn't know how vast the university was. Are you sure you can do that alone? Asked Tantai. Don't worry, in the vast celestial ancient city, I killed many people and I'm still alive, Lin Feng smiled. He was convinced that among those who were going to sit the low-level emperor's exam, nobody could defeat him. All right, since you seem confident, I trust you. Tantai nodded. What a beautiful girl, said someone at that moment. They gazed into the distance and saw an incredibly beautiful woman. Yuan Jing, Princess Yuan is here in Champion University, thought the crowd. They were astonished. She was the princess of the Yuan clan. She belonged to the direct lineage of the group. In Champion University, there were many people from the Yuan clan, like Yuan Ho. He was in charge of the exam. Yuan Ho was a terrifying cultivator. He was in the Ji Chang's club. He had power. Ji Chang's club had been created by King Ji Chang. He would probably become a terrifying cultivator and the group would become a holy clan. Does the princess want to take the exam as well? Asked someone at that moment. It was Yuan Ho. Yuan Jing stopped moving. Mind your own business. I want to sit the exam of Champion University, and I would like to be sure that nobody controls the event from behind the scenes. Yuan Jing replied serenely. Sister, I think you're extremely strong and the exam is very fair. How can you talk about any sort of control behind the scenes? Don't worry, Yuan Ho answered, smiling indifferently. All right, good. Go and prepare everything. It will start soon. Don't get crushed by an army of insects like us, Yuan Jing said calmly. So the disciples are even stronger than I expected? Then, it's perfect, Yuan Ho observed with a tight smile. All right, princess. I'm off. Good luck. See you, said Yuan Jing, nodding before she disappeared into the crowd. I wouldn't have thought that the princess would come and sit the exam. A strong and really beautiful woman will soon become a student here, said someone, smiling after Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing glanced at him easily and said, You should focus instead of talking nonsense. You should be getting prepared for the exam. The success rate is extremely low here. It won't be easy. Of course, answered that person, smiling and stepping back. People then started getting ready. At that moment, a strong cultivator rose up in the air, and more followed. They all had powerful chi. They looked down at the crowd as a gigantic map appeared under their feet. It contained world strength. Yuan Ho said, The world is plainly visible. I will be guiding you during the exam. Just listen to what I say. Understood. Don't worry, Yuan. Give me 4 people, it won't be easy to succeed. Back then, it wasn't easy for us to get in, spoke up Dan Meng, laughing wholeheartedly. Everybody wanted to fight there, and those old men looked eager to see battles as well. Back then, some disciples had gone through this, and now some other people would again. The candidates probably couldn't believe that one of the major elements of the exam was a map. They could go anywhere on it. So of course, Many hardships awaited them on the way. Don't worry. Each time, some incredible cultivators rise. Sometimes, nobody is killed. Besides, many people are going to sit the exam. I'm even starting to wonder if there are enough people, said Yuanho. He sounded vigilant. He didn't underestimate the candidates. Not enough? We've so many people. We could almost have 2 people observing everyone. Dan Meng smiled. Their team was incredible. All right, we'll do our best then. If they succeed, it's because they're strong. Get ready, ordered Yuanho, his eyes twinkling. Outside of Champion University, an illusion appeared and a voice proclaimed, "Low-level emperors, come in. It's the beginning of the exam," thought the crowd, glancing around. Remember that we won't be able to stay together all the time. Be careful, warned Tantai. Lin Feng and the others jumped into the illusion hole. Humph! Shang Yu groaned coldly and jumped into the hole after them. He hoped he'd become a student soon. In front of Lin Feng, a talisman was twinkling. This time there were many people and therefore some people had to give up directly. Only those who had 5 talismans could go to the castle. Also, they couldn't use anything to fight. When the crowd heard the rules, they understood everything. Sometimes only 1 or 2 people could pass the exam. If nobody was suitable, then nobody was chosen. That was also a possibility. Lin Feng's heart started pounding as he walked forwards and grabbed a talisman. Arg! A lion roared in the distance. Lin Feng understood that Tantai practiced Lion King strength and therefore the roar was for him. In universities, it's as if we are connected to something. Maybe even when we're not in their field of vision, they can still see everything we do, thought Lin Feng. He then started moving like the wind. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, terrifying waves of energies rolled towards Lin Feng. He was stupefied and saw someone arrive, or more precisely 2 fists. They contained a terrifying strength. Transformation, said Lin Feng suddenly, and his wind cosmic energies turned into sharp wings. They looked gigantic and he beat them at full speed. What a powerful physical body. He's probably hiding his cultivation level, thought that person in amazement. Since Lin Feng could resist his attacks, it meant that he was at least a low-level emperor, but from outside it seemed that he had the strength of the Zunqi layer. It was very dangerous. Give me the talisman, ordered Lin Feng. Moving like the wind, he turned into a hurricane chasing the person. His cosmic energies were terrifying. Marks even appeared in the air. He was getting closer and closer. That person was shocked. How could he be so fast? Gigantic Qi River. Suddenly, the person stopped and moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Releasing terrifying amounts of Qi top made the atmosphere shake. What a terrifying attack, thought Lin Feng when he saw the gigantic waves of Qi. Lights appeared around him and he shouted, Culpa Sword, die! A Devamara Culpa Sword appeared. It seemed indestructible as it sliced into the gigantic Qi River. Talisman go, said the person. He didn't want to fight against Lin Feng anymore. So he immediately threw the talisman at him and left. Losing a talisman wasn't a problem. He could get one somewhere else. His life was more important, though. Lin Feng moved like the wind in the direction of the lion voice. At that moment, Tantai was fighting. The atmosphere was shaking. Many people had come after him when they heard him roar. Tantai was moving backwards and punches bombarded him. The battle was tough. Give me the talisman, shouted someone behind Tantai. A gigantic golden hand moved towards him. Tantai suddenly turned around and shouted furiously, Piss off! Tantai jumped like a lion and punched the atmosphere. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. The earth and the sky shook. His opponent was propelled backwards, and his golden armor broke apart. However, demon energies suddenly started moving. Arg! Tantai was furious. He punched the atmosphere in the direction of the demon energies, but they were too strange and still penetrated into his arm and veins. Corrosion! Tantai frowned and shook his arm. He shouted furiously, condensed cosmic energies and moved backwards. What a terrifying attack, thought a young man in black clothes. Bzzz. A silhouette moved like the wind. That person was surrounded. He had immortal strength in his hands. Immortal era. The terrifying energies turned into immortal strength and moved towards the enemy at full speed. The guy jumped back, but the immortal era turned into an ocean in the wind and broke the golden hand apart. Hand your talisman over. The guy with the immortal strength groaned coldly and threw the talisman at the new arrival before leaving. They all knew they couldn't afford to waste time, and they didn't need to try and kill opponents here. It wasn't necessary. Defeating an opponent took time and energy. If they did too much in a battle, then the following ones could be fatal. After stealing a talisman, the young man with the immortal strength didn't leave. He continued watching Tantai and the evil young man's battle. Humph! The evil young man glanced at the young man with the immortal strength. That guy wanted to benefit from someone's loss. He was quite strong. It was just the beginning. Some people didn't want to exhaust themselves too much. A spear appeared and pierced through the atmosphere at full speed. Then, it passed in front of Tantai and continued moving towards someone who had fled. The young man with the immortal strength didn't leave. Instead, he looked at Tantai and said, "Give me your talisman." "Fuck. I wouldn't have thought the exam would be like that this time. You just helped me, so take my talisman," Tantai said, throwing it at the young man. "Leave now." Your roar drew people's attention. "You can resist against one, but what about 5 or 6? Said the young man with the immortal strength. Then he turned around and disappeared. Tantai understood what the young man meant. He started running towards a castle in front of him. The young man was right. There were too many people sitting the exam. Some of them were starting to get eliminated, so it was dangerous. They had to be cautious. He wasn't worried about Lin Feng. Many people checked the area and saw that nobody was fighting. For them, everyone was a potential opponent. If they didn't have talismans, they had to steal some. By the time Lin Feng arrived, Tantai had already left. His eyes were twinkling. Lin Feng glanced around. The roar had come from there, but surprisingly, there was blood. Lin Feng frowned. Was Tantai injured? Lin Feng moved like the wind as fast as lightning. He flew above mountains and rivers. Tantai. At that moment, Lin Feng slowly rose up in the air. His voice resonated far away. Many people raised their heads and looked at Lin Feng. How audacious, he dared fly high up in the sky. How audacious and brave. Bzzz. Bzzz. After Lin Feng rose up in the air, far away in the distance, 2 silhouettes rose up in the air as well. How audacious. Those people had confidence in their own abilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared do that. Prince Yuan. She's there too. The crowd looked at the silhouette. It was Yuan Jing. Lin Feng! Shouted someone at that moment on the horizon. Lin Feng accelerated and found Tantai there. At that moment, Tantai's chi was floating around him. Lin Feng landed next to him and asked, "Are you injured?" Some guy practices demon cultivation and controls demonic and corroding cosmic energies. He's dangerous. I wanted to use my physical body to fight against his demon spear, and his attack corroded my body? Spat Tantai. He sounded annoyed. Now his arm was sore. Cosmic energy was corroding his body. Let me see. Lin Feng grabbed Tantai's arm and released life cosmic energy which started flowing throughout Tantai's veins. Tantai was surprised. Lin Feng was extraordinary, especially since he only had the strength of the Zun Qi layer. Even though I don't have powerful medicine like your tribe, at least, I can remove corroding cosmic energy? Lin Feng smiled. When something was rotting, life cosmic energy could solve the issue. Lin Feng, you're audacious. I don't even dare fly up in the air, smiled Tantai. Let's go. All right, let's continue. Let's go and see the castle then. I'm sure there will be talismans to steal there, agreed Lin Feng. However, at that moment, a silhouette appeared and stared at Lin Feng and Tantai. He looked hesitant. Let's go. Lin Feng and Tantai continued running, ignoring the guy. Lin Feng accelerated. He was surrounded by wind cosmic energy, which could cut the people around him. How arrogant, thought that guy, trembling with anger. He released explosive energies and flew towards Lin Feng at full speed. Boom! His physical body seemed indestructible. However, when their fists collided, Lin Feng sensed a terrifying pain in his arm. He looked surprised, and then flames of fury appeared in his eyes. Broken bones. Lin Feng sensed that some of his bones were broken. If his physical body hadn't been that strong, he would have died. He could have crushed Lin Feng's arm. "Explode!" shouted that person furiously. His voice carried a terrifying strength towards Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng had the sensation his arm was going to explode. He's being careless now. Lin Feng saw that his enemy's eyes were bloodshot. He released Devamara rule strength using his arm. Destructive energies invaded the atmosphere, and his opponent's arm exploded. His physical body wasn't as strong as Lin Feng's. He couldn't resist Lin Feng's Devamara Culpa double attack. He moved back at full speed, but Lin Feng had already turned into a bloodthirsty predator. How could he let his enemy off? Terrifying energies invaded the atmosphere. Earth cosmic energy rolled out in waves and pressed down on Lin Feng's opponent. "I'll give you my talisman," exclaimed his opponent. His blood was boiling. He had the feeling that he was going to die. He had to use his full strength. Die! Lin Feng accelerated. He didn't let his enemy resist. He released even more Culpa strength. Cosmic energy rose to the skies. He wanted to crush him. How cruel! Thought some people in the distance when they saw that Lin Feng dared kill people. They ran away. Lin Feng took his opponent's ring and talisman, and then Tantai and him continued flying. Lin Feng had a powerful physical body. He had overwhelmed his opponent. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized that some energies were coming towards him from the left and right. Everybody was going to the castle, so people preferred focusing on the area of the castle and fighting there. On the way, Lin Feng didn't try to steal talismans. Finally arriving at the foot of the castle. It was gigantic, with an enormous gate. Some people tried to cross the gate, but since they didn't have talismans, the door wouldn't open. "We're too early," Tantai smiled. The area was so vast, there was more than enough space for people to fight there. Most people who had already arrived didn't face the castle. They were watching newcomers. They all looked solemn and respectful, and their chi was incredible. "You're here too. Did you get enough talismans?" Tantai asked a young man. It was the young man who had used immortal strength. "I need one more," the young man smiled back. He looked at Lin Feng and blinked. "Zun Chi layer?" He was stupefied. Zun cultivators were afraid to try the exam. Even though the holy city had many geniuses, few Zun cultivators dared fight against emperors, and on top of that, emperors who took the exams to go to university were already extraordinary. Therefore, with the strength of the Zun Chi layer, it would be difficult to rank well. Some people knew skills that allowed them to hide their cultivation level. Maybe that Lin Feng had done that? "Don't steal his talisman, otherwise, even if you help me, I won't forgive you," Tanta said to him. That young man just smiled. In the distance, some people were coming at full speed, so there was no need to take talismans from Lin Feng. Besides, Tantai wasn't weak, so Lin Feng had to be strong. Huang Fu Long. Huang Fu Long came at full speed. The earth shook around him. But at that moment, Huang Fu Long was struggling. Two people were chasing him. "It's him," Tantai swore. Behind those two people, there was someone else. Shang Yu was chasing Huang Fu Long arg. Tantai was furious. He jumped and the ground shook. He threw himself at that person. It was as if 1,000 lions had thrown themselves at the young man. Tantai released heavy energies which moved towards him. When Huang Fu Long saw that Tantai was coming to save him, he suddenly turned around and threw himself at his enemies again. He looked like a gigantic dragon, powerful and majestic. Not bad. It seems like Huang Fu Long has made great progress. He probably received great things in the tribe. Ling Tian smiled at Huang Fu Long. Huang Fu Long's cultivation looked similar to Tantai's. Their energies were heavy and aggressive. Tantai was a lion. Huang Fu Long was a dragon. What did Ling Tian's style look like? Shang Yu didn't fight. He was standing there staring at Tantai coldly. Tantai was stronger than Huang Fu Long and more aggressive. He had lion chi, so his attacks were explosive and wild. A beautiful silhouette appeared. It was Yuan Jing, Princess Yuan. When Shang Yu saw Yuan Jing, he smiled and nodded in greeting. "Princess Yuan." Xiangyu, you're not as talented as your brother Xiangjun. The exam must be difficult for you, Yuan Jing said calmly. Xiangyu didn't look furious, as he couldn't offend her, since she had a very high social status. She was also very talented and very strong. Princess Yuan, I will remember your piece of advice. But in the end, I will definitely manage to become a university student. If I fail this time, I'll try again, said Xiangyu calmly. Princess Yuan nodded and replied, Good. I hope you'll become like your brother. The princess is incredible. She's incredible, outstanding, and beautiful, said the young man with the immortal strength. He was standing next to Lin Feng. It was impossible to know if he was joking or serious. At that moment, the princess was with some people, all of them were geniuses. They were protecting her. We don't need to be polite for the exam, said Xiangyu with a cold smile. After that, he started running towards Huang Fulong. He would first kill Huang Fulong and then Tantai. Xiangyu accelerated. Suddenly, he raised his hands and a terrifying demon blade appeared and descended from the sky. Piss off! Shouted Huang Fulong. A dragon roared and rose up in the air towards the demon blade. It broke apart, but the dragon did too. The blade had just been destroyed, yet Xiangyu already sensed a terrifying energy move towards him. He turned his head and saw Lin Feng. A gigantic blade appeared. The atmosphere shook and his body was bombarded. Die! The Kulpa sword immediately moved towards the man who was attacking Huang Fulong. The sword was terrifying and whistled through the air. The very sky was shaking. The sword immediately pierced through that person's body and destroyed his soul. 9 Kulpa swords were floating around Lin Feng as if they were dancing around their god. You're attacking me by surprise? Protested Xiangyu, looking at Lin Feng. He looked furious. That guy had only broken through to the Zunqi layer, and surprisingly he could use the strength of the 9 Kulpa swords. His attacks were terrifying and sly. I'm learning from you, Lin Feng retorted coldly, and then he started running towards Xiangyu, shouting, Huang Fulong, go and help Tantai, kill. All right. Since they were being shameless, Huang Fulong didn't hesitate. He was shocked to find Lin Feng was extremely strong. It was a pleasant surprise. Lin Feng was a Zun cultivator, but his attacks were terrifying. Since there are tensions, let's fight for real then, Lin Feng said coldly, and released demon energies which dashed to the skies. Xiangyu released a gigantic blade. He shouted back harshly, Let's see if your sword Kulpa can defeat my demon sword. I'll show you, Lin Feng sneered. Suddenly, sword Kulpa strength dashed to the skies. Xiangyu also released energies which tore at the air. Another sword attack appeared and bombarded Xiangyu's blade. By the time the 3rd Kulpa sword appeared, Xiangyu's arm was shaking violently. When Lin Feng used his 4th Kulpa sword attack, Xiangyu pulled a long face. The Kulpa sword was surrounded by wind cosmic energy. Lin Feng was moving at full speed and his sword was screaming through the air. Xiangyu wasn't weak. His demon blade was terrifying, and a curtain of black lights appeared in front of him. However, when Lin Feng released all the wind cosmic energies in his Kulpa sword attacks, Xiangyu turned around and started running away at full speed. Lin Feng was calmly standing there. The crowd was shaking. That guy was very strong. He could suppress Xiangyu. Ah! A horrible shriek spread out. A Kulpa sword crashed against Xiangyu's left arm and cut it off. Xiangyu was dumbstruck. He released his spirit and a gigantic ancient demon blade appeared at his back. But he still couldn't block the 9 Kulpa sword attacks. Enough! Yuan Jing ordered coldly. Lin Feng turned to her and heard her say, I told you to stop. Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes twinkled. He looked at Yuan Jing calmly. She was used to being respected by everyone. Princess Yuan is defending Xiangyu. The crowd was startled. Xiangyu's brother was already a student at Champion University. It had already been almost 2 years. He was quite famous too. The Yuan clan were good friends with them. Thus, Princess Yuan wanted to protect Xiangyu. It was normal, and in any case, it wasn't a big deal either. She just had to say that once and anyone would listen. Especially since she had never heard of Lin Feng, a Zun cultivator. He wouldn't dare disobey her. Princess Yuan was extremely famous. In the holy city, Everybody respected her. She had a high social status. Lin Feng had to give her face. In the holy city, everybody did. Princess Yuan was powerful. If they were Lin Feng, they would have never considered the possibility of contradicting her. Strength was the most important thing. Weak people couldn't afford challenging people who were too strong and powerful. Lin Feng was weak. Interesting. The young man with the immortal strength looked amused. Shang Yu was in Lin Feng's hands. However, Yuan Jing had told him to stop. So would Lin Feng kill that guy or not? Lin Feng glanced at Yuan Jing. He looked as if he didn't care about anything in the world, as if he was used to going against orders anyway. He didn't like women like that. Yuan Jing reminded him of Qi Jiao Jiao. She also thought everybody had to obey her. Do I know you? Lin Feng asked Yuan Jing indifferently. Eh? When the crowd heard Lin Feng, they frowned. Lin Feng was insane. He didn't give face to the princess. Yuan Jing looked at him coldly. Don't you know who I am? I've heard of you, Princess Yuan, but I don't know you, Lin Feng replied, smiling indifferently. Therefore, please move aside. Insolent! Shouted someone next to Yuan Jing. He looked at Lin Feng and said icily, How insolent! You apologize to the princess immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Yuan Jing didn't say anything. She would have never thought that Lin Feng would dare be so rude. She didn't need to attack, though. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He looked at that guy and icy energies filled the air. Let's see how you'll kill me then, shot back Lin Feng with chilling calm. Initially, he wanted to wait before showing how aggressive he was. How reckless, swore that man, jumping towards Lin Feng. It was as if heaven was collapsing. Tantai, Huang Fulong, you take care of Shang Yu, that piece of trash. Lin Feng told them, recalling his Culpa sword energy. You dared disrespect Princess Yuan. We'll see how you intend to resist against me, shouted that guard of hers. Lin Feng sensed that the ground was shaking, and the earth was crackling. An oppressive strength invaded the atmosphere. Die! A gigantic hand descended from the sky and grabbed Lin Feng. Lin Feng was suddenly in the dark. Prince Hua knows Earth cosmic energy. His cosmic energy is already level 7. Not bad, he's an advanced low-level emperor, thought the crowd, looking at Prince Hua. You want to bring about your own destruction? Die! Shouted Prince Hua, shaking his hand. He wanted to crush Lin Feng. Explode! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. A gigantic earth hand moved towards Prince Hua, who frowned, as Lin Feng ran towards him. Humph! Prince Hua groaned coldly and punched the atmosphere again. Energies moved back in Lin Feng's direction. 9 Culpa swords. Lin Feng released Culpa sword energies and condensed wind and empty space cosmic energies at the same time. Go! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His 9 Culpa swords bombarded the atmosphere. Explosion and rumbling sounds spread out. The atmosphere shook violently as a gigantic hand moved towards Prince Hua at full speed. Prince Hua had armor. It was as solid as the land. Energies kept exploding over it. The candidates were all stronger and more intelligent than most low-level emperors. They understood cosmic energies really well and knew lots of skills and spells. The 9 Culpa swords collided with the gigantic hand. The atmosphere shook violently. However, the sword chi didn't disperse and continued moving towards Prince Hua at full speed. Join! Shouted Prince Hua, joining his hands. Earth energies surrounded the 9 Culpa swords. You're a joke. You're ridiculous. You just want to bring about your own destruction. Prince Hua swore. He shouted furiously. The ground opened and the 9 Culpa swords disappeared. Dong! Prince Hua saw Lin Feng rose up in the air, and the ground was shaking. A pitch-black energy, Devamara Culpa strength, emerged from his body, looking like thunder, destructive and terrifying. Bzzz. A strong wind started blowing. Lin Feng charged towards Prince Hua. It was like the skies were infuriated. A pitch-black demon Culpa strength pierced through the gigantic hand he had formed. Prince Hua saw his enemy getting closer and closer. He was stupefied, feeling a terrible pressure. Lin Feng's eyes looked terrifying. Rule. Lin Feng released demonic willpower, which rose to the skies. Prince Hua's will felt painful. His blood was boiling. The crowd saw the willpower culpa strength pierce through Prince Hua's body. It looked terrifying. His lacerated body just fell down. He killed Prince Hua, thought the crowd in astonishment. However, Lin Feng ignored those people's reactions. He just took Prince Hua's items. Yuan Jing was petrified. Not only did Lin Feng disrespect her, but he also killed her guard, and now he was stealing Prince Hua's treasures? He considered everyone inferior. What would Yuan Jing do to him? You're audacious. Yuan Jing accused him, staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Yuan Jing with his pitch-black eyes. He ordered icily, "Get away from me." Boom boom. When the crowd heard Lin Feng, they were even more and more amused. How arrogant. This guy is insane. He is telling the princess to move away from him. On the other side, Tantai and Huang Fulong were fighting against Xianxia. He had annoyed them, now he had to bear the responsibility. Huang Fulong and Tantai had explosive attacks, especially when combined together. The situation didn't look good for Xianxia. At that moment in Champion University, a group of people were watching in astonishment. They hadn't thought that someone would dare offend Yuan Jing. Yuan Ho watched Yuan Jing. They were both from the same clan. Yuan Ho was also in charge of the exam. Everything was in his hands. Yuan Xiangyu is in danger. Besides, he doesn't respect Princess Yuan. Should I get involved? Asked Dan Meng. Yuan Ho glanced at him and said indifferently, I'm in charge of the exam. I must make sure the rules are enforced, right? This? Dan Meng hesitated, the person next to him, and said, Shang, you can't get killed. Otherwise, Shang Jun. Yuan Ho looked at the one who had just talked and said evenly, we can't violate the rules of the exam, right? That person's eyes twinkled and he responded, of course not. All right, Dan Meng, send 2 people in first, said Yuan Ho to Dan Meng indifferently. Dan Meng nodded. He looked at the crowd. Even though he was one of the chief examiners, he wasn't the strongest there. Many people were much stronger than him. Some people had trump cards. They weren't supposed to get involved, but they still resorted to some methods because they didn't want to lose real geniuses. Otherwise, they'd have to explain to those groups why their disciples had failed. Dan Meng glanced at the crowd, and at 2 people in particular. Bai Qi, you haven't been a student for a long time, you need to practice. Qiu Ming, you come with me, too. Bai Qi looked startled but smiled. Then, he followed after the young man on the map. After all, Lin Feng was there. Let's go, Dan Meng ordered. Bai Qi and Qiu Ming followed. With him, there would be no problem. They all jumped off the map. In the world of the exam, everybody was staring at Lin Feng. They were all stupefied. Lin Feng had killed Prince Hua and had told Princess Yuan to get away from him. Die! Shouted a voice furiously. Tantai bombarded the atmosphere in Shang Yu's direction. However, at the same time, a gigantic hand suddenly appeared and moved towards Tantai at full speed. Be careful! Suddenly shouted Lin Feng. At the same time, pitch-black culpa swords bombarded the atmosphere and moved towards the silhouette. Arg! Shouted Tantai furiously. He suddenly turned around and threw himself at the one who was attacking him by surprise. Explosion sounds spread in the air. The hand then landed on Tantai's forehead. He was pushed backwards and a trail appeared in front of him in the ground. Dan Meng rose up in the air and gazed into the distance. He smiled and said, Continue. Examiners. The crowd frowned. Those people had just appeared. It meant that they could decide who they wanted to eliminate. But how could they do that in front of everybody? What is that supposed to mean? Tantai asked Dan Meng grimly. The exam has already started. What does your question mean? Asked Dan Meng calmly. Lin Feng glanced at Bai Qi. Bai Qi came from the vast celestial ancient city. He had become a student at Champion University. He was probably very strong. Tantai, continue. I'll help, said Lin Feng. He landed before them. Then he looked at Dan Meng and said calmly, Since it's part of the exam, we have to adapt. Tantai looked at Lin Feng and nodded. All right, you guide, we kill people. Guard. Someone who was next to you when Jing ran out, He had been protecting Yu Wenjing the whole time. When he heard Lin Feng, he looked furious and released a terrifying qi. You dared humiliate Princess Yuan, so now you'll die, snarled the man. He then released a terrifying, explosive will attack. That guy offended Yu Wenjing, he's scary. Yuan is very strong. He's one of the candidates with the most potential. He understands Tengen Qi. His qi is perfect for battling, thought the crowd. In any case, because Lin Feng had offended Yu Wenjing, there would always be someone against him. Besides, Yuan Ho was in charge of the exam. Even people like Dan Meng had to obey him. They had to help Yu Wenjing and Shang Yu. Shang Yu was Shang Jun's brother. Since he was in charge of the exams, Lin Feng would pay for what he had done. He had offended Yu Wenjing. Dan Meng smiled. Dan Meng considered Huang Fulong and Tantai to be weak. They couldn't defeat Shang Yu. Shang Yu even smiled slightly. Even if Champion University hadn't helped him, it wouldn't have been a problem either. After all, he was incredibly strong. Princess Yuan, please go into the castle, Yuan said to Yu Wenjing calmly. Yu Wenjing looked at Lin Feng icily and said to Yuan, take care of him. She proceeded into the castle. Yuan was very strong and could deal with Lin Feng. She didn't need to do everything herself. It was better to get help from Champion University. Bai Qi, Qiu Ming, whom will you fight? Asked Dan Meng. I didn't come to fight against those people. I am here as an examiner. Sorry, I'm off, said Bai Qi calmly before he left. Suddenly, a terrifying qi appeared in the sky and rolled in waves through the air. The qi moved towards someone. He was there as an examiner, he didn't need to enter the castle. That person was stupefied. He had been attacked by surprise. Die! Shouted Bai Qi furiously. Qi dashed to the skies as well as willpower. The crowd was dumbstruck, while some people smiled coldly. Bai Qi knew what to do. Lin Feng was surprised, too. People from the vast celestial ancient city had underestimated Bai Qi. He's not listening to orders. Dan Meng felt humiliated. Bai Qi had disdained him in front of everybody. Dan Meng looked at Qiu Ming and smiled. Perfect, 2-on-2. However, Qiu Ming moved towards someone like Bai Qi had. They were examiners, after all. Dan Meng pulled a long face. What is that supposed to mean? Asked Dan Meng, clenching his fists. Tantai burst into laughter. It seems that people who are students at Champion University aren't as despicable as you. Lin Feng laughed too. Talented people were obstinate and unruly, proud and arrogant. Some people were like Yu Wenjing, arrogant and proud, and some people were like Bai Qi and Qiu Ming, obstinate and unruly. Dan Meng couldn't control such people. Such people relied only on themselves. They were examiners and did what they thought an examiner had to do. At that moment, Dan Meng realized he couldn't control them. As expected, people who weren't members of the Jichang's club didn't have the same views as them. He coldly glanced at them and thought, this time, Jichang's club is in charge of the exam and surprisingly you dare disobey? In the future, progressing in Champion University will become difficult for you. You will see how powerful Jichang's club is. Huang Fulong, you fight against Shang Yu. I'll fight against that despicable bastard. I don't give a shit whether people are examiners or not, swore Tantai, throwing himself at Dan Meng like a dragon. All right, answered Huang Fulong, rising up in the air and moving towards Shang Yu at full speed. A stupid group wants to have influence? Said Yuan in an ice-cold way, releasing energies which pressured Lin Feng. How strong! Yi Wen's Tengen Qi is powerful and oppressive. Fight! Shouted Yi Wen furiously. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky towards Lin Feng. A gigantic symbol, battle, appeared and bombarded the atmosphere in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng was furious and released his Devamara Culpa strength. His eyes were filled with demon willpower. Boom! A gigantic word also appeared in front of Lin Feng, demon, and Devamara Culpa strength was flowing through it at full speed. It collided against the battle word and the atmosphere shook violently. Who could resist against such attacks? Swore Yuan, jumping forwards. A terrifying Tengen Qi descended from the sky like a waterfall. Lin Feng bombarded the atmosphere with demon Culpa strength. Evolution. Lin Feng released his godly awareness. He modified his Devamara Culpa strength, which turned into a demon map which could destroy the land. On the demon map, there was Devamara Culpa strength. Yi Wen's attack dispersed and disappeared. What kind of strength is that? Thought the stupefied crowd. Such destructive energies. Dong! The atmosphere shook above people's heads. Lin Feng shouted, "Die!" as his Devamara Culpa strength turned into a destructive light beam. Yi Wen's facial expression changed drastically. The Devamara Culpa energy made his own energies disappear. "Battle spirit!" shouted Yi Wen furiously. He was convinced that he could defeat Lin Feng, because Lin Feng was a Zun cultivator, and even if he had level 3 or 4 cosmic energies, he couldn't possibly be stronger. "Die!" Lin Feng raised his hands again and released even more Devamara Culpa energy, which dashed to the skies and surrounded Yi Wen. His face drew out in desperation. He didn't want to die. However, he disappeared as if he had never existed. Yi Wen had been killed. All the talismans he had taken now belonged to Lin Feng. Yi Wen died, too. That guy might pass the exam in the end. Of course, it all depends on Yi Wen Ho now, thought the crowd. They were dumbstruck. Yi Wen understood Tengen Qi and was extremely strong. But Lin Feng had still killed him. Lin Feng had humiliated Yuan Jing. Then he had killed 2 people. Yuan Ho wouldn't want him to become a student. Some people were joining hands to eliminate Lin Feng. He was too strong. On the outside, Yuan Ho looked calm and serene, but his heart was pounding. Dan Meng was a chief examiner. Everything he did was for Ji Chang's club. Bai Qi and Qiu Ming had disobeyed Dan Meng. Those guys were proud. Being proud was good, but it also depended on what people did with it. Bai Qi and Qiu Ming are talented and strong. I don't want them in Ji Chang's club then, Yuan Ho stated. People around him sensed his cold energies. Yuan, should I bring them to the front? Asked someone next to Yuan Ho. He remained silent. Yi Wen initially paid attention to someone. If we can get him, that's good, but if they get killed by someone new, then that new person must be strong too. Also, that idiot is quite strong. Dan Meng can't defeat him alone. If the one who killed Yi Wen attacks Dan Meng, then Dan Meng will be in danger too, said that person. Even though Dan Meng had become a student a short time before, he was also a member of Ji Chang's club after all. He couldn't die against newcomers. Remember, we're examiners. If anyone is talented, they should go to the castle, said Yuan Ho. His eyes were twinkling. His interlocutor nodded. I understand. Lin Feng and the others didn't know what was going on outside. At that moment, someone shouted out, Examiners, back. The new students have 30 minutes to get into the castle. Otherwise, we'll close it. That voice was extremely loud, and everybody frowned. Dan Meng was surprised. Yuan Ho didn't hide his intentions at all. He stopped dispatching people, instead he told them to leave. Surprisingly, Yuan dares resort to such methods to protect me, Dan Meng thought, pulling a long face. Of course, he knew that Lin Feng and the others wanted to kill him. He looked at Xianxia and said using telepathy, Xianxia, go back, forget it this time. Then, Dan Meng looked at Bai Qi and Qiu Ming and ordered, Bai Qi, Qiu Ming, come with me. Then he moved back at full speed. Tantai was furious and wanted to chase him. However, Lin Feng shouted, Tantai, stop. Humph. Tantai groaned angrily, but stopped chasing them. Dan Meng was an examiner, they couldn't really kill him, but he had also tried to kill them, so the situation was different. However, when everybody heard that the castle would close 30 minutes later, they started fighting again. The battles were quite cruel and intense. Xianxia pulled a long face. He had wanted to humiliate Tantai and the others, but in the end he ended up humiliated. It seemed like he would have to come back 3 months later. Don't forget me, we'll meet again, called out Xianxia as he recalled his demon blade, lacerating one of Huang Fulong's illusions before running away. We won't meet again, Lin Feng replied icily. He was talking to Xianxia as he released wind energies. He was extremely fast. Lacerate. Xianxia was startled. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng wouldn't let him go. Pitch-black blade lights reappeared. Bzzz. A strong wind started blowing. Xianxia grimaced and a gigantic demon blade appeared again. Nobody could get close to them. However, Xianxia saw Lin Feng punch the demon blade. It broke apart and dispersed into ashes as Lin Feng's energies penetrated into his body. Xiangxia's expression changed drastically. A gigantic demon blade reappeared. He was in fusion with his blade as it descended from the sky. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously and punched the atmosphere again. That punch looked like the punch of a god, completely overwhelming and containing terrifying cosmic energies. Even though Xiangxia's energies were terrifying, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and continued moving forwards. He punched Xiangxia's head, which exploded messily. "What an incredible guy," thought Xiao Ming, who was observing. He had already moved away. He was stupefied. Lin Feng was strong and merciless. They wouldn't meet again, because Lin Feng hadn't let him leave. Bai Qi knew about Lin Feng, so he wasn't surprised. However, he was wondering how Shang Jun, a friend of his, would react now that Lin Feng had killed Xiangxiu. Even if Lin Feng became a student at Champion University, it would be difficult between the two of them. Dan Meng was far away in the distance, completely furious. Lin Feng had killed Xiangxiu. Lin Feng ignored both of them. He just glanced at Dan Meng, then turned around. He had to get talismans. "Tantai, Huang Fulong, come with me," said Lin Feng, moving like the wind. Huang Fulong and Tantai didn't have time to think about the reasons why Lin Feng was so strong. They had things to do. They had to hurry, they didn't have much time. Less than 1/5 of them would go into the castle. "Talisman!" shouted Lin Feng, landing before someone and releasing demon energies. Tantai and Huang Fulong blocked their path, and that person just handed over their talisman. Lin Feng and his friends promptly left. On the other side, Lin Feng punched someone. That person was propelled away, his mouth bleeding. The man just threw their talisman at him. Lin Feng couldn't waste time. He didn't have the time to fight for too long. He had to hurry and get as many talismans as possible. In a short time, he obtained more than 10 talismans. Tantai and Huang Fulong shared half of them and ran towards the castle. "That castle contains a terrifying strength. We might get teleported to different places. Could be dangerous. Use your roar in case of danger," Lin Feng told them. Then they activated the gate with talismans. Lin Feng appeared inside a mountain. As expected, a strange small world. "The examiners will probably come in and look for me. They must be watching me." Lin Feng's silhouette flickered, and he moved like the wind. He didn't need to hide since people were already observing him, so he decided to fly. Huang Fulong landed in a forest. He sensed a terrifying qi descending from the sky. It was as terrifying as a mountain. Huang Fulong sensed a strong wind. How strong? Huang Fulong was shocked. Then something descended from the sky and bombarded his body. "Arg!" a dragon roared. Tantai was also struggling. He had ended up in a depopulated place and was in danger. He was furious as he retreated and shouted, "Son of a bitch! He wants to get his revenge." He released lion energies and rose up into the air. Lin Feng stopped. The dragon and the lion were roaring furiously. Tantai and Huang Fulong had used the signal at the same time. Lin Feng was annoyed. Huang Fulong and Tantai were in two different places. He could only save one person. Outside, Yuan Ho was watching everything. "That person is talented and strong. He could become a student at Champion University, but we need to see if he can be stronger than that. Who wants to go and check his full strength?" Wind and empty space cosmic energies surrounded Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with death. Devamara Kulpa strength was flowing in his fists. Thunder and death cosmic energies were exploding. Slash! A terrifying light moved towards Lin Feng suddenly, pressuring him. "Die!" Lin Feng was well prepared. He shouted furiously and death energies moved towards his enemy at full speed. Bzzz. Lin Feng jumped forwards, and a light beam appeared. Qi whistled. The atmosphere shook violently. Devamara Kulpa strength streaked through the sky at full speed and destroyed the enemy's energy. He raised his hands to block the attack, but his energies were destroyed. A terrifying strength surrounded him, and blood gushed out. The face of Lin Feng's foe turned deathly pale, and he ran away. Lin Feng raised his head and said, "If you try to block me, you'll die." He continued flying, ignoring everyone else. In the university, Yuan Ho and the others stared at Lin Feng. They were shocked by his behavior. He's so arrogant, with such a strength, he dares provoke everyone. Yuan Ho observed, "I wouldn't have thought that such a cultivator would take the exam of Champion University. He's so arrogant, but he is a genius. We need to make him use his full strength to be sure, though," he continued. He still sounded angry. "Who wants to go and try?" Even though many people are stuck outside the castle, quite a few still have entered. A few dozens. Even though we've still got more people than them, it's dangerous for us to go in. Indeed, Yuan, we're good for now. 2 people had answered him. They didn't want to fight and they hoped that Yuan Ho wouldn't send them. They had come as examiners, they didn't want to fight against candidates, especially if they could be humiliated. Yuan Ho looked at them and smiled indifferently. "I just want the exam to be perfect. Since you think it's not necessary, then why not? Let's do things according to the plan. You choose someone you want to fight, then you go into the crowd, and no matter who wins, after that person goes to the valley, they'll be sure to become students. The more we attack, the better the students will be. For the rest, no objection." Outside, Lin Feng didn't know about that. At that moment, he had already arrived at Huang Fulong's location. The young man who was attacking Huang Fulong was incredibly strong, at least as strong as Tantai. Energies rolled in waves in the air. Huang Fulong was being bombarded by his enemy. Lin Feng arrived and used his Devamarakalpa strength as well as cursing energies. That person immediately gave up and left. He knew he couldn't defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't chase him either, saying to Huang Fulong, "Are you all right?" "I'm all right," Huang Fulong answered. "Let's go and find Tantai. He's in trouble too." Lin Feng nodded and carried Huang Fulong away. Tantai had chosen a path of virtue in his tribe. Their knowledge of medicine represented an extensive knowledge and profound scholarship. Tantai was very strong, even if he didn't admit it. Even against Dan Meng, he couldn't die. At that moment, the person who was fighting against Tantai wasn't weak, but he couldn't injure Tantai. Therefore, when he saw Lin Feng and Huang Fulong arriving, he didn't hesitate to leave. Tantai swore furiously after him. He said to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, you bastard. He wanted to get his revenge. I made them leave on purpose. Let's go. We don't need to care about such people," Lin Feng told Tantai. The 3 of them quickly left together. However, Lin Feng was surprised when he realized that nobody else was attacking them. He didn't understand. Some people could certainly compete against them. Lin Feng was surprised because some people had attacked them, and now it had stopped. After a long time, Lin Feng and the others found out that the small world was closed on the left, and on the right were mountains that couldn't be crossed. In the front, there were forests which were connected to the skies. They couldn't leave as they wished. Some whistling sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng and the others saw someone getting bombarded by someone in the mountains, and blood splashed. They frowned and their facial expressions changed. "Lin Feng, that's our destination," Huang Fulong told Lin Feng. "The real exam is going to start. That mountain is the exit, but getting out won't be that easy." Tantai was gazing into the distance. "We can break our way through," declared Lin Feng. His facial expression looked sharp. "Lin Feng, there are too many strong cultivators here. If we can't get out together, you can try and leave alone, we can try next time again," Tantai said him. "Don't worry, the 3 of us will get out. I can lead the way, Huang Fulong is injured. You, Tantai, help me crush our opponents. When we see someone, we crush them." Lin Feng started walking forwards. His eyes were pitch black, and he looked like a demon. An indistinct stream of the 9 netherworlds appeared behind him. "I understand, we can destroy people on our path," agreed Tantai, releasing aggressive lion chi. He looked like a scary beast. The 3 friends walked forwards, destroying the trees, grass, and anything on their path. Lin Feng saw one silhouette in front of them. That person looked like a beast. Bzzz. Lin Feng moved like the wind. releasing Devamara strength which bombarded the beastly cultivator. That cultivator looked at Lin Feng ferociously, but when he saw the source of the 9 netherworlds, he was hypnotized and started drowning in Lin Feng's eyes. He also heard the 9 netherworlds' demonic song, Demonic will rolled in waves towards him, and he started turning into a demon. Back then, the demon emperor had used the Demogorgon Seriatim Symphony. "You're under my control!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He released even more demon energies. At the same time, Tantai released even more lion energies. The enemy's determination and physical body were put under extreme pressure. Boom! The man bombarded the atmosphere. His fist collided against Tantai's fist. However, he was pushed backwards and groaned coldly. Lin Feng got closer and released demonic will, but he didn't attack. They would fight again later maybe. The other remained silent for a few minutes before saying, "Please, gentlemen." "Thank you very much," said Lin Feng, seeing the other off. Tantai smiled appreciatively. "Lin Feng, you're strong." "If anyone stops me," said Lin Feng. The 3 friends moved forwards, meeting many strong cultivators. Each time Tantai couldn't resist against them, Lin Feng fought against them. Nobody could stop them. However, at that moment, Lin Feng saw 3 people in front of them. One of them looked at Lin Feng and told him, "With your strength, if you continue alone, you'll pass the exam. But if you bring those 2 people, you won't pass because the 3 of us will attack." Tantai and Huang Fulong were stupefied. Those people were really strong. If they joined hands, then they'd be impossible to defeat. "I hope I can become a student at Champion University, but with my friends," said Lin Feng, releasing demon energy. They were almost done. "Since it's an exam, you have to rely on strength to pass the exam. You can't take your friends in," said that person again. Terrifying energies surrounded Lin Feng. "I'm not going to wait for ages. Since we're here, we'll become students together." Lin Feng took a step forwards. Marks appeared around him and golden lights appeared indistinctly under Lin Feng's feet. "Holy mark spell," thought the 3 cultivators looking at Lin Feng. His holy marks contained empty space energy and looked terrifyingly powerful. "Bzzz." Lin Feng took a step forwards. The marks moved towards his opponents and intertwined. The men were stupefied. Those holy marks were complex. Lin Feng was casting a deployment spell. "Go!" said Lin Feng, jumping forwards. A tree appeared and leaves flew in every direction. Golden lights invaded the atmosphere, while the 3 cultivators frowned. Lin Feng was strong. Those 3 people were already stuck in an empty space. "Block!" One of them shouted furiously and released energies which moved towards Huang Fulong on Lin Feng's left. He bombarded the atmosphere and a terrifying and gigantic golden cauldron descended from the sky. Huang Fulong could feel the pressure from it. Cauldrons were heavy, swords were sharp. That cauldron was truly mighty. No wonder that Cultivator is a student of Champion University, thought Huang Fulong. Dragon chants started spreading in the air, and waves of chi flowed out. At the same time, Lin Feng jumped forwards. 1,000,000 golden lights appeared and surrounded him, containing destructive death culpa strength. "How fast? I have to dodge," thought that strong cultivator, scared to receive the attack. Lin Feng rose up in the air as the cauldron bombarded the atmosphere, and at the same time, Huang Fulong released his dragon chi. But in the end he was pushed away and groaned with pain. His face was deathly pale. "How strong?" thought Lin Feng with a shiver. Surprisingly, the attack had made his muscles shake. However, he didn't stop moving and continued attacking. Tantai was also getting attacked. Golden lights surrounded Lin Feng. It was as if the atmosphere was going to explode. Lin Feng disappeared, and then reappeared in front of the cauldron summoner. He released culpa strength which looked like a snake. His attack was almost as powerful as the cauldron, but Lin Feng wasn't strong enough yet. That person turned around and shouted furiously at him. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously, releasing cursing strength and destroying his enemy's willpower. His culpa energy was too oppressive, and his opponent was forced away. Tantai was fighting against the other one. That battle was difficult, too. The atmosphere was shaking. The three people were still fighting. Lin Feng had incredible attacks and he was moving incredibly fast, too. With your strength, you're already past the exam. Concerning him, he's not bad, but he's not done, said one of the examiners to Lin Feng and Tan Tai. In the end, he looked at Huang Fulong, that guy with his current strength, he can't join us. It's important to travel. Practicing within Champion University is the best, though, and I want my friends to benefit from that opportunity too, insisted Lin Feng. Please just move, you can't stop me. Lin Feng started releasing many cosmic energies in a dazzling manner. The three cultivators were stunned. Lin Feng controlled 7 sorts of cosmic energies. If you can destroy my attack, then you can go, said the strong cultivator who had the cauldron to Lin Feng. All right, agreed Lin Feng. I will destroy your cauldron. We'll see. That cultivator condensed his strength. The ancient cauldron appeared in his hand and energies rose to the skies. This technique is the great celestial 9 cauldron skill. If you manage to learn it at a high level, you can absorb the strength of the earth and the sky and turn it into a terrifying chi which will turn into 9 cauldrons. It's a special spell from Champion University, that cultivator told Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him respectfully. Champion University transmitted skills to their students. Amazing. I won't use external strength. I'll use strength which belongs to me, said Lin Feng, releasing Devamara Culpa strength as demon, death, and empty space cosmic energies. Go down, shouted that cultivator mightily. The cauldron descended from the sky at full speed. Lin Feng bombarded the atmosphere and moved like the wind. He collided with the cauldron, the impact hanging in the air. He could sense the energies of the cauldron. A medium-level emperor could destroy it. Rule! Lin Feng shouted furiously, and the cauldron was suddenly surrounded by marks. Explosions spread in the air. The atmosphere twisted, and the cauldron disappeared. The two people moved back at the same time. The cauldron user moved his arm and started laughing like a madman. Your physical body is so powerful. I'm happy to have fought against you. Thank you, nodded Lin Feng. He looked at the two others, they nodded agreement. It seems that we can't block the three of you, since it's that way you can go. Thank you very much. Lin Feng waved his hand. Tantai smiled, and the three friends continued their walk. When they passed in front of the one who had the cauldron, he spoke up, My name is Qin Wu. Lin Feng. Lin Feng and his friends quickly left them behind. The others looked at Qin Wu and asked, Qin Wu, what do you think of Lin Feng? He can control deployment spells, his strength is great, his willpower is great, his spells are great, he knows several cosmic energies, his future will be incredible, replied Qin Wu. Even Princess Yuan wasn't as strong as Lin Feng. The Celestial Godly University has a champion. Champion University is not weak. They will have a champion soon. Everybody thinks that King Jishang will become a champion. Ji Chang's club will also become very powerful. The other speaker put forth. Don't you have the feeling you were born at the wrong time? Qin Wu smiled. The 4 universities of the Holy City compete all the time, and within each university people compete with each other as well. Ji Chang can oppress a whole crowd. Great emperors and normal emperors don't compete. Because of Ji Chang, it's as if we don't exist. But even that way, we have to remain positive and can't let other people influence us. You're right. We don't need to compare ourselves with Ji Chang's club. It's just that I don't like Ji Chang's club, that examiner said unhappily. He's obstinate and unruly, he's insane. But the competition is so scary at university. It's just that Ji Chang's club is too big and powerful. They oppress students, but the university doesn't get involved in such things. The world of cultivation is like that. People have to rely on themselves. Lin Feng and the others continued walking forwards, and as expected, nobody prevented them from passing. They had passed the exam. When they arrived at the end of the path, there was a door. It must be the exit. Tantai strode forwards eagerly. Lin Feng smiled. This guy was in a rush. Huang Fulong and Tantai immediately entered the door. Lights twinkled. Lin Feng followed them, and they all ended up in a vast public place. Only 2 other people were there, they had probably passed the exam too. Princess Yuan and the young man with the immortal energies. Yuan Jing stared at Lin Feng and his friends, surprised to see them. Yuan Jing hadn't thought that Lin Feng would pass the exam. You're here, surprisingly, Yuan Jing said coldly. Hadn't Yi Wen killed that guy? Lin Feng glanced at her calmly, and then looked at the young man with the immortal strength. There were only 2 people. Champion University was not easy to get in. No wonder its students were terrifyingly strong. When Yuan Jing noticed that Lin Feng had basically dismissed her, she looked furious. Princess Yuan, are you always so rude? Said Lin Feng to Yuan Jing. She smiled in a cold way and replied, Nobody has ever told me I was rude. I just did, answered Lin Feng lightly. Around them, a cold chi was emerging. Bzzz. At that moment, someone else appeared among them. Tantai was stupefied and blurted out, You're the bastard. The person was wearing a black robe. He was the one who had corroded Tantai's arm. He looked at everyone coolly and said, It was the exam. Now we passed, so let's forget about what happened during it. You're very cruel, sniffed Tantai. He couldn't get his revenge now. Your Excellency, you're here too, said the newcomer to the young man with the immortal strength. The young man nodded back. Bu Lanshan. Zhu Yan. My name is Tantai. We're now students, blurted out Tantai, beaming at those 2 people. Nobody left. They all continued waiting. After having waited for a while, nobody else appeared there, so they realized that they might be the only ones who had passed the exam. Let's walk around and take a look, Tantai exclaimed. He couldn't wait anymore. Even though Champion University was a university, it looked like an empire. It was so huge. The 4 universities were almost worlds in themselves. The entrance was the entrance to a small world. Some people are here, Lin Feng spoke up. In the distance, a group of people appeared. Leading them was Yuan Ho. Dan Meng walked behind him. Princess, said Yuan Ho, nodding at Yuan Jing. Please, come with me. All right, agreed Yuan Jing. Tantai glanced at her, his expression scornful. That's discrimination. Humph. Dan Meng grunted coldly and looked at Lin Feng and the others. You follow me. They all followed Yuan Ho. Very quickly, they saw a gigantic area with mountains, waterfalls, and so on. Qi filled the air with gentle waves. The scenery was spectacular, and the qi felt very pleasant. Perfect for the soul and spirit. This place is amazing for cultivators, declared Bu Lanshan. Practicing in water and mountains was always better. Those are the ordinary student halls. I'll show you your new places, Dan Meng said to the group. He said to Bu Lanshan and Zhu Yan, You 2 can choose a territory where you want to live. Champion University is so big that students can live alone in a gigantic field, smiled Tantai. Bu Lanshan and Zhu Yan chose a place. Oh, and by the way, the door you crossed after the exam wasn't the main door. You all need a champion card to cross the doors. They are not open to the public. Also, many places here require champion cards. I will make them soon, said Dan Meng to the 2 new students, who nodded and walked over to their private territories. They didn't enter their residences, though, waiting to see where Lin Feng and the others would go. Dan Meng brought Lin Feng and the others to other residences that looked old and decrepit. He said to Lin Feng and his friends, We don't have any more space. You can temporarily stay here. What? Tantai looked at Dan Meng icily. The 3 of us in one place? You're abusing your power to avenge your personal grudges. Huang Fu Long noted coolly. Living together in one residence wasn't a problem for them. Even though the residence was old, it was still better than living outside. However, they were furious because of Dan Meng's behavior. He was clearly getting his revenge. I help you find dwellings and you dare be disrespectful? Watch your words, snorted Dan Meng unhappily. I've been at Champion University for many years. Even though we don't accept many new students, we still recruit students every 3 months. And it has always been that way. Right now there isn't enough space. What should I do? Make other people leave their residences. Lin Feng and his friends had killed Xianxia. It was only the beginning for them. Xiangjun was gone for the time being, but if he knew that they had killed Xianxia, the situation wouldn't be the same. Even though Lin Feng and the others were talented at Champion University, everybody was talented. Lin Feng had offended Yuan Jing and killed Shang Yu. He had also offended Dan Meng. The situation was not bright for him. Tantai looked furious. He wanted to say something, but Lin Feng spoke first. "Thank you for making efforts, Your Excellency. As long as you realize and admit it, that's fine," answered Dan Meng, smiling coldly. He then turned around and left. After a few seconds, he turned around and said to Lin Feng and the others, "Besides, you were not supposed to become students here." "Bastard," said Tantai, releasing bestial chi as he watched the examiner go. He wanted to kill Dan Meng. "No need to be in a rush. We're now students at Champion University. We need to abide by the rules after all. He didn't say anything to us. If we offend him, it could get bad for us." Lin Feng reminded Tantai and Huang Fulong. They both nodded and tried to calm down. They still thought that Dan Meng was a bastard, though. The three of them walked around. Cultivators didn't really care about having luxurious homes actually, and beds weren't important either. The problem was that Tantai felt humiliated. A group of people came over to the newcomers. More examiners. Qin Wu was in the group of people. He looked at Bu Lanshan and Zhu Yan and asked, "Is that your residence?" "Indeed," replied Bu Lanshan with a smile. "If there's any problem, you can come and ask me. By the way, where are the three others?" Qin Wu asked the two newcomers. Bu Lanshan gazed into the distance and pointed. "I think they're there." "What?" Qin Wu frowned and asked, "Who assigned you residences?" "His name was Dan Meng," Bu Lanshan remembered absently. "No wonder." Qin Wu's eyes were twinkling. "Did he give you champion cards yet?" "He said he was going to do them." Bu Lanshan frowned. He had the sensation something dodgy was going on. "Humph." Qin Wu groaned angrily and told them, "They already have the cards. Let's go and see Lin Feng and the others." "All right." Bu Lanshan frowned. They already had the cards? Dan Meng had lied to them? They had a lot to learn. Even though Lin Feng was already in his room, he sensed that Qin Wu and some people were getting closer, so he went out again and greeted them. "Lin Feng." Qin Wu looked at Lin Feng and said, "Dan Meng made the three of you stay in the same house?" "Indeed." Lin Feng nodded. "Dan Meng went too far." Qin Wu looked furious. There were many empty houses. Dan Meng and the others were examiners, but they were also in charge of guiding new students. Making Lin Feng and two other people live in the same place was ridiculous. "When he gives us our champion cards, I hope he'll give us a good explanation," Tantai rumbled. Qin Wu shook his head. "The champion cards are already ready. He wants to create problems." "What?" Tantai looked furious again. "He wants to threaten us? Would he dare not give us the cards?" Lin Feng frowned and asked, "Aren't there rules at university?" "The rules are not strict. You have to rely on yourself here. Even though it's a university, the competition is even worse than in the outside world because universities don't care about your social status. Of course, being from a very rich and powerful family from the Holy City can be helpful, just like Princess Yuan, for example. You have probably understood that already. There are new students quite often, every 3 months, so the administration lets different faculties take care of those things. This time, Ji Chang's club managed the exam, and Yuan Ho in particular. He has the cards and controls them. "Humph. I don't want a card anymore," Huang Fulong said unhappily. "You can't, you must have a champion card. You won't be able to come back from outside if you don't have one. The champion hall also requires a card." "You need a card," Qin Wu told them emphatically. "You just arrived, so you don't know much about the university. I'll show you around and tell you more about the place." "Thank you very much," Lin Feng said appreciatively. Ji Chang's club was a powerful club in Champion University. Yuan Ho, Dan Meng, and the others were members of Ji Chang's club. Qin Wu wanted to help Lin Feng and the others. "No need. If I didn't admire you for your strength, I wouldn't help." Qin Wu smiled wholeheartedly. At that moment, someone else arrived. Lin Feng looked surprised. He knew nobody in Champion University, but that person seemed to be coming for them. "Who was that?" "You are new students, right?" the new arrival said to Lin Feng and the others coldly. Indeed. Could you please introduce yourself, Your Excellency? Asked Bu Lanshan indifferently. Dan Meng told me to tell you that he couldn't come. If you want your champion cards, you need to go to his residence, said that person. Then he left again. Lin Feng and the others were stupefied. As Qinwu had said, Dan Meng was trying to cause trouble. He didn't want to give them champion cards. Don't be furious. Ji Chang's club is always aggressive. It's not the first time that something like this happened. Similar things happened in the past when Ji Chang's club managed the exams. Even if you go and ask for your champion cards, I doubt he'll give them to you. Qinwu informed them sourly. Ji Chang's club was always like that, it seemed. Can we kill people in Champion University? Lin Feng asked suddenly. Qinwu was surprised. Asking such a question was a bit strange. Lin Feng seemed too impulsive sometimes. You are largely free here, but there are still some rules. You can't kill people of the same faculty as you. If you really want to kill someone, you'll need to sign a contract with them and agree on a battle to death. If you don't have such a document and kill someone, the university might be furious, said Qinwu. University is different from the outside world. If you could kill people as you wish, it would be too chaotic. Imagine if you were really strong and someone looked for someone stronger to kill you. The situation would degenerate quickly. Besides, imagine if students from rich families from the Holy City got killed. The situation would be even scarier. All right, Lin Feng said, understanding the problem. The university had existed for a long time, and rich families from the Holy City sent their children there. Yuan Jing and Yuan Ho were good examples. Let's walk and chat at the same time, said Qinwu, rising up into the air. Lin Feng and the others followed suit. We can't kill, but battles are unavoidable, I think. Bu Lanshan spoke up. Of course. If you don't fight, then what would be the point of university? As long as you don't kill people, no problem, smiled Qinwu. Some strong people can oppress others that way. Cultivation is about constantly surpassing others. Battles happen all the time. It's normal. At that moment, Lin Feng and the group started seeing more and more people. The university had existed for a long time, so there were many strong cultivators there. Lin Feng realized that the student halls were unpopulated in comparison with the rest of the place. Can you see the palace there? Qinwu smiled indifferently and pointed. The edifice was surrounded by clouds. How majestic, Tantai said with a sigh. The palace was gigantic. It's the champion hall, students must go there, and they need their champion cards to get in. With ordinary cards, you can only go to the first floor. And you must have already guessed what you can find inside. Skills, spells, techniques, deployment spells, holy marks, weapons, and so on. It gives you access to all-embracing power. It's gigantic. Of course, the best things are on the higher floors. I received my 9 cauldrons celestial chi skill from the champion hall. The one you used against me? Asked Bu Lanshan. Indeed. Qinwu nodded. On which floor? Asked Zhu Yan. He had also fought against Qinwu. The 9 cauldrons celestial chi skill was terrifyingly powerful and explosive. 9th floor. Qinwu replied. The 9th floor. Zhu Yan frowned. You said that with ordinary champion cards you could only go to the ground floor, so what are the prerequisites to get to the 9th floor? I'll take you somewhere and you'll understand, Qinwu told them. Then they continued moving forwards. Lin Feng and the others were skeptical but didn't ask more questions. They continued walking, and soon Lin Feng saw a mountain, with a waterfall coming out of a cave on its slopes. At the top of the cave there were letters written in golden paint. Champion Palace. The eyes of Lin Feng and the others twinkled. Champion Lin Feng was familiar with that word. 3 days before taking the exam of Champion University, he had gone to the Celestial Godly University with Jun Emoshi and had seen Ying Cheng the champion. Champions, in students' jargon, were associated with being extremely strong and glorious. For universities, it meant glory, honor, and an incredible reputation. People went in and out the palace freely. Qinwu continued forwards. Come in with me. Lin Feng crossed the waterfall and went into the palace in the cave. There was water everywhere, twinkling like thousands of crystals. Inside the palace, there were 3 walls with many words written on them. Champion Zhan, Champion Ao, Champion Tian Yuan, Champion Xianxia. Lin Feng and the others read the words. They were all ancient champions. There was a short introduction under each name. The one at the top was the founder of Champion University. He was proud, obstinate, and unruly, but he had gone to the Dragon Clan to kill people and come back, astonishing many people. All these champions had amazed the whole region. You know about champions, right? Qin Wu asked them all. Yes. I've even met Ying Chang, and I've been to the Celestial Godly University. I've seen the stone plate and know a little about the history of champions, replied Lin Feng. Champion University is the same. All those people were champions. We don't write names of champions on here anymore unless they've accomplished something incredible. Qin Wu told them reverently. Accomplished something incredible? The 4 universities of the Holy City have educated millions of geniuses. Many of them have not become famous, but many of them have also amazed the whole world. All those champions have accomplished incredible things and have become famous in the whole world. He continued. Many incredible cultivators had studied in the Holy City at university. The universities of the Holy City enjoyed an incredible reputation. I wonder when my name will be in the list, Tantai chortled, laughing loudly and wholeheartedly. Lin Feng's heart was beating faster. He was excited. To become a champion, people had to think like champions. Cultivation was a step-by-step process. It required hard work. Lin Feng read the whole list in front of him and then looked at the 2 other walls covered with lists. All the names were beautifully carved. The list on the left had only 1 column and the one on the right had 3 columns. Ji Chang. Lin Feng looked at the names and at the very top, there was Ji Chang's name. Is that a student's name? Asked Lin Feng. He was curious. Indeed. Champions who have accomplished great things have their names carved here. On the left side, there are about 100 people. They are the 100 best. They have the potential to become champions. After having been selected, they can take the exam, Qin Wu confirmed. Everybody nodded. They understood the list on the left was for potential champions. And on the right, it's also a list, but the distinction between people's cultivation levels is clear on that list. Low-level emperors, medium-level emperors, and high-level emperors. That's why that list is divided into 3, continued Qin Wu. The competition in Champion University is intense. Everybody can be on one of those lists. You asked me why I am able to go to the 9th floor? Precisely for that reason. I'm 29th on the list. I could become a champion. I obtained the level 9 champion cards, so I can go to the 9th floor. The list determines the type of champion card you get. Stronger cultivators obtain better things. Huang Fulong's eyes were twinkling with enthusiasm. He wanted to see his name on the list. Qin Wu, 29th on the list. I will definitely rank better than you at some point, boasted Tantai, scratching his head and laughing. There are elders and students in this palace. Students can become really strong at university, thought Lin Feng. That palace was a strange place. Even if he wasn't as strong as some cultivators on the list, he still felt excited. Students here were all incredible cultivators. Everybody dreamt of having their name carved on the list. People on the list are incredible, thought Bulan Shan. Even if 2 names coincided, that was fine, but those who had the potential to become champions were rare and probably extremely strong. It seems like I underestimated the 4 universities. Qin Wu is incredible strong. Surprisingly, he's 29th on the list, and there are hundreds of emperors in the list. How many are there currently? Asked Zhu Yan. He was curious. I don't know, a lot. Not everybody can practice cultivation really fast. Even very talented low-level emperors need 10, 20, or even 30 years to become medium-level emperors, sometimes even longer. And for medium-level emperors to become high-level emperors, it's even harder to say. Therefore, there are many geniuses in the 4 universities of the Holy City. Half of those incredible cultivators have amazed the whole world, and the best cultivators of the 3 main cities have usually studied at university. Qin Wu answered thoughtfully. Rich monarchic and ancient clans always send their kids to university. Qin Wu had explained everything to everybody. Lin Feng understood perfectly. The universities were famous, so more and more strong cultivators studied at university, so they also became bigger and bigger. What about great emperors? There aren't any on the list? Asked Lin Feng. Let's go out to talk. Qin Wu replied, and they left the cave. There is no list for great emperors here, but in the Holy City there are two lists, one for great emperors and one for normal emperors. Ancestors have made those two lists. They organized a big competition in the Holy City with great emperors and emperors. Those who defeated emperors and great emperors could be on the list. Qin Wu told them. Everybody understood. Many people also liked challenging stronger cultivators just to evaluate their strength, not just for fame. So if I defeat you, will I replace you on the list? Asked Lin Feng. Qin Wu rolled his eyes and said, It is extremely rare for new students to be on the list that quickly. But you're right. If you defeat me, then you'll replace me on the list. I'll rank 30th and everyone below me will lose one position in the rankings. No matter who the new ones are on the list, if you are already on the list, you must progress constantly to stay on it and move ahead. Look! Qin Wu had brought them to some mountains and rivers. There was a palace suspended in the sky, but it looked like an illusion. Some incredible cultivators from antiquity live there in the celestial mountains. They have their own palaces apparently, but I've never been there. Only those who are champions can go there. Some of those strong cultivators also recruit disciples sometimes, but if you're not a champion, you stand no chance. You must become stronger and stronger using what the university has to offer. I think you want to go and see, Tantai said to Qin Wu, clapping on his shoulders and laughing. Of course, very few people can go there, said Qin Wu. Tantai's eyes twinkled. I wonder what the difference between those teachers and the others is? The ancient elders are great emperors, or even great emperor's teachers. It is a particular status. You see that place opposite the celestial mountains? Qin Wu asked them, gazing into the distance. It's vast and desolate, a whole world. We live in the central part of Champion University, but all around us, there are many things which were created by the ancestors. They also left many things there for the younger generations to study. If you are interested and have time, you can go and see at some point. And also, there's an even more important place. Just remember that place for the future. Let's go and see this one. It's called Edict Palace, a news center. For example, you can read about new historical remains which have been found, or precious items. Thanks to the news, Champion University can stay updated, thought Lin Feng, smiling to himself. Indeed, that place seemed interesting. Let's go back. You need your champion cards, Qin Wu said. After going back, the atmosphere became very lively, because a new student had challenged a strong cultivator whose name was on the list. A new student? Qin Wu was stupefied. He looked at Lin Feng and the others. He seemed pensive. Yu Wenjing? Or a low-level emperor? Lin Feng and Qin Wu glanced at each other. Qin Wu grinned. Let's go and see. Indeed. Lin Feng was also curious. Only those whose names were on the list could get better champion cards. Lin Feng wanted to go to the better floors of the champion hall, so he had to replace someone who was on the list. The people who were on the list couldn't refuse a challenge. That was a rule in Champion University. If I'm stronger than you, then I have the right to replace you. Champion University supported such behavior. Besides, there were many people on the list, so there were more people to challenge, and their cultivation level was openly indicated. It must be Yu Wenjing, low-level emperor type of battle, whispered Qin Wu. The group continued running. As expected, there were two people on a battle stage. One of them was wearing a white and blue robe, elegant with an extraordinary qi. The other one was a beautiful and proud-looking woman. Yu Wenjing. Yu Wenjing fought against me during the exam. She could beat me. The Yuan clan is powerful. It's an ancient holy city of the holy city, and the person Yu Wenjing challenged is the 30th on the list, so just after me. His name is Long Yuan. She immediately challenged the 30th one. That's surprising, whispered Qin Wu. Sword will. Lin Feng was surprised. Yuan Jing was releasing sword will, and a sword was appearing. Champion University had a rule: to fight against people who were on the lists, students couldn't use weapons. Long Yuan released a dark energy which rose up in the air and turned into a pitch-black plate containing a terrifying strength. Long Yuan has an extraordinary body type because of his spirit. He can modify strength. He knows two sorts of cosmic energies, earth and evolution. His attacks are explosive. His attacks aren't weaker than my 9 cauldrons celestial chi skill. He's 30th and I'm 29th, so if we fought, the battle would be really complicated. When Qin Wu finished talking, the two on stage had already started fighting. The sky and the earth were shaking. A gigantic palace appeared. It might be able to kill Yuan Jing. However, Yuan Jing's sword will continued rising to the skies. A strong wind started blowing. Threads of sword energies invaded the whole sky. It was ice cold and looked like sharp snow. Yuan Jing had condensed his sword with 4 types of energies. She understood many different cosmic energies too. She knows 4 types of energies? Lin Feng was surprised. That sword contained 4 types of cosmic energies: fire, water, wind, and snow. Her sword attack looked great, a beautiful woman carrying out beautiful attacks. Even though she's despicable, she's quite strong, thought Huang Fulong, watching Yuan Jing. Long Yuan's attack was being oppressed. She understands how to fuse cosmic energies pretty well. Not bad. She's quite strong. She'll definitely end up in the list, Qin Wu said when he saw Yuan Jing's strength. He was surprised. During the exam, it seemed Yuan Jing hadn't used her full strength. Long Yuan is already using his spirit. He's going to lose, thought Lin Feng. Long Yuan's spirit was a white light which surrounded his whole body. He could modify physical and immaterial strength because of his special body. When breaking through to the Huang Qi layer, his evolution abstruse energy had turned into cosmic energy. Long Yuan released his spirit and his strength suddenly became explosive. Yuan Jing's sword attack was pushed backwards and Long Yuan's stone punch blocked the sword attack. "For Season's absolute sword!" shouted a voice furiously. Suddenly, the atmosphere started changing very quickly and mysteriously. Like the 4 seasons, it started raining sword energies again. Yuan Jing's attacks were really beautiful. Boom! A terrifying sound spread through the air. A dazzling light streaked across the sky and the lights dispersed. The two fighters were far away from each other again. Long Yuan was bleeding and his face was pale. "I wouldn't have thought that a new student could be so strong. I lost. You can go to the Champion Palace and get a better champion card," Long Yuan said to Yuan Jing. He didn't look disappointed at all. There were many geniuses in Champion University. Losing was normal. New students were rarely that strong, but it happened. Yuan Jing had used Long Yuan to prove how strong she was. It was a bit sad, but that was life. Yuan Jing moved at full speed towards the Champion Palace. The list had to be changed. Yuan Jing is the princess of her clan. She's beautiful and strong. Not bad. I wish she could be my girl, spoke up a laughing young man. You should say that in front of Yuan Jing. Someone next to him teased Gun. She's now 30th on the list. She's probably the strongest of all the new low-level emperors. Not necessarily. I've heard of 2 new students who are extremely strong and who have fought against Yuan Jing. I don't know if it's true or not, but if it is, then they must be at least as strong as her. Lin Feng, you still haven't obtained your champion card. What do you intend to do? Asked Qin Wu, smiling at him. Since Dan Meng told us to go and take them, then we'll go, I think, said Lin Feng. Where is Dan Meng? I'll take you there, replied Qin Wu. Qin Wu, no need. It's too inconvenient for you, said Lin Feng. He was already very grateful for everything he had done for them. Dan Meng and Yuan Ho were friends. They were also members of Ji Chang's club. Lin Feng didn't want Qin Wu to get involved. It's part of my tasks, Qin Wu replied firmly. He didn't mind. Thus, he continued on and brought Lin Feng and the others to another place. After a short time, they arrived above a group of palaces. That's the palace where Dan Meng lives, said Qin Wu, pointing at one of the buildings. How big? What a chi. He has such an amazing palace, and he makes the 3 of us live together, Tantai was furious and released Qi, which began to whistle in the air. "Let's steal his palace," snarled Huang Fulong furiously. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling as he shouted, "Dan Meng, come out! Dan Meng, come out!" His voice resonated everywhere. Some people rose up in the air. The crowd was surprised. Who were those people with Qin Wu? Quickly, Dan Meng came out of his palace. He and some other people rose up in the air. He looked at Lin Feng coldly. He had the champion cards, and Lin Feng dared act disrespectfully? "What do you want?" asked Dan Meng, glancing at them. The new students were all there except Yuan Jing. "Bastard, you make the three of us live in one palace and you didn't give us our champion cards, and now you dare ask us what we want?" spat back Tantai. "I've already explained everything. We don't have enough space, your residence is just temporary. If anything becomes free, I'll let you know. Concerning the champion cards, I'm sorry, I don't have them," replied Dan Meng acidly. He looked at Zhu Yan and Bulan Shan. "You both have a residence, what else can I do for you?" "Champion cards," said Bulan Shan indifferently. "I don't have them." "I'm sorry," replied Dan Meng. "Very good." Lin Feng's eyes were filled with ice-cold lights. "You are in charge of the new students. We are new students. You make the three of us live in the same residence and you don't want to give us our champion cards. Dan Meng, I would like to challenge you to a battle to death in front of everyone. I want a contract with you." Grr. Dan Meng's heart started pounding. His face turned pale. He knew how strong Lin Feng was. He had killed Yuan. He was terrifyingly strong. He couldn't refuse Lin Feng's challenge. Otherwise, what would everybody think of him in Champion University? He would lose face if he refused. After all, he had been at university for a while and Lin Feng was new. Qin Wu is such a bastard, thought Dan Meng. Lin Feng wouldn't have known about contracts for battles to death if Qin Wu hadn't told him about them. Dan Meng hadn't thought that Lin Feng would challenge him to a battle to death though. A battle to the death. The crowd around looked excitedly. They wanted to see Lin Feng and Dan Meng's battle. It was still the day of the exam and the atmosphere was lively. They had heard that a new student had challenged Long Yuan, and now a new student had challenged Dan Meng to a battle to death. How interesting. The most amusing part was that Dan Meng seemed to be hesitating, so Lin Feng was probably quite strong. Dan Meng is in charge of the new students. He made those three people settle in the same residence, and he didn't give them their champion cards. He probably hadn't thought one of the new students would challenge him to a death battle, thought the crowd. They were staring fixedly at Dan Meng. What was he going to say? "Do you know what a champion's contract is?" asked Dan Meng coldly. "Do you accept or not?" shouted Lin Feng grimly. He then jumped forwards and released Qi. Did Dan Meng think he could change the topic? He had two options. Battle to death, or lose his reputation. If he refused to fight against a new student, then he wouldn't be able to stay at the university. Dan Meng was furious. Someone arrived at full speed and asked, "What's going on?" "Yu Wu Ji." Dan Meng suddenly looked happy and relieved. He didn't look at Lin Feng. He looked at Yu Wu Ji and said, "A new student doesn't know how to differentiate good from bad. He challenged me to a battle to the death. I don't feel like fighting a baby boy, though. Brother Yu, long time no see. You must have progressed a lot. Help me take care of that new boy. You're a real hero." The crowd looked at him in a strange way. Yu Wu Ji had shown up at the best moment. Anyway, Dan Meng was despicable. Yu Wu Ji was 41st on the list, and like Dan Meng, he was also a member of Ji Chang's club. But Dan Meng couldn't compete with him. Dan Meng was strong. But in Ji Chang's club, he was quite weak and just took care of small things. Poor new student. Yu Wu Ji will definitely help Dan Meng, thought the crowd. "Are all the new students that arrogant?" asked Yu Wu Ji, staring at Lin Feng and walking towards him. "Piss off," said Lin Feng, glancing at Yu Wu Ji dismissively. Yu Wu Ji frowned and looked amused. "Interesting. New students are more and more insane. Dan Meng, you were right, it seems. Let's show him what he's really worth. Some people think they can be as arrogant as they were in the outside world at university," mused Yu Wu Ji contemptuously. He perfectly knew what kind of people passed the exams to become university students. people from rich families or very talented people. However, at university, those things didn't matter, only strength mattered. Those new students needed to have some good battles to realize some things. You Wu Ji 41st in the ranking list. You're new. I'll be merciful. Yu Wu Ji introduced himself with a cold smile. Damn! Fuck off! Shouted Tantai furiously. 41st, so what? Qin Wu was 29th. Lin Feng would try and fight against some people from the list at some point too. Eh? Yu Wu Ji was stupefied. He said coldly, "How insolent! Go away now. We will fight at some point if you want, but first I want Dan Meng to accept my challenge. I'll kill him and then you and me will fight. I'm afraid that if I fight against you first, then Dan Meng will find another excuse not to fight." Lin Feng sniffed disdainfully, glancing at Dan Meng mockingly. "No need to use him as an excuse. We will fight to death today. If you don't refuse, then stop wasting my time. Dan Meng, no need to hide. If you refuse to fight, then give us your residence and champion cards and kneel down before us to apologize. Then, maybe we'll let you off," Tantai announced loftily. Didn't dare? If Dan Meng didn't accept the challenge, they had to make him suffer at least. He had made them come to GT their own champion cards? They were here now. It seems like those people aren't going to let Dan Meng off, thought the crowd in amusement. Lin Feng had even said he would fight against Yu Wu Ji afterwards. Lin Feng wasn't going to let Dan Meng off, of course. Dan Meng kept bullying them. Yu Wu Ji, step aside now. Lin Feng and Dan Meng want to fight, said Qin Wu. Then he looked at Dan Meng and spat out. Concerning you, you're a student too. You bully people and now you're trying to avoid fighting. Will you fight or not? Talk now. Qin Wu. Dan Meng was furious. He couldn't do much. I accept. Very good. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with flames of fury. Some lights appeared and words appeared in the air. It was the contract. Lin Feng said icily, "Contract for a battle to the death." That was what Qin Wu had taught him. They needed contracts to fight to the death at university. People couldn't kill others at university otherwise. The rules were very strict. I agree, battle to the death, hissed Dan Meng, releasing lights too. It was the same contract. The two contracts collided and disappeared. They had agreed, and the university wouldn't get involved. Yu Wu Ji moved away to give them space. Tantai and the others looked at Dan Meng disdainfully. Dan Meng was doomed. Bzzz. Dan Meng jumped forwards, and a strong wind started blowing. A terrifying chi moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Die! Shouted Dan Meng furiously. A terrifying tank of water appeared and descended from the sky at full speed towards Lin Feng while emitting rumbling sounds. A skill from Champion Hall? Purple Lake Tank. How did Dan Meng obtain it? Thought the crowd in surprise. That technique was incredibly powerful. It was a gigantic tank as big as a lake falling from the sky. If Dan Meng hadn't been a member of Ji Chang's club, he wouldn't have been able to obtain it. Lin Feng must be really strong. Otherwise Dan Meng wouldn't have needed to use the Purple Lake Tank. Destroying Dan Meng won't be that easy either, thought the crowd. The purple tank descended from the sky. It was a truly brutal attack. Lin Feng already felt how oppressive its energies were. You want to die, shouted Dan Meng hoarsely. He shook his head and released more chi to make the tank accelerate. Layers of armor appeared around Lin Feng. At the same time, he finally moved, condensing wind cosmic energy and flying at full speed towards the tank. Is he insane? Thought the crowd. Lin Feng turned into a light beam and collided with the tank. It started crackling. Lin Feng was surrounded by destructive strength and continued moving towards Dan Meng. Boom! Explosions spread in the air. The tank blew apart and a punch crashed onto Dan Meng's chest. Lin Feng then started punching him unceasingly. Crackling sounds spread through the sky. The crowd was nervous for Dan Meng. His bones were shattering. What a powerful physical strength. His physical body has already broken through to the Huang Qi layer. He can oppress Dan Meng, thought the crowd, shivering. At that moment, Dan Meng's life was already in Lin Feng's hands. His face turned deathly pale. Nobody could help him. He had agreed to fight to the death. Stop! shouted Yu Wuji, furiously releasing qi to pressure Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored him and looked at Dan Meng, saying icily, "Give me the champion cards." "Let me off first," said Dan Meng. He had already lost his reputation and was humiliated. He wasn't strong enough compared to Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng continued punching his chest. Bones kept breaking. Dan Meng gave out a horrible shriek and his face became even paler. "How dare you!" shouted Yu Wuji furiously. "Lin Feng dared kill someone from Ji Chang's club? Champion cards." Lin Feng repeated emotionlessly. He was fixedly staring at Dan Meng. An energy surrounded Dan Meng, and at the same time, Lin Feng raised his fist again. He could destroy Dan Meng at any moment. Dan Meng's bones were broken. He had the feeling he was going to collapse. Lin Feng definitely dared to kill him. At that moment, Dan Meng was terrified. He regretted that he had accepted a fight against Lin Feng. "I'll give them to you," Dan Meng said weakly. He took out the champion cards. There was one bar on the cards. They were level 1 champion cards. Lin Feng took them and said icily, "Will you give me your residence too?" Dan Meng was petrified. He just nodded. His life was in Lin Feng's hands. They had agreed to fight to the death. He had no choice. "All right." Dan Meng nodded helplessly. "Find good places for my 2 friends too." Lin Feng continued grimly. "I will," agreed Dan Meng with a whimper. "All right. Now," Lin Feng stated, still holding on to Dan Meng. "Some of my friends live in residences next to mine. You can have them," cried Dan Meng. Some of the people behind him were surprised. But since his life was in Lin Feng's hands, it didn't matter. Dan Meng's life was more important than a house. "You should have done that before," Lin Feng told him scornfully. Then, he released energies which invaded Dan Meng's body, before dropping him on the ground. He didn't kill the bastard, but it would probably take half a year for Dan Meng to recover. Killing him wasn't important to Lin Feng. "You were reckless," said Tan Tai, walking forwards, his fury partially sated. Dan Meng had kept humiliating them. But now he was injured and wouldn't recover for a long time. Lin Feng had taught him a good lesson. "Take the champion cards," Lin Feng said to his friends, handing them out. Qin Wu came up to him and said, "Each card has a mother and a son part. Put the son card in your third eye. If you die, the university will know about it thanks to the mother card. Also, if your card level increases, then they will increase the level of your mother card, and the son card will adapt accordingly." Lin Feng looked at the card, smiled, and nodded before he put his card in his third eye. His third eye twinkled. "What a strange thing." Lin Feng smiled. Yu Wuji landed in front of Lin Feng. He looked furious and said, "I will let you off for now. Ji Chang's club will make a decision concerning your case. Be ready to plead for acquittal." He moved over in front of Dan Meng and said, "Let's carry him." A group of people took the crippled examiner and left with him. Plead for acquittal? Lin Feng looked angry. What was that supposed to mean? Did Ji Chang's club have their own court of justice, or what? People around looked at Lin Feng in amusement. That guy wasn't weak, he had easily defeated Dan Meng. But now Ji Chang's club wasn't going to let him off. Even though Dan Meng had bullied Lin Feng and his friends, Ji Chang's club didn't care and protected their members above all. After all, Ji Chang's club was in charge of the exam, and Dan Meng had been humiliated. "You should hide and practice cultivation for a while. You need to become stronger. Ji Chang's club might send people for you," said someone to Lin Feng. "Indeed, Yu Wuji will not let you off, and Ji Chang's club is very powerful. Among the 10 best cultivators of Ji Chang's club, there are 3 you can't defeat." "Thank you everyone for your advice," said Lin Feng, smiling at those people with a smile that really wasn't. Then, he walked towards Dan Meng's residence, which had now become his. Students are proud. Besides, he's a very good cultivator. We can't blame him for being like that. He's stubborn, but at university, it's not always a good idea to act like that," said one of the smiling onlookers. He remembered when he had become a new student, he had been motivated and proud. But as time passed, he had to calm down. Huang Fulong sensed the qi and sighed. Ji Chang's club chose a good place. Of course, they are very powerful. No group can compete with them in Champion University, Qin Wu told them. This time, Dan Meng bullied you. He didn't even want to give you your champion cards. Now Ji Chang's club is going to be angry at you. Stay calm and discreet. Besides, Lin Feng, you're very talented. You'll be on the champions list sooner or later. As long as nobody defeats you, you will rise up in the ranking list, said Qin Wu, warning Lin Feng and the others. So it means that we have to hide? Tantai asked unhappily. Just don't provoke Ji Chang's club. Since Xing Chang became a champion, Ji Chang keeps practicing cultivation really hard. He will probably become a champion. All right, I understand. Let's go to the Edict Palace for now. Lin Feng wanted to go somewhere again. Qin Wu looked at him oddly. The first place he wanted to go was the Edict Palace. That was unusual. Usually, people who had just become students wanted to go to the Champion Hall. But Lin Feng was different. In another place, some people were already talking about Lin Feng and how to deal with him. Yuan Jing and Yuan Ho were sitting at the front. Initially, they wanted to organize a little party for Yuan Jing since she was now in the ranking list at the 30th place and had obtained a better champion card. However, at that moment, someone brought Dan Meng back, and he was severely injured. Lin Feng again? Yuan Ho was extremely unhappy. Indeed, Yuan, you must avenge me. He humiliated Ji Chang's club, swore Dan Meng painfully, his facial hideous. He couldn't control Lin Feng anymore, he was furious. Dan Meng, you don't need to take care of anything in Ji Chang's club. You should practice cultivation really hard and recover, Yuan Ho said offhandedly. Yuan. Dan Meng's face turned deathly pale. Yuan meant that Dan Meng wasn't a member of Ji Chang's club anymore. You must pay attention to your wounds and become stronger. Concerning Lin Feng, don't worry. I will avenge you, said Yuan Ho. Dan Meng remained silent for a few seconds and then bowed. All right, I'm relieved then. Dan Meng left alone. He looked desperate and sad. He had become worthless to Ji Chang's club. However, Yuan was really going to avenge him. Dan Meng had no doubts about that. Princess, during the exam, Lin Feng killed Xianxia. Initially, we wanted to wait to deal with him, but it seems that guy is impatient. Yuan Ho mused patiently. Lin Feng had just become a student at Champion University. Did he think his troubles were over? You're getting ready to deal with him? Yuan Jing asked him, a hint in her voice. As you wish, Princess. Concerning Shang Jun, it has nothing to do with me, Yuan Ho said indifferently. He then looked at people next to him and said, Someone go and tell him to come here to explain himself. Yuan, he's very proud. He might not come even if we tell him, said Yu Wuji. He offended Ji Chang's club and he's new, you think he wouldn't come? Someone else spoke up incredulously. There have been other proud people at Champion University, and what happened when they offended Ji Chang's club? Someone else pointed out smugly. Princess Yuan just became a student here and that guy is causing trouble. Yu Wuji, why don't you tell him to come here? A young man asked Yu Wuji. That guy's physical body has broken through to the Huang Qi layer. He defeated Dan Meng by punching him. He's strong. I could maybe defeat him, but with Qin Wu around, it's a bit complicated, Yu Wu said Ji indifferently. Qin Wu was 29th on the ranking list, so he was much stronger than Yu Wuji. Shimu, we'll need your help here, Yuan Ho said to a young man in white clothes. All right, I'll go for the princess, replied Shimu, standing up. He had a fan in his hand, which he put away as he smiled coldly. It's been a long time since I've dealt with new students. Remember, don't be too cruel. Leave the rest to the princess, said Yuan Ho. I understand, Shimu answered as he walked away. Shimu, I saw your name in the ranking list, but I forgot your position? Yuan Jing wondered aloud. 18th, said Yuan Ho, smiling indifferently over his shoulder. With Shimu there, Qin Wu wouldn't dare offend them. In Dan Meng's former residence, now Lin Feng's, a young man in white clothes arrived. His long hair was fluttering in the wind. He looked calm and serene. However, many people around looked at him strangely. Shimu was 18th on the ranking list. He was extremely strong. He was also the 5th general of Ji Chang's club. Ji Chang's club was very powerful. Hundreds and hundreds of students were members of the club. The club was divided into 3 subgroups: Sun, Moon, and Star. Many ranked people were also members of Ji Chang's club. Among the people in the top 10, 3 of them were members of Ji Chang's club. Shimu, who was 18th, was also a member of the Star group, just like Yuan Ho. At that moment, Shimu had arrived where Lin Feng lived. He wanted to settle accounts with him. Lin Feng had offended Ji Chang's club, and now he was going to pay for it. There's nobody? Shimu didn't find Lin Feng. He was surprised. That guy kept running around? We must settle accounts today, otherwise they will regret it, said Shimu to himself, and then he left at full speed. People moved aside to let him pass. At that moment, Lin Feng was already in the Edict Palace. The building was as incredible as the Champion Hall. The ground floor of the Edict Palace was gigantic, and there were many scriptures, talismans, etc. There were different materials for different faculties. However, at that moment in the Edict Palace on the ground floor there weren't many people. People kept going up or down the stairs. Everybody remained silent, too. The Edict Palace is like the Champion Hall. You need a good champion card if you want to go upstairs. Lin Feng took some scriptures and talismans and sat down. In the talismans were the most important pieces of news, for example, rise and fall of some cultivators, apparition of some peerless cultivators, and also regional news about the 18 big cities of the region. So much news. Champion University is not only about cultivation, it's also about knowledge, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng loved this place. Reading the news was going to take some time. I don't like it here. Lin Feng, you can stay here. Fu Long and I are going to the Champion Hall, said Tantai. Lin Feng nodded and his 2 friends left. Bulan Shan and Zhu Yen stayed there with Lin Feng, as they enjoyed reading the news too. Lin Feng, the Edict Palace has news about everything. Upstairs, you can find very useful news for us. I'll go upstairs and read too. Take your time, Qin Wu said to Lin Feng before heading up the stairs. All right, don't worry about me, Lin Feng replied with a smile. He needed to study more about the history of the Holy City so he could understand the archives. He also wanted to understand more about incredible cultivators of the region and ancient clans. He also needed to read about the whole region. The Suwen clan's ancestor, Yuan Ta, was a student here 15,000 years ago. He was a champion here and amazed the whole region. After that, he left with some fellow students and they created the Yuan clan, which has existed ever since. It's a terrifying holy clan in the Holy City. Lin Feng read about the history of the Yuan clan. Yuan Ta was terrifyingly strong. Actually, 15,000 years was not a very long time for a holy clan, so Yuan Ta was probably still alive, but where was he? Lin Feng was stupefied. The talisman contained so many pieces of information. There was even something about Yu Wenjing's lineage. She was a direct descendant of the clan, which was why she was called Princess Yuan. Yuan Ho was her older cousin on her father's side. Of course, he was only one of them, but there wasn't any further mention of Yu Wenjing's family tree in the talisman, either. People modified or added things in the talismans every day. On the ground floor of the Edict Palace, Lin Feng already noticed how advanced the Edict Palace was. Time passed slowly. A day passed and Lin Feng took out other newspapers and talismans. Time passed and Qin Wu, Bulan Shan, and Zhu Yen left the Edict Palace. Lin Feng learned about the 18 cities, about universities, about the different influential groups of the region, and about groups which had been destroyed. For example, the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan had been destroyed by the 3 Lives Great Emperor. However, in the talismans there were only few elements about the 3 Lives Great Emperor. Lin Feng learned that the 3 Lives Great Emperor probably had different social statuses, but he was mysterious and discreet. Also, the Everlasting Celestial Emperor was a guest of honor of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Lin Feng was stupefied. The Everlasting Celestial Emperor had amazed Xianxia City, and he was an astonishing deployment spellcaster, and he was also very close to the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Lin Feng remembered what the Great Emperor in cyan clothes and the Everlasting Celestial Emperor had said back then. In the memories Lin Feng had received from the Everlasting Celestial Emperor, There were also many pieces of information about the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Lin Feng was astonished by another news item. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan had a very famous and incredible cultivator back then. His name was Yen Di. Yen Di was the prince of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Yen Di had been crushed 1,000 years before, exactly when the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan had been destroyed too. No wonder he knew that the statue in the middle contained nothing back then in the palace, and told Lin Feng to steal the statue on the right. It meant Yen Di was the prince of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. How many secrets has he hidden from me? Thought Lin Feng. The talismans contained very precise and detailed elements. Back then, Yen Di was an incredible cultivator and extremely strong. He understood many types of strength and had a terrifying knowledge of deployment spells. However, Yen Di had never really shown how powerful he was. So Lin Feng didn't know how strong Yen Di truly was. The Moon Palace had the past life scriptures who caused the trouble back then. Yen Di? Thought Lin Feng. Someone had forced the insane cultivators of the Moon Palace to show up, as well as many other strong cultivators in order to provoke the ancient clans. Was it Yen Di? While Lin Feng was in the Edict Palace, Shimu went back to Lin Feng's residence again, but still couldn't find him. He was furious. This new student was really pissing him off. If Lin Feng didn't come to the star group of Ji Chang's club, then it would be best for him not to show up at Champion University at all. However, at the time of the deadline, Lin Feng was still in the Edict Palace. There were too many things to learn there. Lin Feng wasn't even done reading everything, but he had already learned a lot. At the very least, he had found almost everything he wanted. He spent a few days reading the news, but it didn't matter. A few days weren't that important. Lin Feng. Qin Wu had come back to the Edict Palace. Lin Feng was still there. He was surprised. How come Lin Feng was so interested in the news? "You're back?" asked Lin Feng, smiling at Qin Wu. "On the first day you came to the Edict Palace, Shimu came looking for you and the news spread that he wanted you to go to Ji Chang's club, but you didn't go. On the second day he went back to your residence. He said that you had to go there, otherwise you'd be in trouble. Today is the third day. That's the deadline he gave you to go there," said Qin Wu with a frown. "Shimu? I've seen that name before." Lin Feng wondered aloud. "He's 18th on the ranking list. He's one of the generals of the star group of Ji Chang's club. He's very strong." Qin Wu told him Ji Chang's club is divided into 3 groups which are relatively autonomous, especially the Sun group. They are stronger than any other group in Champion University. Ji Chang's club is extremely strong. Now they're holding a grudge against you. What do you intend to do? 18th, whispered Lin Feng. Today is the deadline? Indeed, nodded Qin Wu. Well then, I'll make him wait a little longer, Lin Feng said carelessly. He didn't care, he just smiled and continued reading. Just like Lin Feng had said to Qin Wu, he didn't go to Ji Chang's club, and he didn't give Shimu any face. On the day after, Shimu was still waiting outside Lin Feng's residence. He was furious. Lin Feng, we'll see how long you intend to hide. Shimu swore angrily. He released energies and destroyed Lin Feng's house. Shimu was furious. He crushed Lin Feng's house to tiny bits. People were surprised when they saw that. Shimu had said a few times he wanted to see Lin Feng, but the newcomer hadn't shown up. Shimu looked at the ruins with a sour expression, then rose up into the air. Lin Feng didn't know about that. At that moment, he was walking out of the Edict Palace. He scratched his hair and enjoyed the sunlight. Felt good. He had spent a few days in the Edict Palace. He had kind of become an expert in the history and current affairs of the region. Lin Feng had learned about many things, including great emperors from Qingdi Mountain and Yaoyi Island. Lin Feng loved reading and learning. He felt really good. However, at that moment Tantai and Huang Fulong ran over and frowned. They looked very angry. "Lin Feng," shouted Tantai, "Ji Chang's club is going insane. Ji Chang's club doesn't care about new students like us. We would do the same if we were members of Ji Chang's club." Lin Feng's easy smile calmed them down some. "They've been plotting against us since the exam. They're insane. I wish I could destroy them," said Tantai furiously. Huang Fulong then said, Shimu has been looking for you for a few days, and earlier today, he destroyed your house. He doesn't like us. Earlier today? Lin Feng frowned. Earlier today indeed, said Huang Fulong nodding. Lin Feng smiled thinly and said indifferently, I've been in the Edict Palace for a few days. I was reading. The problem is, I can only go to the ground floor of the Edict Palace and the Champion Hall. I need to have a better champion card. It's a great opportunity for me. Tantai and Huang Fulong were speechless. Lin Feng was insane. Let's go and find Shimu, said Lin Feng with a smile. After a short time, Lin Feng arrived in front of his residence, now just a bunch of rubble. Some people looked at Lin Feng strangely, thinking that he had been hiding. Bzzz. Lin Feng landed in front of someone. That person smiled at him. The man was getting excited, wondering what was going to happen. He asked Lin Feng, Your Excellency, are you going to the Star Group to apologize? I just want to ask you where Shimu lives? Asked Lin Feng. The man looked unusual. He was wearing a fox fur robe as if he feared the cold. But cultivators didn't fear cold. You want to steal his house? Asked that person, smiling at Lin Feng. Since he destroyed my house, I need a new one, Lin Feng said offhandedly, as if it were only logical. His interlocutor grinned and said, All right, I just came back to university, and I've heard about some new students who are incredible. The rumors aren't false. I'll take you to Shimu's house. Thank you very much, said Lin Feng smiling and nodding. That guy is leading the way? The crowd was surprised, and people started following them. They wanted to see what was going to happen. On the way, more and more people ended up following along. Everybody knew about the new student who had offended Shimu. At that moment, Shimu was outside of his house, his eyes closed. However, at that moment, he suddenly opened them and gazed into the distance. A group of people was coming. He was surprised. Those people were coming to his house? Jing Shou. Shimu frowned when he saw the young man next to Lin Feng wearing a fox fur robe. Shimu had never seen Lin Feng, so he didn't recognize him, but he knew Jing Shou. There, said Jing Shou smiling and pointing at Shimu's house. Shimu looked at Jing Shou and asked, Jing Shou, we are not enemies, what's going on? Shimu, I just showed them the way. He's the one you're looking for. Jing Shou shrugged. He looked like an old man, his hands joining his sleeves together. Jing Shou. Lin Feng looked at Jing Shou and smiled. Lin Feng had just looked for someone to tell him where Shimu lived, and ended up finding someone who knew him pretty well. Shimu and Lin Feng looked at each other. They didn't talk, but the chi they released was oppressive. Lin Feng, Shimu said after a few seconds. You think Jing Shou is going to protect you? Lin Feng smiled coldly and slowly walked towards Shimu. 10 meters separated them. You really think too highly of yourself, said Lin Feng. Bzzz. The atmosphere started shaking. Lin Feng jumped and stones descended from the sky. Shimu was stupefied. Bastard. Shimu was furious. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. Ashes floated around. Lin Feng jumped again, and the ground shook. He condensed earth cosmic energies which turned into ancient mountains and fell from the sky. Mountains kept dropping from the sky onto Shimu's house. It was collapsing. Shimu didn't move, he was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Try and do that again. Boom! Lin Feng jumped up in the sky again, and even bigger meteorites fell from the sky and crushed the house, which exploded, ashes flying around everywhere. Some people around even sneezed because of the ashes. Shimu realized that the rumors about Lin Feng were true. He was truly stubborn and unruly. You think I won't attack you because you came with friends? Shimu swore, releasing a terrifying chi which rolled in waves towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly turned his head to him. Shimu was surprised. Let's go to the champion battle stage. Lin Feng challenged him. Everybody was stupefied. Did Lin Feng not fear Shimu? See you on the battle stage. Shimu had thought that Lin Feng was hiding. But Lin Feng had now shown up, had destroyed his house, and now challenged him to a battle. You little bastard. Shimu rose up into the air at full speed. Surprisingly, A new student was challenging him. How humiliating. Everybody started talking. The atmosphere became even more lively. On the day of the exam, Princess Yuan had challenged the 30th student. And now, after a few days, a new student was challenging Shimu. Yuan Jing was in her residence. Someone was speaking in front of her. She raised her head and looked surprised. Lin Feng destroyed Shimu's house? And challenged him. Indeed, Princess Yuan. Do you want to go and see? Yuan Jing was very angry. Lin Feng had challenged the 18th student, Shimu, someone who was ranked better than her. No need. He's just going to humiliate himself. Tell me the result of the battle when it's over. Waved Yuan Jing. All right, princess. Then wait for me to report, said that person as he left. Very quickly, many people learned about Lin Feng and Shimu's battle. Many were amused. New students were funny. At that moment, Lin Feng and Shimu were already standing on the champion's battle stage. Shimu was slightly above the ground and staring fixedly at Lin Feng. You're a new student and you challenged me, which is a humiliation. Since it's that way, I'll humiliate you even more. When Lin Feng heard him, he smiled indifferently. He didn't look scared at all. Lin Feng shook his hand and words appeared in the sky. The crowd was astonished. Was that guy insane? I am not interested in a simple battle. Sign the contract, said Lin Feng coldly. Shimu was dumbstruck as he stared at the death contract in the air.